At 20, she pictured herself as a hotshot young lawyer by 30, someone everyone looked up to, and she totally nailed the future she'd dreamed of back in the day. As a junior lawyer, she barely had time to change her clothes in the morning, and she looked like she was about to kick the bucket from exhaustion. She went through hell and back to get her own office on the top floor of the building she's standing in front of. 10 years ago, she was burning up with a fever in bed when suddenly the phone rang. Her friend said that senior students from the 3rd and 4th year would be at tonight's New Year's party. Apparently, even Sung-min, who'd just re-enrolled in the university this semester, would be there. Hearing that, Sina jumped out of bed and made a beeline for the closet. Her friend also mentioned that Ryu Kang-yeon, who'd recently passed the bar exam and even aced the interview, would be there too. Sung-min, who was friends with him, was supposed to bring him along, and everyone in the law department knew both of them. Chae Song-min was a kind and brilliant young dude, the kind of handsome that made girls' hearts skip a beat. And then, like his total opposite, there was his buddy Ryu Kang-hyun, who practically never cracked a smile. Sina figured she wasn't that sick to miss this, so she decided to go, no hesitation. Once everyone was chilling at the cafe, Chae dropped the bomb that he was going to study abroad next semester. Everyone's jaws hit the floor staring at the guy, cause that meant Song-min was leaving the country. She was bummed, cause she hadn't even managed to say a single word to him yet. Her plan was to get in the same study group as him next semester and, finally, get closer to the guy. She dragged her sick butt to the cafe with one goal, to see her crush, but all her hopes just crashed and burned. Sina walked out of the cafe and sat on the steps, sadly thinking about the agony of unrequited love. Girls were always confessing to her, and now that she finally liked someone, she was so nervous she couldn't say anything. Wiping away her tears, she figured it was almost better this way. It would have been awkward if she confessed and then he just left. Sina was thinking she should at least wish him a safe trip. She wished she could follow him, but graduation was only 2 years away. They should have gotten closer sooner, then at least they could have kept in touch. While Sina was lost in thought, someone came up behind her and put their jacket around her shoulders. She jumped, thinking it was Song-min, and that he was so sweet to give her his jacket on such a cold day. Realizing this, it suddenly hit her that she couldn't just give up. Even if nothing came of it, she was determined to confess to Song-min. She needed to wish him well settling in overseas, and to write and tell her about himself sometimes. Sina decided to keep her confession simple and light, and instead of saying she liked him, say she used to. She wanted to ask him to give her a shot, if he happened to not have a girlfriend when he came back from school. After playing it all over in her head and dead set on talking to Chae, she got up and headed his way. But things went sideways, and with tears in her eyes, she grabbed Song-min's sleeve and confessed she had a thing for him. Sobbing, Sina begged him not to go on the exchange program, saying she'd never confessed to anyone before. Without looking up, she offered to go with him, if he really wanted, but the guy just sighed real heavy. Sina kept going, saying she couldn't just let him go like that, and asked him to go out with her, even just for a month. Out of nowhere, the guy snapped, saying he was sick of watching her whine about her feelings, and him having to listen to it all. He pointed out that the other idiot's going abroad with a girl, and that's when Sina decides to confess to him. The guy asked if she couldn't sort out her feelings because she was drunk, or was she just plain stupid. Suddenly, it clicked for Sina. His voice sounded super familiar, and she wiped the tears from her blurry eyes. Looking at the guy's face, she realized with horror that she hadn't been talking to Chae Song-min at all, but to Ryu Kang-yeon. Of all the guys who could have been here, she couldn't figure out why it had to be him. Realizing just how badly she'd screwed up, she knew she had to fix things, and fast. Sweating bullets, she started scrambling for the right words to get herself out of this mess. But then a drop of sweat tickled her nose and she sneezed so hard, let's just say things got messy for Ryu. Time stood still, and this moment was forever burned into the darkest corners of Ki-sung's memory. But that was then, this is now. She's not that naive girl anymore. She's a high-powered 30-year-old lawyer. And soon, she'll be a full partner, running the whole damn firm. Hearing the praise and feeling the respect, that's what she lives for. K Law Firm is located in a penthouse suite in a high-rise in Seochodong. The lower floor has smaller offices for the senior lawyers, and the middle floor is for the junior lawyers and secretaries. Client meeting rooms and the partner attorney's offices are upstairs, and the best spot at the top is the firm's boardroom. Finally, today's the day Sina achieves the one goal she's been dreaming of all this time. Heading up to the office, she's surprised by the weird vibe, especially since lunch was ages ago. Spotting Kai, a coworker grabs her arm, asking what's with all the chaos today. According to Han Yojin, things went down while Sena was out. She asks if Sena seriously doesn't know who the new partner is gonna be. Kai smirks, figuring they'd announce it tomorrow, and she wanted to celebrate solo tonight. Sena thinks Yojin's just jealous she got the position. But just as she's about to say how hard she worked for it, Han blurts out that she and the new partner went to the same university. Apparently, it's some big-shot prosecutor who decided to, try something new. And Sena's bag drops from her hand in shock. The main character asks the girl to repeat what she just said, and she's surprised Kai doesn't know about it. Things are totally messed up at the office because of this new hotshot lawyer they just brought in as a partner. Sena hangs her head trying to process what she just heard and figure out what it all means. According to Yojin, this guy is 35, super handsome, and tall. Judging by the description of the former prosecutor, Sena never even had a shot. Some outsider's gonna take her spot, not her, the one who's given her blood, sweat, and tears to this job for 7 years. Not understanding why she's not good enough, the girl flares up in anger, and Han, who's standing nearby, is clueless about what's going on. She's about to ask the girl what's up, but she suddenly bolts toward the stairs, figuring something's fishy. Convinced that the partner's office upstairs should be hers, Kai rushes up the steps. But on the way, she bumps into a guy coming down and yelps in surprise. The girl loses her balance, but the stranger manages to catch her, and Kai thanks him. Realizing that the new partner Yojin described sounds a lot like the guy holding her right now, Sena freezes. She looks up to see who stole her spot, and he suddenly says she still hasn't learned to look ahead. That familiar voice instantly floods her memory, and Kai realizes it's Ryu Kan-hyun in front of her. She gasps in surprise and asks what he's doing here. Just then, CEO Ki Chansu from the law firm approaches, and seeing them together, he's happy they've already met. He heard that the new partner and their firm's pride and joy, Ki Sena, went to the same university and seemed to know each other. He says that now that they've got a prosecutor from the Special Investigations Unit as a partner attorney, their firm will be able to operate more effectively. Chansu says he's really looking forward to some productive work from attorney Ryu Kan-hyun. Patting the guy on the shoulder, he suggests they grab lunch first and sort everything else out later. The heroine glares angrily at her father's retreating back, a smug grin plastered on his face. Turning to the girl, Kang-yun suggests they skip the formal greetings until tomorrow, and smiles. In Ki's mind, it's all twisted. She feels like he's laughing at her for even trying to get the position. The heroine grabs another beer with a trembling hand, not understanding how the universe could screw her over like this. First, they snatched away the partner position that was practically hers, and now she's got to cry over some dude. A few hours ago, she met her boyfriend at a cafe because he wanted to tell her something. He sat in front of her for a long time, head down, hesitant to start the conversation. Kai smirked, pointing out that if he was just gonna sit there in silence, he could have just sent a text. The guy asked Seinu if she still loved him, but the girl was already in a bad mood and told him to just get to the point. Then he confessed that the 2 years they'd been dating had been really rough on him. Kai's always busy, so he decided to hold off calling for a while, hoping Sena would notice and come to him at least once. The heroine smirked and pointed out that he called her just to say that, knowing how swamped she is. Slamming his fist on the table, tears welling up, the guy asked if she hadn't missed him at all. He was trying to be considerate of how busy she was, because he was also tied up prepping his thesis. But, in his opinion, it's messed up, and if they love each other, they should be there when things get rough for either of them. Suddenly, the guy found his nerve and suggested that Kai break up. He was sure the girl wouldn't understand how hard things had been on him this whole time. Crossing her arms, the heroine smiled and remarked that it must have been tough trying to have it both ways. The guy froze for a second, then jumped to his feet, demanding she explain what she meant by that. Without changing her expression, Kai asked if he'd taken a trip recently with the bag she gave him. He was floored, totally lost as to how she knew about his trip to Cebu, which, according to her, is the place to be right now. Whipping her phone around, Sena showed him a picture of some girl with a familiar-looking dude's hand on her shoulder. She was dead certain that if she hadn't brought it up now, that woman would have come crawling to her, spilling all the tea. Hearing that, the guy's hand instinctively went to his watch. Sena pointed out how the girl was practically begging for attention with her profile pic. The guy jumped to his feet, stammering that they were just college buddies, nothing more. She asked if the girl even knew that she'd bought, like, half his stuff. The dude just sat there, totally crushed, head down, not a word coming out. Kai turned a total loser into a somebody, and now he thinks he's hot stuff and actually earned it himself. She figured that girl probably just thinks he's loaded and all she has to do is smile to get whatever she wants. Losing it, the guy jumped up, trying to tell Sina it wasn't what it looked like, just a misunderstanding. Kai asked him why he was so freaked out. If he was scared, she'd want back everything she bought him and then kick him to the curb. But she wasn't gonna do that. She'd chuck it all, even if he gave the gifts back. Seeing the relief wash over his face after she said that, the dude she'd wasted 2 years and a ton of cash on suddenly disgusted her. Sina guessed that the other girl must be pregnant, since he was so quick to break things off, even though he was losing a lot in the process. She wasn't about to wish them a happy marriage and all that crap, knowing he'd be crawling back to her soon enough. And it wasn't about him being a loser, it was just that guys like him, Kai figured, would be begging for a divorce before long. The guy didn't get what she was talking about, because he couldn't care less about what Sina did for work. Kai told him not to call her, and handing him a business card, added that she'd only meet with him if he was willing to pay handsomely. Smiling, she told the guy she was a lawyer, specializing in divorces. She acted all ambitious, but then bawled her eyes out in the car the whole way home. Here are 5 huge red flags to watch out for when choosing a guy: bad credit, gambling, violence, substance abuse, and cheating. For Sina, cheating is the ultimate deal breaker, cause she can't stand people who play two-faced. She picked such a boring dude cause he seemed too simple to ever cheat on her. But of course, it happened, and on the exact same day, everything at work went sideways. And what were the chances the guy who stole her promotion would be none other than Ryu Kang-yun? Sina read her horoscope that morning, and it said she'd meet someone new. But this so-called new acquaintance turned out to be a total nightmare. She's downing bottle after bottle because she worked so hard to move up, and it all went to hell. Kai's convinced the old guys who own stock in the company are behind it all. They were all over her when she was raking in the dough, but the second she asked for a raise, she got shut down. They'd blame it on her lack of experience, or just straight up say it was because she's a woman. They kept telling her they needed a different partner, someone who could handle the big leagues and knew how to close deals. Now she's got to wait who knows how long for an opening. And to top it off, that whole embarrassing confession thing came back to haunt her, the one she'd been trying to bury. She avoided Kang-yun for a year after that, and just thinking about it makes her want to crawl into a hole. She even wakes up in a cold sweat if she dreams about it. She can't figure out why he has to show up at this exact moment when everything's on the line for her. Meanwhile, Ryu Kang-hyun's sipping wine, checking out Ki-suna's file and thinking he's about to have some fun in this company. She slams open Ki Chang-soo's office door so hard the guy jumps a mile. Still gripping his hockey stick, the guy asks if she's had breakfast. But the girl can't even swallow a bite, and when she tells her dad, her attitude reminds him of someone. Kai's sure she reminds her dad of himself. What goes around, comes around, right? When she accuses him of not giving her the position despite that, Chang-soo tells his daughter to keep it down so the secretary doesn't hear. But Sina already asked Kim to step away for a bit, so nobody's gonna overhear their conversation. After getting stabbed in the back like that, the girl's not just gonna shut up and let it slide. She reminds Ki Chang-soo that she's the CEO's only daughter after all. So the girl doesn't get how he could do that to her and not even give her a heads up. Because if he had, she wouldn't be so crushed by the betrayal. Sina was loaded with work, and she clawed her way up from the bottom all on her own. She never wanted anyone to think she only got the job because of her dad. Ki Chang-soo knows how hard his daughters worked, but the board of directors decided otherwise. They think, from a profit standpoint, they need a different kind of lawyer as partner, not a divorce specialist. She asks if it's because she's a woman. Sina understands that no matter how many shares he owns, the CEO can't ignore the board's opinion. But even if the CEO does that, she doesn't think her own father should treat his daughter that way. Chang-soo doesn't get why Kai wants such a high-pressure job, 'cause partners are responsible for the overall revenue, not just their own results. He thinks she should just settle down with a good man for an easy life, but that just sets her off. If she just wanted to coast through life, she wouldn't work so hard. She'd just live off her dad's money. Chang-soo, misunderstanding her, happily agrees, because the firm will be hers after he kicks the bucket anyway. She can't believe someone who's so health-conscious and only eats clean would even say something like that. He's out golfing twice a week and always training with those amateur soccer teams. It drives Sina nuts to hear someone say to just wait for a guy with that kind of health to kick the bucket, especially since she's worked her butt off for everything. Chansu gets that his daughter's upset, but saying that to her dad seems way out of line. When he suggests she was raised spoiled, Kai fires back that she raised herself and slams the door on her way out. The second she steps outside, she gets a text from her dad. He's asking if she's free to grab lunch together today. Sina shoots him down, making up an excuse about a client meeting. Ki Chun-soo is welcoming a new lawyer partner into his office at the law firm. After offering Ryu some coffee, the CEO asks if he really went to the same university as Ki Sena. The lawyer nods, confirming they took some classes together for about a year. Chang-soo smiles and asks Ryu if he knows that Sena is his daughter. He's curious to hear Kang-hyun's opinion. Does she have the talent and the right stuff to be a lawyer? The guy thinks his daughter's too ambitious and it worries him. Ryu thinks that when it comes to talent and lawyer skills, Sena's better than anyone else. High ambitions can be a problem, sure, but Kai works her butt off to meet them. Chang-soo knows his daughter had high hopes for a partnership, but the board isn't ready to take her on yet. She's still young, and her money-making skills are questionable. Since Ryu thinks Ki's a good lawyer, Chang-soo wants to know if he thinks she can wow the board with her abilities. The guy suggests the CEO build a team around her. After all, Sena's a senior family law specialist. It wouldn't hurt to expand in this direction, maybe by creating a family affairs center to handle these kinds of issues. We could put Sena in charge, which would give her a solid base within the company. This group could handle not just divorces, but also things like inheritance, property division, and so on. Ryu thinks Kai would be better at handling civil cases in family law than he is, and if she needs an advisor on related matters, he'll help her out. Chang-soo likes this idea because if we do it this way, Sena can really shine in terms of profit and sales. Kang-hyun adds that times have changed, and now we live in a world where seriously rich people are constantly splitting up. He asks them to think the proposal over and let him know their decision, but Ryu has to go now. He's got a meeting. Chang-soo's grinning because making Kang-hyun a partner turned out to be a stroke of luck. On top of everything else, the guy thinks this dude would be perfect as his future son-in-law. She's calling Prosecutor Park, and he's totally surprised by the call. So, the girl's admitting she wants dirt on Prosecutor Ryu Kang-hyun from the Seoul District Prosecutor's office. Park says he's never worked with the guy, only bumped into him twice, but Ryu's got a rep. Kang-hyun doesn't tolerate any slack on the job, treats everyone the same, super consistent and meticulous. If there was even a whiff of something fishy in a criminal case, he'd personally hit the crime scene, even taking over from the investigators. Back in the Special Division, he even went on TV, subpoenaing every member of the National Assembly as witnesses. Sena remembers that incident from a year ago when that ex-National Assembly member got nailed for taking a bribe. But Ki doesn't get why Kang-hyun suddenly hung up his hat and left. After a case that big, he should have been swimming in clout with the other prosecutors. After a pause, Park apologizes, saying he can't answer that question because it's confidential. All that's known is that Kang-hyun left after bumping off the district prosecutor, and he even got an official document for it. Park figures whoever Sena asks about this, they're all gonna give her the same runaround. After that talk with Prosecutor Park, the whole day was a wash. She couldn't focus to save her life. She was heading out of the office when she bumped right into Kang-hyun in the lobby. He asked if she could spare an hour, and that's when she finally realized who she was talking to. She yelped again, and Ryu chuckled, asking how long she was going to keep freaking out every time she saw him. Sena didn't get why Kang-hyun was still at the office so late, or why he hadn't gone home yet. Leaning in close, Ryu asked again to hang out, saying he needed to talk to her about something important. A little later, they were at a bar, and he told Kai to chill out for a sec. Ryu pointed out it had been 3 weeks since he started at the firm, and Sena hadn't even said hi to him. Kang-hyun wanted to know what he did to make her act like this, because every time she saw him, she either ran away or looked like she was about to jump him or punch him in the face. Slamming her fists on the table, Sena insists she never acted like she was gonna hit Ryu. It's just every time they meet, it's under the worst circumstances, and she doesn't get what he wants from her. The guy smirks because whether it was 10 years ago or now, this girl definitely keeps things interesting. Digging deep, the heroine asks Kang-hyun if all this is because of that incident. Sena says she was drunk back then and, not exactly at her best, physically or mentally. Crossing her arms, the girl tells Kang-hyun he's the absolute worst senior colleague she's ever dealt with. But that just tells him she does see him as a senior after all. Sina mutters that ever since meeting him, her life's been a total train wreck, but Ryu doesn't think that's his fault. Sighing, she asks if he called her here just to twist the knife, 'cause he could have texted all this. Kang-yeon says it's just his style. He prefers face-to-face, always has, ever since he was a prosecutor. It's kind of fun, sitting here with a crook, trying to figure out if he's playing me or not. Sena's asking why Ryu left if being a prosecutor was such a good fit for him. But according to Kang-yeon, he bailed because the whole thing was too messed up, he couldn't stomach it. Propping his chin up, he smirks, guessing Kai's been digging into his past, and she flinches. Kang-yeon, still smirking, asks if she's curious about why all this went down, 'cause he could tell her himself. But Sina says no way, and since she thinks they're both uncomfortable around each other, she's gonna end this chat. After a beat, Ryu admits he's not uncomfortable with her and wants to get along, at least for the sake of the job. Looking him dead in the eye, she asks if he really doesn't hate her, but Kang-yeon suddenly confesses that he's never felt anything like that towards Sina. Ryu's smoking on a bench, wondering why she thought he hated her, and then a memory flashes in his head. 10 years ago, he was standing on the street smoking just like this, when he suddenly heard a weird rustling sound. At first he thought it was just leaves falling, but then he looked up and saw a bunch of documents raining down on him. He turned around and spotted a guy in the building's window chucking papers out. Deciding to deal with the moron who was breaking the law by littering in the smoking area, Ryu headed upstairs. But when Kang-yeon got to the right floor, he saw a girl standing by the railing, head down. The guy froze, hearing her sobbing and complaining about how some senior was treating her. Tearing up the paper in anger, she couldn't understand how anyone could come down on her so hard. Ryu recognized Sina's voice, the girl he'd had that heated discussion with in class a while back. The girl was lamenting that mock trials are supposed to be for rookies like them to get some experience. Kai hadn't slept for 2 nights to prepare, and she'd practiced in front of the mirror for ages. The debate didn't go down the way she thought it would, though. For some reason, that's where Sena started stumbling, even though she planned to totally take her opponent down a peg. Still, Kang-yeon defended his position with a confident voice. The girl just couldn't chill, fuming at how aggressively he was coming at her, calling him a total nutjob. Meanwhile, listening to all this, Ryu was thinking that Sena was being clueless, since she apparently didn't even know the gossip going around their department. Kang-yeon would feel awkward running into the girl after what she said, so he decided to wait until she came downstairs. After that end-of-year get-together, Sena would always bristle up like a wildcat whenever she saw Ryu. When the guy went back outside, he saw Kai picking up ripped-up pieces of paper from the ground. The girl, with her eyes swollen from crying, was scolding herself for tearing the paper into such tiny pieces, making it hard to pick up. At that moment, Sena seemed really funny to Ryu, since she was doing this even though no one saw her make the mess. The main character gets home to her parents and hands her mom a bouquet, wishing her a happy birthday. Ki Chansu comes out into the hallway and greets his daughter with his usual dry, emotionless hello. Giving her dad a stern look, Sena replies in kind, and when he asks if she's eaten, she reminds him she's here for dinner. Chansu gets angry, complaining about how long this has to go on, and his wife pats him on the shoulder to calm him down. The doorbell rings. Sena's younger brother, Ki Se-hoon, walks in and immediately notices his sisters fighting with their dad again. Waving a stack of cash in front of Se-hoon, she tells him to at least say hi to his sister first, threatening to take back his gift. Snatching the bills from Sena, the guy bows to her and thanks her for gracing them with her presence in their humble abode. After listening to his kids' sarcastic remarks to each other, Chansu tells them to change and come down for dinner. After dinner, all the family members gather around the dessert table to have tea and cake. Chansu asks his daughter what she thinks about his idea of opening a department specializing in family law. He says 2 senior lawyers and 4 juniors will form a team and take full responsibility for these cases. Sena's heard that forming teams is a growing trend in big law firms. Plus, family law often involves huge cases, so having a dedicated department like that would be good for business. Changsu's telling his daughter he wants to make her the team leader, give her a conference room, and even an office on the top floor. If Sena manages the department well for a year, he'll try to convince the board to make her a partner. Changsu knows perfectly well that his daughter's at the point where other firms could easily poach her for that position. Her dad asks what she thinks about Ryu Kang-yeon, and she's like, "Where'd that come from?" Changsu suggests Sena bring him home and introduce him officially, but she figures he could just invite Ryu to dinner himself. Turns out her dad wants her to bring Kang-yeon home as her fiancé. Hearing that, she choked on her tea, totally caught off guard. This girl can't figure out why she's gotta marry Ryu, but her dad ain't playing around. He says if Sina can't win over a guy, she's not fit to run the company and can kiss that partnership goodbye. Then Chansu suggests she just leave and start her own business, and she's like, what's that even gotta do with anything? As company president and her dad, Chansu thinks he's the best match for her, period. He even claims Kang Yun doesn't have a girlfriend, then gets up from the table. He says if Sena doesn't like this deal, she can come back when she's got something better to offer. Covering her face, she tries to wrap her head around this whole crazy mess. Cause the problem isn't whether she can win him over. Ryu was her enemy back in college, for crying out loud. Plus, he saw her at her absolute worst. For Kang Yun to fall for her after that, he'd have to be nuts. The next day, she's in the office bathroom practicing her smile in the mirror, but she just can't nail it. This girl's got zero faith Kang Yun could ever see her as more than a friend, like zero. Before she even thinks about marriage or romance, she's gotta actually build a connection with the guy. Sina's meeting with her client, Kim Young-hee, and she's got this nagging feeling she's seen her somewhere before. But with those sunglasses hiding half her face, she can't quite place who it is. After a beat of silence, the client sighs and finally takes off her shades. Sina can't believe her eyes. She's staring at actress Young Si-yeon. This woman's famous for playing the lead in that super popular weekend drama with the killer ratings. Her incredible acting always blew audiences away. Young was always trending, the hot topic of conversation for fans. Sina gushes about how much she loves the actress, which kinda embarrasses her. Even lawyers watched her show. The girl's laughing. I mean, who hasn't seen the drama that everyone's calling the best right now? When the lawyer asks Shiyeon to get back to why she's here, she just deflates. Clutching the hem of her coat, she admits that Ki Si-eun recommended him as the expert in this field. She doesn't get why she'd need a divorce lawyer. She and her husband are like the iconic head-over-heels actor couple. After looking over the reason Shiyeon put down, Sena says that she can't help her with that. Looking at the actress, she asks her to tell her the real reason she came to their law firm. Seeing that Jeong is hesitant, the girl assures her that attorney-client privilege is ironclad. Looking down, the woman admits that her husband is seeing someone else, someone 8 years younger. Trying to hide the trembling, Jeong adds that it's a guy, and she knew about her husband's orientation before they got married. Unable to hold back the tears anymore, the actress confesses that her marriage is a contract marriage. Turns out this A-list actor was gay, and to keep it under wraps, they cooked up a sham marriage. And the guy picked an actress who was struggling to make it big after being out of the spotlight for ages. She didn't really have anything to worry about, though, because as colleagues, they had a mutually beneficial arrangement for their image. They signed an NDA, became the perfect couple in the public eye, but still dated other people on the side. Wiping away her tears, Shiyeon admits that it never even crossed her mind to pry into her husband's private life. It all started when her husband was completely wiped out one night, and they were drinking together, and when Jeong woke up, they were in bed. The first wedding night, which didn't even happen during their honeymoon, suddenly went down 5 years into their marriage. From that day on, Shiyeon started feeling all kinds of weird whenever she saw her husband. At first, she kept thinking about his touch, the look in his eyes, and she even thought they might become a real couple. As soon as Jeong realized she was falling for him, those feelings started growing like crazy, totally spiraling out of control. She told herself she was the only one who could be there for her husband, even though he was head over heels for a guy 8 years younger. But every day turned into a living hell because of the jealousy, and today she just needed someone to listen. Sena couldn't find the right words to comfort Young Si-yeon, who said she'd be back when she'd made up her mind. All that stuck with her was how far gone things were between the actress and her husband, how she'd lost all her self-respect. Sena couldn't shake the bad feeling all day, and when Ryu saw her on her way home from the office, he knew something was up. When she asked Kang Yun if he needed something, he asked her to give him a little of her time. After what her dad pulled, Kai felt uneasy being around him, but he told her not to even think about running away. After inviting her into his office, Ryu handed her a folder with the org chart for the family law team. When Sena looked surprised, he told her everything was settled with the president, so Kai could start right away. She asked Kang Yun if he knew the condition her father set for giving her the team lead position. Word on the street is, Ki Chansu will make his daughter a partner if the department knocks it out of the park this year. If it were that simple, she wouldn't even sweat it. But something about this whole thing feels off. After thinking it over, it hits her. Ryu must have talked her dad into putting her in charge. She's accusing Kangyeon of doing it out of pity, cause he took her spot as partner. Ryu just stands there taking all the heat, while she demands to know what he was thinking, handing her this position. Giving her a hard look, he asks her what the heck she's even talking about. Looks like Sina's got the wrong idea, cause he has no clue what she's so worked up about. Dropping her head and wiping her face, she asks if this is just how he operates. According to her, Kangyeon never considers anyone's feelings and just bulldozes ahead without looking back. Ryu, getting dark, tells Sina to think before she speaks, cause the CEO asked for his opinion and he just made a suggestion. This whole initiative? Just a scheme to line the pockets of their law firm, plain and simple. Sina adds with a smile that he also suggested it to cheer her up after she got passed over for that promotion. Kangyeon grabs his head, saying he recommended her because Kai is perfect for the job. Nobody has her drive. Sina asks who he is to talk about her drive, considering they've never been close enough to discuss that. Ryu sighs heavily, asking her to look at the chart he made, where she's listed as the team leader. And Kangyeon himself will only be an advisor on civil and criminal cases within this group. Kai Sena is the team leader, and it's up to her to decide who she wants to work with. Ryu asks if she understands what he's saying, but she's still lost in doubt. Losing patience, Kangyeon explains once again that she needs to build her own team. Because the Kisana he knows is the most dedicated person, throwing everything she has into solving problems. Look, some things in this world ain't just about hard work, you gotta get lucky. And right now, this is Ki's moment to shine. Still, she's totally clueless why Kangyeon's even trying to help her. His motives are a complete mystery to her. Ryu says he's a partner in this firm, so this is his job and his problem too. She can think he's just trying to help her out, sure, but he doesn't see anything wrong with that. He doesn't get why Saena's so hung up on being a partner. Does she even want it, or is it just about getting props for her skills? Either way, Ryu's telling her to stop being so damn stubborn and grab the opportunity she's got right in front of her. He says she looks so pathetic right now he doesn't even want to keep talking about it. He thinks the value he sees in Sayana and the value she sees in herself are way off. If she still doesn't trust Ryu, then he's done wasting his time on her. She bites her lip, trying to figure out where it all went wrong, and then Kangyeon suddenly asks her what year it is. Sina sees right through him. He's not asking the date because he doesn't know it. That's a low blow, and since Kai hasn't jumped in a time machine, she's still hung up on what went down 10 years ago. Ryu gets up and leaves, telling Sena to bring her team to his office when she finally makes up her mind. She knows Kangyeon's right. The reason she's been silent is because she's realized something. She still gets pissed when she sees Ryu because she's burning with jealousy and feels like she doesn't measure up. The next day, Sena meets her friend at a cafe, and her friend's surprised because she saw Ryu Kangyeon near Ki's office. Her friend tells her that he actually just joined their firm as a partner. Her jaw drops and she's like, "Why didn't you tell me this?" She wants to stop by their office to say hi sometime, but Sena doesn't get why or since when they're so tight. Her friend nods because they've never really been friends. She's guessing Ryu must be friends with Sena since he transferred over, but Sena's denying it. Her friend doesn't get why she's playing coy, since everyone knows she got special treatment from Kangyeon back in college. Sena says Ryu was hired by their firm's general counsel and she hasn't been in touch with him since graduation. Her friend doesn't understand why she's acting like this and reminds her how everyone got bad grades during that group discussion and started giving Kai a hard time in retaliation. Of course, she remembered it since she had a really rough time back then. Sena says Kangyeon stirred up all the trouble back then, pretended he didn't know her, and the other upperclassmen buried her in work. During the festival prep, she didn't even go home and worked until dawn, putting up flyers in the rain all by herself. She tried to avoid Ryu if she could, because every time she'd hear the same old thing from him. Cutting Sena off, her friend suddenly tells her that Kangyeon had a major falling out with the university council leaders because of her. She flinches, freezes, and asks her friend to spill the details. Turns out Ryu told everyone their decision to slack off was completely their fault, and to leave Sena alone. The dude threatened to expose their whole rap sheet if they bothered her even once more. Kangyeon ordered them to come to him if they had anything to say, and that caused a major freakout. The heroine suddenly remembers how, like flipping a switch, her senior's attitude towards her changed drastically. She figured they finally felt sorry for her, and that's why they were acting that way. But it wasn't that they recognized her hard work. It was Ryu Kang-hyun stepping in and putting them in their place. The heroine definitely wasn't expecting that, so she asks her friend if she's sure about it. According to the girl, she saw it with her own eyes. He reined those guys in so smoothly they didn't even make a peep. Still, all this seems super weird to Sena. She doesn't get why Ryu would do that. Her friend says the professors were also treating her well because they saw her studying with Kang-hyun. He put Sena through a mock trial, even though he didn't need to after passing the second round of the bar exam. She claims she didn't study with him willingly. She hasn't lost that much pride after getting burned by the other upperclassmen. Her friend says Ryu was known for his meticulousness, but there were rumors Ki improved a ton just from one practice session with him. Kang-hyun only worked with her, and a lot of people were jealous of Sena because of it. He generally looked out for a lot of the younger students, but back then, everyone was focused on that one upperclassman who went abroad. Actually, Ryu was a pretty decent senior too, and her friend's surprised Ki didn't know that. But she's seriously hearing all of this for the first time. Suddenly, her friend drops the bomb that Kang-hyun actually cared about Sena way more than the other underclassmen. She can't believe she didn't notice it at all. Her friend thought Sena was just playing it cool around him, but that they were actually pretty close. But seeing her friend's face right now, she decides to say something as a friend. She thinks Sena should not only be grateful to Kang-hyun, but also learn a lot from him. Her friend believes Ryu could be a real asset to her, so she's got nothing to lose, especially since they even work at the same company. Ki-sena promises to really think about what she said. Ryu Kang-hyun's words about her value totally floored her, and they're still echoing in her head. Looking out her office window, Kai wonders why she keeps chasing after recognition and the envy of others. The truth is, hardly anyone cares how much effort others put in. They just get jealous of what the competition has. And even after Sena had been at the firm for years, a lot of people still downplayed her accomplishments. That kind of treatment bummed her out and hurt her feelings, so it's kind of wild that Ryu's the one who sees her worth. She's never really tried to get to know the guy before. First, she avoided him. Then every time they met, she'd start a fight. Plus, blinded by her own insecurities, Sena was totally ignoring his efforts. Just yesterday, she got praised for being an awesome woman, a great professional, and doing a fantastic job. But the truth is, she's just jealous of people who are better than her, and she's battling the shame that comes with it. The girl's asking herself, how did she become such a terrible person? Ki-sena walks into Ryu Kang-hyun's office and asks if he's busy. Taking off his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose, the guy, even though he's swamped, is ready to see her. Sena hands him the prepared list and sits down across from him, feeling awkward. Kang-hyun wonders if her team will be able to work well with this lineup. Sena says she'll have to work hard to make it happen, and then Ryu tells her to start preparing for the personnel appointment. So, the heroine wants to know if Kang-hyun really checked everything thoroughly. She prepped info on those lawyers, but Ryu points to this massive stack of files on his desk. Sena can't believe he already dug up dirt on every employee at the firm. But turns out Ryu actually did it, and he didn't even break a sweat. She's standing there clutching her arm when he asks if she's got anything else to say. Sena's done all her work stuff, but she needs to tell Ryu something personal. Kai realized that whatever happened before, what went down last time, was totally out of line on her part. After a little hesitation, the heroine admits to Kang-hyun that she was in the wrong. Sena was mostly pissed at herself, so now she's thanking Ryu for giving her another shot. Smiling, Kang-hyun tells her to make it count. The heroine stares at the guy in surprise, like, he just accepted her apology that easily? Kai asks Ryu if he's planning to hire a legal secretary, and he says he's got someone in mind and is waiting for their decision. They're talking about the head of the department Kang-hyun worked with when he was a prosecutor. Getting an investigator in this line of work is gonna cost a fortune, and it's tough to convince them, but Ryu's in talks with him. They worked together for 2 years, and if you add in the times they worked through intermediaries, it's more like 6. Sena asks when this guy's coming, but Ryu doesn't answer, just stares at her silently with a smile on his face. Laughing, Kang-hyun suggests messing with Kai, since she's just asking pointless questions cause she's bored. He admits he can't resist when a girl he barely gets to see suddenly asks for his attention. Ryu asks how he can entertain Sena and suggests they grab some tea. Getting pissed, the heroine storms out of his office, saying she's a busy woman and has a meeting with the president. Slamming the door, Sena thinks that while her inferiority complex is a problem, Kang-hyun's personality isn't exactly a walk in the park either. Convinced they're totally wrong for each other, she stomps off down the hall fuming. Sitting in her father's office, she goes over the contract he gave her. This document is valid as long as Ki-sena dates the man Chansu has chosen. The guy in the contract is only identified by the letter R. She asks her dad if they really have to go this far, but Chansu insists because he knows his daughter all too well. The purpose of this contract is a relationship between a man and a woman, meaning a romantic connection. The remaining clauses cover contract termination and compensation for damages, like the conference room and the CEO's office on the second floor. Plus, the new department members will get a raise, so if there are no results, it'll all be a waste. She wants to know what happens if she manages to, win over R in 3 months. Changsu promises to act like none of this ever happened if his daughter can pull everything off in 3 months. Cyanu's amused that her father talks to her like some kind of mob boss. Anyway, she figures people who get together when things are super intense usually end up splitting up. No matter how strong the feelings are, they can't stay that way forever. Sometimes people get married even when their families are totally against it, and then they break up and things get really ugly. As a divorce lawyer, Sanu knows all this better than anyone. Looking at his daughter, Changsu suddenly tells her she's got the wrong idea. The old man isn't just thinking about lawyer Ryu as a potential husband for Cyanu. He figures that when Kai becomes president of this company, that guy will be right there beside her, holding down the same position. Getting up from his seat, Changsu ruffles his daughter's hair. He's offering her a glimpse into the future, one where this company bears both her and Kang Yun's names. But if Sena's not that confident in herself, she can back out right now, and they'll pretend this never happened. Though in that case, she'd just have to find a good guy and settle down, you know? Clutching the document to herself, she decides to go for it, because she never said anything about backing down. But Sena demands they rewrite the contract, because a standard agreement just won't cut it in this situation. Since Chansu is so worried about his daughter's position, they need to make it more secure by giving her some of the president's shares. She's not taking no for an answer from her dad on this one. Sena steps out of the car in a sleek black dress and sunglasses. 2 days ago she got a wedding invitation, which she thought was a real low blow. But Sena was sure her ex didn't send it because he's too smart to pull a stunt like that. Only one person would pull a stunt like this, his bride-to-be. Sena hadn't given her ex a second thought since they broke up, but messing with him like this was just plain childish. But since this girl threw down the gauntlet, she decided to pick it up and fight back. That's why she's here at this shindig. The guy's freaked out and asks Ki what she's doing here, but she just takes off her glasses and says he looks like he's been through the ringer. Sena says that when she got the invite, she rushed right over to congratulate them on starting their new life together. As for a wedding gift, the girl suggests they consider everything she ever bought him in the past to be more than enough. The main character walks into the banquet hall and stares at the photo of the happy couple on the screen. Truth is, she's not even hurting about the relationship ending anymore, but winning this little game is what matters to her now. Applause erupts, cameras flash, and the bride and groom enter the hall arm in arm. Looking at them, our girl is sure that the one who started this little war, not knowing who she was messing with, is gonna regret it big time. And since she's in the mood to stir up some trouble today, Sana gets an idea. The bride steps off the platform, turns her back to everyone, and tosses the bouquet. Without a second thought, Sana lunges forward and snags the flowers with ease. After ditching the bouquet on the floor, Kai walks up to the bride and suggests next time she pay attention to who she's aiming at before she throws. Grinning like a maniac, she tells the girl she's here to teach her a lesson, since she clearly doesn't know how things work. The bride gets so freaked out that tears start streaming down her face and she screams in terror. Leaving the crying girl in her new husband's arms, Sana struts out of the hall feeling incredibly satisfied. That was the most exhilarating and wild thing that's happened to her in ages. It felt like a century-long stomachache had suddenly vanished. Whether they think she's a total witch or not, she's never gonna see them again anyway. Out of nowhere, someone tells Sena she's got a terrible personality. She turns to see Kang Yun standing right there. Grinning, he asks if this sweet thing is having a day off. When she asks why he's here, Ryu says he's attending the next ceremony scheduled here. He's a bit swamped, so he just wanted to drop off a gift and bounce. But then Kang Yun spotted something interesting and decided to stick around. Standing next to Ryu in the elevator, she's freaking out about what he must think of her. She already doubted she could ever catch his eye, and now he's seen her rotten side yet again. While she's thinking that someone who ruins weddings will never be seen as a catch, Ryu's admiring her guts. He figures if Kai specialized in criminal cases, the prosecutors would have a real tough cookie on their hands. Suddenly, she turns to him and suggests they pretend they never ran into each other today. He agrees, but after a short pause, asks if the fiancé is her ex. Sina explains how he cheated on her, which really surprises Ryu, who thought she didn't care about stuff like that. According to Kai, she really doesn't care, but that girl threw down the gauntlet and she couldn't just let it slide. She actually thought he'd ask if she really needed to take things so far. But to her surprise, Kang-kyun sometimes says exactly what she wants to hear. Suddenly, Sina wonders if she's so uninteresting to him that he just doesn't give a damn. Since it's a sunny day off, maybe it's a perfect chance to have a real heart-to-heart with Kang-yun. The elevator doors open and Ryu says goodbye, but she asks him to hold up. Gaining some courage, she asks Kang-yun to have lunch with her. A little later, they're already sitting in a cafe, and Sina asks the waitress to bring them a bottle of soju. The girl pours herself a drink, offers one to Kang-yun, and he accepts. After downing a few glasses, she laughs, saying she'd heard soju tastes sweet when life is bitter. But today the drink is cloying, which is weird, because Sina's actually feeling great right now. Ryu says she's got a real mean streak and holds grudges like nobody's business. She doesn't want to hear that coming from Kang-yun, though. She'd argue about who really has the crummy personality here. Pouring more soju into their glasses, Sina asks if he remembers Park Jong-gi from their college group. But Kang-yun doesn't recall her, even though, according to Ki, she was always trying to sit next to him. Park's a civil servant, and Sina heard they even ran into each other at court once. Ryu can't place her at all, and just like that, their attempt at finding common ground goes up in flames. Kang-yun says he was mostly buried in lectures, assignments, and tests back in college, and didn't go out much. Sina's racking her brain, wondering if anything can crack this guy up, and then she remembers something. After some sports thing, some total nutjob got hammered, climbed up on the horse statue at the university entrance and started riding it. Kang-hyun remembers that this guy, on top of everything else, was also pantsless. He couldn't forget something like that, because it was only the second thing that had shocked him since he started college. When Sina asks what the first thing was, he smiles and says it was when some stuck-up girl confessed her feelings. She gets all ticked off that he brought it up again, and Kang-yun's grinning because he loves to tease her. She admits she's trying to get closer to him, but he already knows that since Kai invited him here for that exact reason. Turning red and puffing out her cheeks, Sina tells Kang-yun to forget about that whole thing, and then things will be better between them. But to her surprise, Ryu admits that it's actually because of that whole thing that he became interested in her in the first place. She can't figure out how seeing her like that could make him interested, and then Ryu adds that she has terrible taste in guys. I mean, first Kai wanted to confess to a dude who was leaving the country with his girlfriend, and then she dated a total loser who was seeing two girls at once. Kang-yun thinks she should be grateful that he was the one who happened to be there that day. The main character's thinking it over, and yeah, blurting out her feelings to a guy heading off to school with his girl was pretty dumb. If anyone else besides Ryu had heard that, it would have been the talk of the semester. With a hint of sarcasm, Sina thanks Kang-yun for keeping quiet, pointing out he couldn't have told anyone anyway, since he doesn't have any friends. But her jab doesn't bother him at all, and he just smiles and confirms that yeah, he really doesn't have any friends. After his cool admission, Kai feels kind of bad, and in response, Ryu suggests that she just be friends with him then. She says she's a big-shot lawyer, and being friends with her could cost him a lot, and Kang-yun's like, deal. But if the price is too crazy, he's ready to fight it out in court. The girl laughs, because in that case she'd just hire him as her lawyer, which would screw him over in court since he's an ex-prosecutor. Kang-yun, totally blown away by her quick thinking, laughs, noticing how much Saena's grown up. She's stoked because she finally beat him after 10 freaking years. She never thought she could talk to Ryu like this, but now she's relieved because they cleared the air. Saena knows she's got a long road ahead to make up for how she acted with him. But right now, leaning across the table and holding out her hand to Kang-yun, she asks him to take care of her. After dinner, Ryu leads the stumbling heroine out of the restaurant, clueless why she got so hammered when she can't handle her booze. A car pulls up to the curb, the one he called for her earlier. After getting the tipsy Saena inside and giving the driver her address, Kang-yun tells her to be careful. Out of nowhere, she grabs his tie and, totally out of it, suggests they make a toast. Ryu tells her to snap out of it, but freezes when she suddenly pulls him close, their faces way too close for comfort. He's about to kiss her when Sina suddenly asks him to come back to her place for another drink. Gripping her shoulder, Kang-yun tells her never to say something like that to anyone when she's drunk, but she leans in again, saying she's just sad to see him go. Kang-yun unties the tie Sena's holding on to, and she falls back onto the seat, still clutching it tight. After closing the door and seeing the taxi off, the guy's face goes red just thinking about her. Kang-yun and Sina are at a restaurant where she offers him a deal. She wants him to pretend that Ryu is dating her as part of a marriage contract. Sipping his wine, Kang-yun asks if he actually has to date her or just act like they're together. When he asks what's in it for him, Sina says he could become the son-in-law of a major law firm chairman. But Kang-yun couldn't care less about that kind of offer. He says he appreciates her concern, but he's used to handling things himself. Getting up from the table, Kang-yun tells her to stop chasing pipe dreams. The girl wakes up startled from her dream and rushes to work. The family law center opens in a week. Han Yojin, who sees Sayanu as her rival, asks if Ryu Kang-yun will be their criminal law consultant. According to attorney Park Jong-chan, a criminal law specialist, he's held the position for 5 years. But the guy laughs and admits he's never had any big cases. Ryu worked as a prosecutor for 9 years. He's probably a walking rulebook Park can't compete with. Han thinks that even if they get a murder case, it'll be domestic, and Kang-yun probably doesn't have that kind of experience. Ryu walks into the conference room as Park declares he'll give it his all, and Ryu praises his drive. Kang-yun says the most important thing for a lawyer is to strive for victory, and he smiles at Sayanu. The heroine remembers having dinner with Ryu, and how that awkward space between them kept shrinking as the bottles emptied. But Sina can't for the life of her remember how the night ended, even though she somehow made it home. She finds it weird how Ryu's been staring at her ever since that day. Kai can't figure out if she told him about the contract, or if it's just because he's the only one who knows the real her. The heroine asks Kang-yun what brings him to their meeting. Turns out, Ryu wants to assign a certain case personally to attorney Sena. She doesn't get why he'd assign it only to her when they've got a whole team for this kind of thing. Kang-yun also came to see Sena's assembled team with his own eyes and brought coffee for everyone. The heroine overhears the other female lawyers talking about how unbelievably hot Ryu is. The guys, on the other hand, think Kang-yun's some kind of a legend. Sena doesn't know Ryu that well yet, and she's wondering if she can get closer to him over time. It doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic thing, though. I mean, maybe she and Kang-yun could end up being good partners, you know? The lawyer waves goodbye, promising to catch up after the meeting. Kai asks her team what they think about Ryu Kang-yun. She says she's curious to hear their opinions since he's consulting for their team. Plus, Kang-yun immediately gave the new department a pretty big case. The junior lawyer, Ha Jung-soo, volunteers to answer since he had an experience with his last case. Jung-soo couldn't shake the feeling that his client was holding back, big time, during their consultation. He kept saying he didn't do anything wrong and that it was all just a bunch of lies. They already had the guy who did it locked up, but my client was facing court time for hiding him. But the longer I dug into the case, the more it felt like my client wasn't just covering for the guy, he was in on it. That's when I got stuck on how to defend him. Even if my client was involved, even if he knew everything, the law says I can't spill the beans. I was running out of people to ask for help, so I went to see Ryu Kang-yun, who was a prosecutor back then. The kid lawyer asked him what the heck he should do. Kang-yun shot back, asking if I was really sure about what I wanted to do. I told him straight up, "Hell no, I'm not sure." So Kang-yun told me to hold my horses and not do anything until I was. Park Jong-chan thought anyone could have pointed out something that obvious. Now Chang-soo is going to keep telling us what happened next. A few days later, Ryu left a file on Ha's desk, a full indictment based on evidence and forensic reports. He told the guy to think it all over and come back when he'd made up his mind. Ryu investigated everything himself, and it turned out that Chang-soo had gotten it all wrong. Turns out the client really didn't know anything, just like he said in the consultation. Everyone's surprised that Kang-yun conducted his own separate investigation to give Ha a chance to make a decision. Sayanu's wondering what Ryu would have said if the client had turned out to be a criminal, like Chang-soo thought. According to Ha, Ryu reminded him not only about the duty to maintain confidentiality, but also about the need to tell the truth. A lawyer shouldn't hide the truth, or make false statements while carrying out their duties. Kang-yun said that if Chang-soo had been sure the client was involved, he would have helped him get to the truth. Sayanu's team of girls are simping over Ryu again. After the meeting, she goes to Kang Hyun's office, where he's, as usual, buried in his work. Blushing, she stands by the door for a bit, afraid to bother him. Ryu tells Sayanu to take a seat first, cause he's gotta finish something up. According to her, the guys on her team have been saying a lot about him, but Kang Hyun keeps working, not even looking up. Sayanu's bothered that he's ignoring her, but Ryu honestly doesn't get why he should care what other people say about him. She asks if hearing something nice about himself would maybe cheer him up. But Kang Hyun thinks that if someone's nice to your face and then gets mad later, they're the type to stab you in the back. Sayanu calls that pessimism, Ryu calls it realism, and she reminds him again how impossible he is. Still, she's realized that Kang Hyun's used to working just as hard as she does, so she asks Ryu to teach her more. She promises to hang on his every word and remember everything he says. Kang Hyun's surprised by her request, but the girl thinks she's awesome for admitting what's due. The more Ryu gets to know this girl, the more interesting she seems, because she acknowledges other people's skills and has the guts to apologize when she needs to. Just as he's about to say something to Saina, the door swings open. Cheon Songmin barges into the office without knocking, which pisses Kang Hyun off because he hates that kind of rudeness. Seeing the guy, she calls him by name and he walks up to her and asks if they know each other. When Saina says her name, Songmin finally remembers her. He shakes her hand, compliments her on how beautiful she's become, and asks how she's doing. Stepping between them, Kang Hyun tells him to cut the small talk and asks Songmin what he wants. The guy says Ryu hasn't been answering his calls, so he had to come in person. Even though Kang Hyun points out he had his reasons, Songmin laughs, saying he knows, which is why he came himself. He says he doesn't have time to wait for their meeting to end, but Ryu insists he doesn't have time for Che either. Sonmin asks for just half an hour, and Se thinks he's hinting that she should leave. She's about to head back to her office, telling the old buddies to take their time and talk it out. Sonmin thanks her for that, but Kang Hyun shouts that she's not the one who should be leaving. Once she's gone, Che flops onto the couch, marveling at how comfy Ryu's office is. Cranking his head around, checking everything out, he asks how much it all cost and if it's sweet being a partner at the firm. Sonmin wonders if Kang Hyun thinks it was the right call to turn down so many offers and end up working here. He asks if it's true that Ki Saena is the chairman's daughter, but Ryu tells him to cut to the chase. Sonmin thinks his way of talking to his friend is harsh, but Kang Hyun doesn't see it as a friendship at all. Even back in college, and still now, Che just uses people when he needs something. That's all their relationship ever was. According to Songmin, he thinks the DA is trying to shake down their company. Right now, they're investigating some shady dealings. When asked what it's about, Songmin says some bigwigs were getting their palms greased. He says the DA's looking for proof, and they're definitely closing in. So Songmin's companies become a target for the DA, where there's some questionable activity, but not a lot of hard evidence. He figures Che came here because something definitely went down. Songmin says there's a little something everywhere because everyone's got their own angle. They haven't raided the company yet, but it's gonna happen sooner or later. Kang Hyun's sure that since it's all hush-hush, there won't be any smoking guns, and this is just a way to trash the company's rep. But for Songmin, this is a real problem because the company that wants to invest in them is super protective of its reputation. And these accusations could cost his firm a killer opportunity. Kang Hyun sets a timer and puts his phone on the table, saying that one of the directors might go rogue and spill the beans to the DA. He says, "If you get caught by the tail, you gotta chop it off." And Che asks if he should turn in the guy who paid the bribe or the guy who took it. Ryu reminds him that their job isn't to rob the company blind, but to trash its image. So they just need to get rid of the one guy who can handle the whole situation on his own. Songmin feels bad about doing this, because he says this guy is really hot right now. Kang Hyun already knows he's talking about Che himself, but if the guy hesitates, the company won't last until the power shift. Obviously, none of the employees want to lose their jobs, and maybe this time they should just play ball. Songmin smiles and says he needs to think this over real good. The more he looks at Kang Hyun, the more he thinks he should be a strategist, not a lawyer. Songmin's asking if he wants to join them. Chi heard Ryu turn down a team leader position with $1 billion salary, but he thinks it's better to have a choice than settle for what you get. Kang Hyun doesn't usually give advice like this for free, but it's been less than 10 minutes, so he won't charge Songmin. In return, he doesn't want to see that guy here again, but Che says he'd rather pay since he'll be back. After promising not to cause Ryu any trouble, Songmin leaves his office. Suddenly remembering something, he turns to the secretary and asks where Ki Saena's office is. She's totally surprised when Chae Sungmin walks into her office. Saina looks at her old flame, and even though her heart should be racing at the memory, for her it's just a reminder of a total screw-up. Noticing Sungmin checking out her office, she points out that Ryu's office is bigger. Cha says this office suits her because it's small, tidy, and super cozy. The guy thinks that parrot lamp is totally Kai-C's style. Last year, she defended a lamp designer in court who married another designer, but they got divorced. The husband stole her design and won an award at some international competition. The official reason was betrayal and a breach of trust, but the investigation dug up some dirt. Turns out, the dude didn't marry her for love. He was having a creative block, jealous of her talent, and wanted to steal it. So, right after the wedding, he pushed for a kid and suggested she be a stay-at-home mom, all to derail her career. In the end, the husband refused to admit guilt, saying they were together because they had similar ideas. He argued that his wife should be happy about her husband's success, and that wasn't grounds for divorce. Still, the court ruled in favor of the wife, since it was clear there was no salvaging that relationship. After that, Sina's client designed something that screamed freedom and ease. Before long, she was this internationally acclaimed, famous designer. She gifted one of her designs to her lawyer as thanks for fighting for the freedom that Kai inspired in her. The girl tells Sungmin that this unique lamp is a gift from her client. But next week, she's moving to a different office. It's way bigger so she can properly welcome Sungmin there, cause she barely has anything here. Cha wants to send her a flower basket to congratulate her career success and celebrate their unexpected reunion. Sena refuses, but according to Sungmin, he's genuinely happy to see her, cause he thought about her sometimes when he was abroad. She pretends to be embarrassed, but she knows he's full of it, since he couldn't even remember her name recently. Sungmin suggests they grab lunch sometime since they work in the same area, so it'd be easy to meet up. He's been back for ages, living in Seoul, and now he's handing Seon his business card. Before she can even turn to her bag to give him hers, she notices he's already found it on the desk. In that moment, she understood why Sungmin was so popular with the students. Sure, she's grown up and Chae doesn't impress her like he used to, but Ki seems just as cool as Kang Yun. Not wanting to hold her up any longer, Sungmin says goodbye and promises to hit her up later. Slumping into the chair, she thinks about how different she and Ryu are, one so cold and unapproachable, the other so welcoming. Twirling Sungmin's card in her fingers, she thinks about how he's always been so affectionate and friendly. She always thought he'd become a judge when he graduated college. Never expected him to end up leading the legal team at some huge company. Turns out she doesn't really know any of these guys at all. She used to just be jealous of them, so she tried to stay away. There's a knock on Sina's office door, and Kang Yun suddenly appears. He's holding a folder of documents, and she remembers he was going to give her some assignment. Sungmin showing up completely threw Sana off, and she totally forgot about it. Kai asks why he didn't just call her in, while Ryu's checking out the parrot-shaped lamp, saying how weird it is. Handing her the folder, he asks her to take a look at a new case. It's a divorce case involving the director of a company Kang Yun's consulting for. Sina figures this guy's from a big organization, and the client's often someone with serious pull. Out of nowhere, Ryu tells her about a girl who was killed in India a couple of years ago. The main character's trying to figure out how the company they're talking about is connected to India. Kang Yun said there was no evidence, no witnesses, and the cops were totally stumped. The victim had no known enemies. The police questioned everyone she knew, but they came up empty. Ryu smirks and says the only witness turned out to be the victim's parrot. Kang Yun asks if Saena knows a parrot's got the brains of like a 5-year-old kid. This smart bird recognized the perp and freaked out, and thanks to him, a dead-end case got cracked wide open. The heroine asks if their current case has anything to do with that incident. Ryu says no, he just remembered the story when he saw that parrot lamp. Looking at him, Saena can't figure out how this guy's brain works. Normal people associate parrots with, like, the tropics. The guy laughs and asks if the story wasn't interesting. The heroine opens a folder and finds photos showing bruises on different parts of some guy's body. Kang Yun says this is the condition of the client she's supposed to represent. Saena asks who put him in this state, but Ryu wants her to figure it out herself. She realizes these injuries didn't happen overnight. Someone's been beating him for a long time. Since the client is filing for divorce, that means his wife was the one hitting him. The way she sees it, they shouldn't be filing for divorce, but pressing charges for abuse. These photos show he needs to be separated from his wife ASAP, and this has clearly been going on for years. But Kang Yun says they can't do that because first of all, the client doesn't want to. And it's not about fear of revenge, but either way, the abuse isn't the reason for this divorce. Saena doesn't get it. It's obviously domestic abuse, and they need to get a restraining order. But Kangyun reminds her that their client wants an uncontested divorce, not a court battle. He's also offering a non-disclosure agreement about the divorce reason, and he's willing to pay her off to sign it. She can't figure out why the client's offering his wife money. Even if he cheated, this seems like overkill. Kangyun asks if she's ever dealt with domestic abuse cases before, because they're surprisingly common. He points out that the wife is usually the victim in these situations and asks her why she thinks that is. Most of the time, the husband's the aggressor, often because of old-fashioned ideas about gender roles, but sometimes it's aggression issues and booze. Ryu chimes in that a husband who hits his wife is going to get slammed and held accountable. You don't even need a lawyer for that. But Saina's missing something. If both husband and wife throw punches, the husband's going to look way more threatening, just because of size and strength. So Kang-hyun asks her, what happens if it comes out that the CEO of a trading company got beat up by his wife? She finally gets it. The client wants to protect his reputation, because he's got a lot of power that he's built up over years. So, the client isn't exactly a protected victim, but he could still get hurt again, because people will make fun of him. He's a big-shot businessman getting beat up by his wife, not exactly the kind of victim people are going to feel sorry for. The heroine realized what Kang-hyun meant. There's another wrinkle in this case. Not only is the client's wife abusive, but she's refusing to grant him a divorce. She's threatened to spill all his secrets if he tries to force her hand, which makes things super complicated. Kang-hyun says there's even more to it, and the heroine's blown away by just how messed up this case is. In the event of a divorce, the wife is demanding a share of the company, but that's a total non-starter. Sina's horrified by what she's hearing. This case is getting worse with every single detail. According to her, you couldn't expect anything less from Kang-hyun. Divorce is a battle, where the most important thing is the transgressions of the spouses who are trying to get as much benefit as possible. Leaning on the heroine's desk, Kang-hyun asks if this means she won't take the case. When asked what Ryu would do if she refused, the guy answers he hadn't thought about it since he was sure she'd say yes. Sina says not to get her wrong, but she's only taking this case out of curiosity, cause she said she was ready to learn from Kang-hyun. Finally, Ryu asks the girl to be free tonight, cause she's got a meeting with a client. When Ki, shocked by his nerve, asks if he even considered she might have plans, Kang-hyun just gives a short, nope. Turning to her and smirking, he replies that he was just planning on snatching Sina away. Saying goodbye to the girl for now, he leaves the office, but she tells him to hold up. She wants to know if the girl's husband was the one responsible for that parrot incident. According to Kang-hyun, it's obvious, cause her nephew was the killer. The girl doesn't get what's so obvious about someone killing their own aunt, but she immediately figures it was all about the money. That evening, the girl, escorted by Kang-hyun, meets with the client at a Korean restaurant. Ryu introduces them, and the man hands Kai-seon his business card. It says her client, Kim Taek-ju, is the CEO of a well-known pharmaceutical company. Looking at the man, Kai wonders if his body is covered in bruises like in the photos. Kim seems like a healthy guy with a good vibe, and Sina wonders why Ryu showed her those pictures and set up this meeting on the same day. Taek-ju offers the lawyer a drink, and she hesitantly agrees. But Kang-hyun tries to talk him out of it, saying it's their first meeting. Still, Sena waves Ryu off, insisting that a drink might help during a tough conversation. The man really is feeling pretty anxious, so a little booze wouldn't hurt. CEO Kim downs 2 shots of sake back-to-back, and noticing his discomfort, Ryu offers to reschedule if he wants. Kang-hyun even offers to leave if that'd make the client more comfortable, but Taek-ju insists he hear him out too. He sighs, then starts spilling how he tried to act tough as a director while his wife was beating him at home. This year was their 18th wedding anniversary, and they have 2 kids. The guy's glad his son's at boarding school and his daughter's in Canada, cause they shouldn't have to see their dad like this. He downs another shot and takes another deep breath, then Kim says it started 5 years ago after his mom passed. They weren't exactly spring chickens when they met, and they got hitched 3 months later. Their families were on the same level. But less than a year after the wedding, his wife's family went belly up, completely wiped out. They were fighting over their assets, and at first Kim's mom kept quiet, but it bugged her. But later on, the old lady kept calling Taeju's wife and threatening to end the marriage. She couldn't wrap her head around how their business could collapse in a year and figured her family was running some kind of scam. The woman would tear into her daughter-in-law at every holiday right in front of the whole family. A bad relationship with your husband's family is a totally legit reason to split up. And if you can't resolve that mess, it'll destroy everyone's relationships. But Kim Joo couldn't stand up for himself because his parents were bankrolling his business. His wife wanted a divorce because she couldn't take the abuse, so Kim suggested they have a kid. He figured if they had a grandchild, his mom would finally lay off his wife. Kim admits he was useless, so he just avoided his wife and his mother. When Kim was at work or traveling, his mom was constantly bad-mouthing and pushing his wife's buttons. All he could do for his wife was give her money, but he totally neglected her emotional needs. Kim thought she'd be happy getting jewelry, clothes, and designer bags. When his wife's parents lost their fortune, he sent them cash and even built them a house on the edge of town, but it didn't fix anything. Taekju's mom talked smack about his wife right up until the day she died, and when the old lady finally kicked the bucket, he felt relief, not grief. Kim figured, she won't bother my wife anymore. Things will finally get better. But things ended up going in a completely different direction. With her favorite target gone, his wife started blaming Kim for everything. Then one day, after Taekju came home dead tired from work, she snapped and went after him. She was screaming, throwing anything she could get her hands on, then started kicking and punching him. This went on for 5 years. Taekju tried everything: therapy, living apart. But healing years of built-up trauma wasn't easy, so now he just sighs and admits it's all his fault. After hearing her client's story, the heroine wonders who really started this whole mess. So you've got the wife's bankruptcy, the husband's family not helping when they totally could've, and the mother-in-law being a straight-up nightmare. No amount of effort from the husband could fix that mess, and family ties definitely played a role. Basically, it was a perfect storm of everything going wrong at once. Sina's saying Taeju isn't to blame, and that the way he treated his wife was actually pretty admirable. But if he starts blaming himself, he'll just keep making excuses for the way he's been treated. Kim, looking down, says sadly that his wife wasn't always like this. He fell for her amazing smile the second he saw it, you know? And he just can't stand seeing her scream and cry anymore. Her pain is eating him alive. Sina silently grabs a bottle from the table and pours herself a shot of soju. Ryu whispers to his colleague to maybe cut himself off. She's getting pissed at how scared he is that she'll screw up the meeting, like she hasn't done this a million times. So, ignoring Kang Yun, she slams back her drink in one go. Kim Taek-ju thanks the lawyers for listening to his long, drawn-out story. But Sina understands how tough things have been for the guy. He doesn't want to feel this way about his wife, but she's pushing him to the edge, and he's lost on what to do. Taek-ju's terrified they'll both just end up going down if they keep living like this. Whenever he starts thinking about the worst-case scenario, he tries to remember the company and his kids. But right now, even that's not enough to pull him back. Sina tells him to cut himself some slack and promises she'll help him out. Meanwhile, Ryu Kang-hyun's already regretting setting up this meeting in a dump like this. These two are already hammered from all the emotional baggage. I feel like a fifth wheel here. Ki-sina's positive she can help Mr. Kim if he's willing to play ball. Her promise to go all in on this is really hitting him hard. She's telling him she's a pro at this, and all he's got to do is trust her. Taeju pulls an envelope out of his bag and hands it to Sina. Inside is an invitation to a charity gala his company's throwing. He suggests she come to the event and, while she's there, meet his wife. Without missing a beat, Ki-sina accepts the invite. But according to Kim, this evening's all about helping kids in need, and it's strictly for married couples. She's quick to tell her client that she's single. Taekju noticed Ryu Kang-hyun's invited too, so they can show up together, cause it doesn't matter if they're spouses or just partners. After seeing the client out, she's breathing heavy, feels like she's gonna hurl any second. Kang-hyun thinks she should have stopped when he told her to, offers to grab her some hangover cure, but Sina refuses. She blames him, says he let her drink alone after hearing that client's messed up story, someone who needed support. Kang-hyun reminds her that he's a lawyer, not a drinking buddy, and asks if she always counsels clients like that. Sina figures he wouldn't get it, since he specializes in something completely different. Because giving divorce advice isn't just about convincing someone to split up or patch things up. It's about understanding the client's pain and why they actually want a divorce. Whether they want to fix the problem or just get some payback. The client's sailing on a ship called Divorce, and the lawyer's the captain, guiding them and steering them in the right direction. Sina's asking if Kang-hyun gets what she's trying to say. Ryu smirks, saying he knew her heart was in the right place all along. He was just giving her a hard time. She brings up the charity gala they're supposed to attend together. But Kangyun's like, who said I'm going? He was never planning on accepting the invite. If he gave every client this much attention, he'd never sleep. Sina's confused, asking what he expects her to do then. The guy reminds her she sees herself as a pro, so she should figure it out. But then he smiles and asks if she really wants them to go together, like a couple. Ki-sena, getting annoyed, repeats her question to Kangyun. But he just throws his question right back at her, like he's messing with her, and she's about to lose it. The guy's smirking at her, and she's practically radiating annoyance. He's blown away by how expressive her face is. Suddenly jumping up, Sina asks why he won't help her out when he always gives other people leads, especially since he said he doesn't hate her. She doesn't get why he's refusing, especially since this kind of thing should be right up his alley. Arms crossed, Kang-hyun tells her she's pushing it if this is some kind of accusation. But then, grinning, he suggests they test the lawyer's skills and see if she can play the part of a wife. Sina will have to talk about the divorce not as a lawyer, but as the spouse. She asks if he's serious, and Ryu says he is. Once Sina felt like she'd recovered enough from what she drank, Kang-hyun drove her home. She thanks him, says goodbye, and heads inside while he watches her go for a bit. He's positive that in any other situation, she'd have turned him down flat, even if he begged on his hands and knees. Ryu can't figure out why he's digging this side of her, all whiny and clingy. Usually, she's a totally different person to everyone else. He finds it amusing that she acts so different around him, and on top of that, he's gotta admit, he likes it. Other people only see Ki-seon's arrogant front, but Ryu's seen what's underneath. He can't believe he's feeling this way about her, so he pushes the thought away and peels out of the parking lot. The next day, while she's at work, the heroine gets a text from a number she doesn't recognize. The sender wants to meet up Friday night, and Sina figures someone just got the wrong number. Before she can even reply to double-check, her phone starts ringing. A guy's voice on the other end asks if she really doesn't have his number saved. So, Chae Sung-min here, and I gotta say, that's a real bummer to hear. Sina, my bad. I totally spaced and didn't save your number. You never got back to me, so I figured I'd just take the lead and call you myself. So, Sung-min again. Just throwing it out there. Friday night still good for you? She's drawing a blank here, because she's already locked in for a charity gala that night. She decides to lay it all out there, and after apologizing, turns him down. To smooth things over, Sina suggests grabbing lunch sometime next week instead. She promises to give him a heads up to nail down the details, and Song-min says he'll be waiting. Hanging up, she starts digging through her papers, trying to find his business card, which she swears she left right here. Girl's been so swamped lately, she's clearly starting to lose it a little. Right then, she gets a text from Kang-hyun asking where he should pick her up on Friday at 7. Sina suggests meeting up in the Gangnam Naveb district. Friday evening, Kang-hyun arrives at the agreed spot, pulls into a parking space, and gets out of his car. He lights a cigarette and reads a message from Sina, who's sending him a list of questions about his preferences. She wants to know his favorite place, food, color, movie genre, favorite book, and his ideal type of girl. Ryu replies that his favorite place is home. He doesn't have a favorite food. He likes black, crime thrillers. His favorite book is the Penal Code, and he doesn't have an ideal type of girl. When she asks if he could have answered normally, he texts back that he took this thing as seriously as possible. When Ryu suggests Sena answer the same questions, she gives detailed answers to each one. The guy's about to light another cigarette, but just then he hears the click of heels behind him. Turning around, Kang-hyun sees a gorgeously dressed Sena standing there, and he can't take his eyes off her for a second. She smiles and he snaps out of it, face turning bright red. Sena apologizes for taking so long to get ready and making him wait, but Kang-hyun doesn't say a word, just stares at her. She feels totally ridiculous in this outfit and starts rambling about who she thinks she looks like. It's the first time she's dressed like this, and Ryu's stare is making her feel even more self-conscious. Sena complains that she put in so much effort, and he can't even give her a compliment. Since he's still not saying anything, she tells him to finish his smoke while she gets in the car. But Ryu tosses his cigarette in the trash, catches up to her, and opens the car door. He guides her head so she doesn't bump it and helps her into the car. Then, Kang-hyun gets in the driver's seat and lets out a heavy sigh. He couldn't figure out why he froze up and couldn't say a damn thing to her. He could have found the words to tell her how gorgeous she was, but he just choked. Because, honestly, no words could have captured what he was feeling right then. Sena breaks the awkward silence, suddenly gushing about his new ride. She peppers Ryu with questions about how comfy it is to drive and if it's got autopilot. Kang-hyun tries to jump in and finally, give her a compliment. But Sina keeps rambling about the car, imagining she'll get one too when she makes partner. Ryu, unable to take it anymore, almost cuts her off to tell her she looks beautiful tonight. But he chickens out and just tells her to buckle up, even though she already is. A little while later, they're walking into the exhibition hall where the charity gala's happening. Kang-hyun looks at Sena, totally confused when she suddenly grabs his arm. She smiles, all sneaky, and reminds him they're supposed to be working together. Then Ryu, without missing a beat, laughs and takes her hand. In his mind, that's exactly how a married couple should act in public. When she asks what kind of married couples hold hands in places like this, Ryu says newlyweds do. He suggests they pretend to be on their honeymoon and pulls her toward the hall. Sina can't figure this guy out. First he didn't want to come, now he's putting on this whole show. Suddenly, a little ways off, she spots her client, and his wife is right next to him. With her thin frame and tired face, she looks more like a little fawn. It's hard to believe that this woman could cause her husband so much grief. Kim Taek-ju's stoked to see his buddy, the lawyer Ryu Kang-hyun. He thanks the guy for the invite and introduces his wife, Ki Se-na, to the couple. Shin-juan introduces herself to the girl and tells her how glad she is she came. Sena admits she's never been to anything like this before and asks her to show her around. Taek-ju's all for it, saying he actually needs to chat with Kang-hyun about something anyway. She's about to head off with the hostess, but Ryu stops her. He takes the jacket off her shoulders and tells her to put her hands in the sleeves. Then Kang-hyun buttons it up for her, saying it's chilly in here and she might catch a cold. Sina thinks this is kinda weird, but Ryu's sure he's just being a loving, caring husband. She thinks he looks less caring and more out of touch, but Kang-hyun thinks it's not that bad. While they're standing a little ways off, arguing, Madam Shin-ju-eun is watching everything unfold. Sina comes back and apologizes for making her wait, saying she and her husband needed to talk. Out of the blue, Shin-ju asks the girl if they're married because they're in love. While our girl's figuring out what to say, the woman remarks that it's obvious how good they are together. Shin says she saw Kang-hyun with her husband, and he seemed like a pretty cold dude back then. But you never really know what someone's really like, 'cause people usually only see the surface. Listening to her, our girl's trying to figure out what Shin herself wants from her own husband. The woman explains that she and her husband manage a few different foundations. Usually these events are like selling artwork from up-and-comers, and some of the cash goes to charity. There's some of that art on display today, and you can jump in on the auction if you want. Shin decides to show Sina every single exhibit. The girl's checking out the paintings, totally absorbed. Shin stops in front of one and asks Sina what she thinks of the piece. She turns around, and a shiver runs down her spine because the painting just fills her with this indescribable dread. She admits she doesn't know much about art, but this one kind of freaks her out. It's like something's hiding in that darkness, and it could jump out at you any second. When he hears that, Shin suddenly bursts out laughing. She's confused, like what did she say that was so funny? She figures nobody in their right mind would want to hang something like that in their house. And that's when Shin admits that he painted it. Hearing that, the heroine feels awkward about what she said and tries to explain herself. But Madame Ju tells her there's no need. She actually found her comment about someone looking like they're about to jump out of the painting pretty interesting. She doesn't even remember exactly what she was trying to capture when she painted it, or if she was feeling anger, sadness, or if it was a completely different version of herself. Maybe she was just trying to get away from something when she painted this. But now, Shin suddenly realizes that the flood of emotions she felt at that moment was fear. After a pause, the woman asks Sina what she does for a living. She says she's good at reading people, and she knew right away that attorney Kang-hyun was a complicated guy. And since Sina's his wife, she's obviously no pushover either. Shin steps closer to the girl and asks if she's a shrink. The heroine admits that she's a lawyer too. The woman replies with a smile, saying she already knew that. She figured it out right away because her husband couldn't lie to save his life. When Sina asked Shin for a tour, Kim Taek was practically trying to bolt, and the woman knew she was here to see her. The heroine confirms what she said and admits she wanted to hear her story. Shin asks Sina if she'll get in trouble if she doesn't tell her anything. The heroine says no and assures her that she's free to refuse. But then with a sigh, she asks the girl to follow her. Not finding a good private place to sit, they head out onto the balcony. Shin asks Sina if she and Kang-hyun are really married, so she's gonna tell everyone that she and Ryu are just co-workers. Shin thinks they're actually a great match, like totally couple material. The girl's not buying it. They're polar opposites in everything. Tastes, personality, the whole deal. Still, the woman thinks opposites usually attract, right? She says she and her husband are too alike, and that's why they clash so much. Since Seinu already knows the basics, she asks Shin to spill her guts. The woman asks if she wants to know why she hasn't split up yet, or maybe why she handles her husband, or just why she lives like this. The heroine answers that she wants to know what Shin really wants. The woman wonders if Kai has ever hated someone so much she wanted them dead, like fighting the urge to choke them when they turn their back, or stab them with the knife you're holding, like daydreaming about crashing the car when you're riding with him, wishing he'd get struck by lightning in a storm or, fall off something high. According to Shin, her mother-in-law was that person for her. It started as an arranged marriage between two families, but when her family went bankrupt, the mother-in-law straight up hated her. When Shin first got pregnant, she came over to their place and dragged her around by the hair. The mother-in-law claimed she did it to trap her son. Without even realizing it, Shin probably decided right then and there that she'd get revenge for all the pain and suffering one day. When the mother-in-law died, Kim Taek-ju seemed relieved, actually. But Shin was devastated because the woman she hated had just died peacefully. She thought it was totally unfair and was ready to go to any lengths to get even, so she took a bunch of pills to follow her, but she lived. So, she asks Saena with a smile if her husband ever told her about any of this. She figures Mr. Kim probably had no clue, otherwise he would have been the first to spill the beans. Though Shin says it herself, her husband definitely didn't know anything. He was way too busy back then. While she was living through hell, he was just acting like everything was sunshine and rainbows. That's why Shin started roughing him up, because her mother-in-law worshipped her son, so that was the only way to get back at her. Turning to Saena, Madame Ju asks her as a lawyer if she thinks there are enough reasons for a divorce. Any guy would be humiliated to admit his own wife is beating him black and blue. And if Saena really wants to know what she's thinking, she wishes her husband would sink even lower. She wants him to feel what it was like for her, sinking deeper and deeper into that personal nightmare every single day. But Shin just messes him up and he apologizes and then has the nerve to ask for a divorce. Even when arguing with his mother, all he did was apologize. They never fought each other, but Kim never stood up for his wife. He supported her in private, but wouldn't even try to defend her in public. Shin could feel how pointless this hypocrisy was, and now, after wasting years of her life suffering, she's not about to grant him a divorce. Saying that, Shin leaves the balcony because it's time for her to get the event started. Sina tries to stop her, but she walks away anyway and bumps into Kang Yun. The heroine sinks to the floor and admits she messed up big time. When she asks what Ryu's doing here, he says everyone was wondering where his wife disappeared to, so he came to get her. Sina says she messed up on this too, and they don't have to keep up the charade anymore. Ryu sits next to the girl and says he's really bummed, because now he won't be able to learn more about himself through her questions. He was watching the women, and it seemed like they were having a good conversation. Sina sighs, realizing that Kang Yun could see them perfectly from the garden. According to her, this is a disaster, because she doesn't know what that woman wants, but she's definitely not letting him get divorced. But as it turns out, Ryu talked to her too, and what she said was pretty insightful. Sina's dying to know what Shinju said to the lawyer. He said the woman declared that this fire can't be stopped now, and it'll only die down when everything's burned to the ground. That must mean she's going to see this through to the bitter end, no matter what. Sina thinks she failed as a lawyer because she couldn't even think on her feet when Shin asked her what she did for a living. And here she was, sitting in the salon getting her hair done, carefully planning exactly what she'd say to Madame Ju when they met. Instead of asking the questions, she got caught up in someone else's drama. Sina can't figure out what a couple could possibly want from each other after all that went down. Maybe it's about splitting the stock options in the divorce. Listening to the girl's heartbreak, Ryu instinctively reaches out to comfort her, but then he catches himself and pulls back. Leaning in close, he asks her why, out of all the areas of law, she chose to specialize in divorces. Sina doesn't get the random question and throws one back at him, wondering why he stopped being a prosecutor. Lost in thought, Kang Yun replies that he didn't have a choice. The girl doesn't buy it, since he always knew things others didn't, worked in special forces, and became a star prosecutor. According to Ryu, things just don't always go as planned, like when a crucial part of that plan depends on someone's trust. He totally switches the subject, suggests we head inside cause it's getting breezy out here. She wants to hang out a bit longer, tells Kang Yun to go on in without her. He doesn't say a word, just takes off his jacket and puts it around her shoulders. She admits she thought he was a real ice king, but his jacket's actually super warm. She's about to say something else, but then she just cuts herself off and goes silent. Ryu's waiting for her to finish what she was saying, but she can't bring herself to say it out loud. Back then, when he covered her with his jacket, it warmed her so much she mistook him for someone else. Kang Yun's trying to figure out why she suddenly clammed up, but she tells him to forget about it. Instead, Sina decides to tell him why she became a divorce lawyer. People often shared their stories with her, and she wanted to understand them. Everyone deals with heartbreak and suffers for totally different reasons, you know? Everyone's situation is unique. Sina figured if she became a divorce lawyer, she could understand and forgive one particular person. When Ryu asked who she was talking about, she said it was her mom. Without looking up, she wondered what Kang Yun was thinking, what kind of look he was giving her right now. Was he frowning because the topic was heavy, or was his face just blank as usual? But she definitely wasn't expecting what he said next. Looking right into her eyes, Ryu suddenly tells her she's really beautiful. Sina's pissed he's just now throwing out a compliment out of nowhere, like he should have said it when she walked out of the salon. Then it hits her. Maybe he's just trying to make her feel better. Looking all bummed, she snaps, "Yeah, I know I'm hot, everyone knows I'm hot, even the mutts on the street know it." Ryu smirks and says he was talking about the beauty of her heart. Ruffling her hair, he laughs and adds that her looks are totally not his type anyway. His behavior pisses her off again, and she jumps at the chance to point out that he's not her type either. She vows to make him fall for her and then dump him, and even though Ryu doubts she can, Sina thinks he's just scared to fall in love with her. Realizing they're both acting like teenagers, the girl suggests they stop this back and forth. In that moment, she thinks that no matter how much her father wants Kang Yun as his son-in-law, and no matter what he offered for it, the outcome is obvious. This guy just can't have any feelings for her. If everything she wanted came easy, Sina would never have signed a contract with these kinds of strings attached. Ryu snaps her out of her thoughts by getting to his feet and suggesting they head home. But when Sina puts her hand in his, he suddenly pulls her close and wraps her in a hug. She's trying to figure out what he's up to. Ryu pulls her close again, telling her he thinks he's the only one who really sees how beautiful she is. Suddenly, the problem you've been racking your brain over is so easy to solve. You just gotta face it head on, and bam, the answer just appears right in front of you. When she's pissed, yelling, or giving you that haughty, mean look. When she's bending over backwards to make amends, or helping out with all that fighting spirit. The way her eyes light up when she talks to him, every single one of those moments is beautiful to Ryu in its own way, and he wants what he likes about her to be just for his eyes only. Kang Yun asks if it'll sound weird, like something's wrong with him, if he says she's even more beautiful. On Monday, Saina walks into her new office and takes it all in. Okay, it's smaller than the partner's offices, sure, but the lighting's better and there's enough room for everything. She originally wanted to put her desk by the window, soak up some sun, but now she's thinking of putting a couch there, make clients more comfortable during consultations. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door and a delivery guy walks in. After confirming her last name, he hands her a bouquet of flowers, sent to her name from Chae Seung-min. Sina's trying to figure out why he'd send such a gift. It's way too extravagant just to say congrats on the promotion. Instantly, she pinches her nose and squeezes her eyes shut, tears already streaming down her face. She's super allergic to flowers. In the note, Seung-min wished her a future that blossoms, just like a flower. Guess Sina should have told him about the allergy to begin with, so he wouldn't waste his money, though, on the other hand. It's the thought that counts, right? She walks out of her office trying to figure out where to put these things. Just then, she bumps into Kang Yun in the hallway. Looking at his calm face, she remembers the words he said to her on the balcony that day. Cursing herself for getting so flustered just seeing him, Ki Saena mentally tells herself to get a grip. Ryu asks where she got the bouquet, and she tells him that Seung-min sent it. In an instant, the guy in front of her suddenly turns dark as hell. Not holding back, he calls Chae a real piece of work, shocking Saena. She offers Ryu the flowers if he likes them since she's allergic to pollen, but he says he doesn't want them, and she wonders what to do with them. Suddenly, she gets a brilliant idea to give the bouquet to Director Kai. When he asks why that thought amuses her so much, Saena replies that her father's allergic too. The girl notices a glass in Kang Yun's hand and asks what drink it is. Turns out, Ryu brought it for her, figuring she didn't have time for breakfast with the move to the new office. The heroine is super impressed that Kang Yun cares so much about his team. They head out to the courtyard and sit down in the shade of the gazebo, where Sina happily sips her drink. After the first sip, she smiles because Ryu brought her favorite watermelon juice. It's tough to find this time of year, and Sena asks him to get it for her next time, or tell her where he found it so she can buy it herself. Kang Hyun smiles and suggests they grab lunch together today. He asks about her schedule to figure out the best time to head out for lunch. Ryu suggests having bibimbap with beef carpaccio for lunch, and Sena praises him for the awesome choice. Agreeing to meet at 1 in his office, Kang Hyun gets up to head back inside. She watches him go, wondering why Ryu's acting like nothing happened today. Maybe those words weren't a confession at all, and she just imagined the whole thing. I mean, he was being vague, and the situation wasn't exactly romantic, but for some reason, she thought Ryu was confessing his feelings. 'Cause if she was right, they would have talked about it on the way home, at least a little. But he didn't ask a single question, didn't show even the slightest sign of being bothered. Thinking about it, Kang Hyun was pretty much acting normal. Now she's starting to think she's got too big of an ego, and that's why she conjured up all this crazy stuff. Right before they were supposed to leave, Kang Hyun called Se-nu to his office, and when she walked in, he immediately hung up, even though he was on a call. He tells her that even though they were going to grab some food, he's got a super important meeting and has to leave right after lunch. She suggests they just eat separately today, but he asks her to sit down because he already ordered takeout. Kang Hyun's really hoping Sena digs the lunch. She's totally stoked. Never thought she'd be grubbing on something this good right here in the office. Chowing down, she's like, "How have I never heard of this place? I've lived around here for 7 years." Ryu smiles and says the cafe's near the prosecutor's office, and he used to grab lunch there pretty often. He says it's even better at the restaurant because they serve it in a copper bowl. Sena admits she's also more into bibimbap in copper bowls than in stone ones. She thinks beef tastes better cooked in a stone pot, and Ryu's totally on board with that. Still crushing her lunch, she tells Kang Hyun she's been hung up all weekend on that fire Shinju Yoon mentioned, and Sena thinks she's figured out why the woman used that particular word. She asks Kang Hyun if he knows that when you can't put out a forest fire, they sometimes fight fire with fire. The guy realizes she's talking about fighting fire with fire. Firefighters call it a backburn, intentionally setting a fire in the path of a wildfire to stop it from spreading. Shinju said she wants her husband to suffer as much as she has. So, putting it all together, looks like she wants him to give her a taste of her own medicine. Ryu agrees that when someone just lashes out in one direction, it doesn't actually make them feel better. But Sena can't exactly tell Director Kim to retaliate against his wife. She's been so stressed about it all weekend, it's given her a massive headache. Ryu suggests they just finish their lunch and asks if anyone's ever told her she's a bit insensitive. Putting on airs, she claims she can read minds, since she even figured out Shin was talking about fighting fire with fire. Kang Hyun backs her up and again suggests they get back to eating. Sena promises to forgive him for that, only because the lunch was so delicious. She digs into her food again, totally loving it, while Kang Hyun just smiles watching her. Later, behind the wheel, Ryu replays their conversation in his head. He smirks, remembering what she said about being able to read minds. Even though Kang Hyun had some urgent business come up, he didn't want to ditch Sena on their plans. So, he waited around the restaurant for about an hour and got the food to go. Ryu was second-guessing if it was even worth it, but her happy face shut down all those doubts. She's the kind of subordinate you just want to take care of and get closer to. But it seems like Kang Hyun feels something more for Sena, and he can't quite put his finger on it yet, but he's sure time will tell. For now, he'll just get closer to her, little by little, step by step. Ryu will open his heart and wait for Kai-Sena to figure it out herself. The only thing bugging him is that he's sure Chae Song-min is up to something, but that guy isn't worthy to even breathe the same air as her, not 10 years ago, not now. And even though Sena has no clue, Kang Hyun is dead set on getting rid of him. Meanwhile, the girl calls Song-min, who answers and says that her calling him first is even better than he expected. Sena thanks him for the flowers, saying it really wasn't necessary, but she decides to keep quiet about all the crying and sniffling. Song-min tells her not to worry about it, because he gave her the gift from the bottom of his heart. Then Chae suddenly adds that he's trying to make up for lost time, because if he hadn't gone abroad back then, they definitely would have been close. There's an awkward silence on the line because she doesn't know how to respond to that. Finally, she decides to change the subject and asks when Song-min is free, so she can take him to dinner like she promised. The guy doesn't want to waste any time, so he suggests meeting up tonight. Checking her schedule, Sena promises to head over to Song-min's office after work. So, with that settled, Chae says he'll be waiting for her tonight. Our girl hangs up, feeling like she did the right thing, 'cause she doesn't want to owe Sonmin anything. There's a knock at the door, and it's Han, the lawyer. She's here to check out Sina's new office, and after looking around, she's genuinely happy for her. Our girl says it's about time Han moved up to the second floor too. She's sure their team's gonna kill it, because Sina knows better than anyone how talented she is. She pulls out a chair and tells Attorney Kai to have a seat. She knows that look on Han's face, the one she gets when she's about to dish some dirt. Suddenly, she mentions she was walking past Kang Yun's office and saw it was empty. When asked why Han's suddenly talking about Ryu, she whispers that she's heard some things about him. She's asking Sena if she knows why he quit the prosecutor's office. When she says no, Han tells her it was because of a woman. That sounds like total BS to her. She can barely believe Kang Yun would give up his position for something like that. Still, Han insists her husband's friend works at the Seoul prosecutor's office, and he's the one who told her the story. The woman was Ryu's subordinate, worked with him in the same office. Sena, while she can't say for sure, finds it hard to believe Kang Yun would be mixed up in some kind of workplace scandal with a coworker. Han doesn't get why she thinks that. Everyone's got their secrets, right? A prosecutor who just got a promotion would only quit because of something personal. At first, Han thought Ryu was having an affair, but then it turned out he got into a physical altercation with a senior prosecutor because of that girl. That also sounds weird to Sena. She thought Kang Yun's main weapon was his words, and now he suddenly used force. Dude always seemed like the chillest guy, super level-headed, you know? But if the rumors are true, he totally lost it, and something big must have set him off. Han says, yeah, Ryu might seem cold and calculating, but this was just one of those things that could happen to anyone. Sena's thinking maybe that prosecutor had it coming too. We can't just jump to conclusions without knowing the whole story, right? Han's sticking to her guns, telling Sena not to judge a book by its cover, especially since she doesn't really know Kang Yun. Can't argue with that, 'cause she really didn't know the guy back then. This other colleague's seriously bummed about Ryu, 'cause in the prosecutor's office, rank matters, and he went off on someone higher up. She admits she gets worked up sometimes, but she always takes her job seriously. It reminds her of what Prosecutor Park said about Kang Hyun turning the whole place upside down. He did say, though, that Ryu was a total pro. Getting canned over something like that just feels wrong and raises a ton of questions. So she wants to know if Han's sure about what he's saying, and the lawyer confirms it without a second thought. She wanted to dig deeper, but the prosecutor's office issued a gag order. They're probably trying to cover their butts out of embarrassment. As far as Ki-sang knows, this is confidential information, which was stated in the official letter. And now she wants to know exactly who told Han about this, and how he knows. The woman smirks, noting that even though Sena's trying to act like she doesn't care, she's dug up quite a bit of dirt. The protagonist replies with unflappable calm that she found out about it by accident. And as far as she knows, lawyer Kang Yun wouldn't hook up with a colleague, and even if he did, he definitely wouldn't quit his job over it. Sena's positive there has to be another explanation for all this. That's exactly why she's got to know who else Han's blabbed this story to. And while she's trying hard to play it cool, like she's not a gossip, Ki-sena's whole vibe screams that's exactly what she is. She's thinking Ryu might brush off the rumors, but who knows what he'll do if it messes with his work. So, she asks Han to keep everything they've talked about strictly between them. This woman's gotta watch her step, 'cause if she's wrong and Kang Hyun catches her, she's gonna be in deep trouble. Han promises to keep it zipped, and before heading out, asks when they're having the company party. 'Cause Kai Saena's put together a team, and something like that would be great for team morale. Han thinks they all need to get together, throw back a few, and really open up. She suggests inviting Ryu too, since he's their consultant. It'll help them bond and figure out if these rumors are legit. Left alone, she wondered if Kang Yun was really the type to grab a senior colleague by the collar over a girl. She couldn't even imagine what he's like in a relationship, who he's dated. Ryu always seems so cold, but sometimes he's really kind. And if he doesn't even have an ideal type, who could a guy like that have been with? If those rumors are true, does he just dive headfirst into relationships? Consequences be damned? Sena scolded herself for letting her imagination run wild and forced herself to get back to work instead of daydreaming like that. After work, she arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant, which was located near Sungmin's office. The guy practically bounced over to the table, looking forward to a fantastic dinner with a beautiful woman. Sena noted that it was nothing compared to the extravagant bouquet he'd sent her. Smiling, she announced that she'd also invited Kang Yun to dinner, since she remembered they wanted to meet, and Ryu promised to come too. Sonmin's face just totally changes. Oblivious, she's going on about how the two buddies are still tight. The waitress drops off our order, and Sonmin, raising his glass, admits he was expecting a one-on-one night. Sena says that was the plan, but Kang Yun called her on the way here. As she's talking, Sonmin's flooded with memories from back in the day. 10 years ago, his girl gave Che a ride home, and he helped her out of the car. She was surprised when she saw where her boyfriend lived. The girl compared his little house to her dog's kennel, saying her dog lived better. But Sonmin wasn't offended by what she said, figuring she was just being a silly kid blurting out whatever came to mind. After all, she was used to living a different life, 'cause she hit the jackpot being born into a rich family. She probably couldn't even imagine living in a tiny apartment like 280 square feet with the kitchen, laundry, and toilet all crammed into one space. He just smiled and said all the students usually manage somehow, since they gotta pay for tuition, rent, and everything else. But Songmin was cool with it, because he was a student at a top-tier university and had no problem finding tutoring gigs to make some extra cash. The girl asked how much he made tutoring, and then offered to just give him the money so he could spend more time with her. Songmin told her not to be ridiculous. I mean, who wants their girlfriend paying their bills? He was seriously looking forward to finals, dreaming of becoming a lawyer and buying her anything her heart desired. This girl was the only daughter of the guy who owned that company everyone knows about. He knew she could be his golden ticket out of the crummy life he was stuck in. When she suggested they go to a hotel, he turned her down, saying he had a big exam in the morning and needed to ace it to keep his scholarship and, be able to return the favor someday. The girl said she bought him that watch so he'd look good, not so he'd feel like he owed her anything. She kept pushing him to ditch tutoring and forget about the scholarship, promising she'd take care of everything. She was just super lonely because they barely saw each other. Still, Songmin kept saying he couldn't just drift aimlessly, he needed to hustle to get somewhere. He asked her to hang in there a little longer, promising things would change soon. Songmin knew he had to play the part of the innocent boyfriend who just wanted love. He had to dazzle her with the illusion that she'd found a decent guy. And she fell for it, totally convinced he was the only one who didn't want anything from her, unlike all the others. She told him not to worry about a thing, just to love her. Songmin made a big dramatic gesture, showing how happy he was that someone loved him so much. Pulling her close, he whispered how empty his life would be without her. Kang Yun, who'd stepped out for a smoke, overheard the whole conversation from around the corner. The girl begged Songmin again to quit tutoring and held out a credit card for him to use for anything he needed. He made a show of refusing, but she insisted and already started the car to head home. As a final shot, she said he should take the card if he loved her, and Songmin didn't argue anymore. He wished her a safe drive and watched the car pull away. Once she was out of sight, Songmin headed towards his building. Around the corner, Kang Hyun was squatting, head down, not paying him any attention. He and Songmin had started university at the same time, but maybe because Ryu was so quiet, or because he was so blunt, nobody was close to him. Not his classmates, not his neighbors. Nobody really knew anything about him except that he was the head of the department. Songmin spoke first, asking if Kang Yun knew him, to which he curtly replied that they both knew each other. So he decided to keep talking, and asked if Ryu saw everything that just went down between him and the girl. Kang Yun made it totally obvious he didn't give a damn and headed for the entrance. Songmin tried to stop him, but he just said he didn't care what he was up to. But then Ryu suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked if Che really had a test tomorrow. Kang Yun was always super weird, like he didn't even care he lived in a dump. He never held back and just said whatever. Being his neighbor, Songmin could hook up with all kinds of girls and have like 2 or 3 people over every night. But Ryu didn't care, unless it involved him. Songmin said the exam was just an excuse, the oldest trick in the book for a college kid. Smirking, he said he'd treat Kang Hyun if the plan worked out. Ryu and Songmin always had totally different priorities. That's exactly why their paths never crossed, and they barely knew anyone in common. Songmin wasn't exactly hiding his scheming side, and even though they were never friends, somehow they knew each other better than anyone. Those weird vibes they had, a lot of people could easily mistake it for friendship. A couple months later, Songmin's girl suggested they study abroad together. Maybe if he'd made a different choice back then, things between them would be even a little different. Sena thinks Kang Yun will be happy to see Songmin. She's saying that even she hasn't seen him in ages. Che's thinking Ryu wouldn't have bothered tracking down Sena's number and calling her first. Seriously, he just happened to become a partner at this firm? For a guy who started with nothing, he's got way too much good fortune. Sina's saying how she used to hate Kang Yun's guts, and Songmin replies that he wasn't exactly winning any popularity contests. So, I gotta ask, do you know that Che was secretly looking out for me back in college? And even though Sungmin thinks it's not like Ryu to do something like that, I thought the same thing, but now I'm sure he did. The way I see it, he just doesn't brag about his good deeds, which made me a totally ungrateful beneficiary. Sungmin doesn't think Kang Yun was doing it because he cared about you, he just does whatever he wants, period. Laughing. I don't think that's entirely true. Plus, Jung-hee said something similar to me. I'm actually kinda surprised that Che, unlike Kang Yun, remembered who I was talking about right away. Honestly, Sungmin didn't really think about who you meant. He just figured you were talking about one of the girls who were always chasing after him. I was hoping you could tell me a little more about Kang Yun. He always seemed a little off to me. I had no idea he was helping me back then, and when he first joined our company, I was constantly hiding from him. I'm telling you, I almost died of embarrassment when I found out. Sonmin can't help but notice that all she's been talking about for the past half hour, the entire dinner, is Ryu Kang Yun. Clearly, Sena doesn't even realize she's doing it, and it's seriously getting on his nerves. Putting on an interested face, he asks if all this means she and Ryu are getting close now. His question throws her off and she rushes to assure Sonmin that she respects Kang Yun as a true professional. According to her, he told her he only believes what he sees with his own eyes. He's got a real rigid way of thinking and a stone-cold demeanor. Listening to her go on and on about Kang Yun, Sonmin's thinking about how things have unexpectedly turned. He was sure this was going to be easy, and never imagined Ryu would get in his way and become such a pain. To change the subject, Sonmin asks how Young-hee is doing, and Sena says she became a public defender. She mentions they should have invited her, and she would have jumped at the chance since she was head over heels for Che. So, Sungmin hits her with a question that totally catches her off guard. Grinning, he asks if Ki Saena herself ever had a thing for him. She's flustered, stumbling over her words, not knowing what to say. That's when Sungmin takes the lead and just straight up admits he used to be into her. But, according to him, he never even tried to show it because he figured he was way out of her league. Her cheeks go bright red, and from her reaction, Che realizes she did have a crush on him. This approach turned out to be way easier than trying to figure out what's going on between her and Kang Yun. But before Sungmin can even celebrate his win, he hears Ryu's stone-cold voice right next to him. He's like, "Is it cool to say something like that, considering Che went abroad to study with his girlfriend?" When Saena asks why Kang Yun was so late since he was nearby, he says he got stuck in traffic. Seeing she ordered meat again, he laughs and asks if she didn't get enough meat at lunch. When Sena says she could eat it 3 times a day, Ryu calls her weird, and she asks if that's not what he likes about her. The girl leaves the men alone for a bit and heads to the restroom. As soon as she's gone, Kang Yun asks Songmin why he's feeding Sena a line. Cha responds by asking why he even came if he hates it so much. According to Ryu, he came because he figured his warning didn't get through. He doesn't care that Songmin sorts people into classes and uses them for his own personal gain, as long as it doesn't affect him. He thinks if he keeps living like this and dies alone, nobody will even notice. Pouring a full glass of wine, Kang Yun downs it in one gulp. Then he looks Songmin straight in the eye and says sharply that he better not lay a hand on Sena. The guy smirks and says this girl must be something special if Ryu Kang Hyun's acting like her loyal lapdog, defending her like that. But seeing him like this just makes Sungmin want her even more. It just makes him greedier and pushes him even harder to go for it. Kang Yun says he gets the envy because Sena's worth it, but he's telling him to back off. He warns him that if he doesn't, he can't be held responsible for what happens next. Cho fires back, telling Ryu not to act like Sena's his girl, because it's obvious there's nothing between them yet. He looks pathetic to Sungmin, but Kang Yun doesn't give a damn because it's worth it. If it's all for her, he doesn't care how he looks to anyone else. And even though Ryu doesn't care what anyone thinks, he's telling Sungmin to shut his mouth about it. He says trash will always be trash. Sungmin says he totally gets what Kang Hyun thinks of him, and then he chugs his whole glass of wine. But the way he sees it, the guy's missing the point. Trash is already filthy, so you don't even notice the extra dirt. Sungmin doesn't see anything wrong with using other people to get ahead. Otherwise, you're stuck at the bottom forever, and he doesn't think that makes him a bad guy. He says that's just who he is. It's better to have options than settle for what you've got. So right now, Sungmin's gonna do what he wants, because it's been a while since he's seen such a tempting prize. He wants to get under the goody two-shoes skin so bad, he says he wants to see what he's really made of. He thinks it'll be a real hoot. Kang Hyun's eyes flash and he offers to give Sung-min a real good time. Just then, Sina gets back to the table, surprised the wine bottle's already half empty. As she sits down, she asks if they were talking about anything heavy while she was gone. After dinner, the three of them head outside, and Sina calls a cab to go home. Sonmin doesn't have his car today and asks her where she lives. When he hears that Sena lives close to his work, he asks her for a ride too. Cha says he was so happy to see them. He drank way too much, and now his head's killing him. Kang Yun grabs Sonmin so hard he flinches at the guy's crazy strength. Ryu chimes in that he can grab a taxi, and Sina doesn't need to give him a ride. Sonmin starts acting like he feels so awful, he's worried he's gonna be sick. The heroine jumps into their conversation, offering Che a ride, since it's no big deal for her. Kang Hyun ain't backing down though, he's dragging Sonmin towards the road. Just then, a cab cruises by, and he flags that sucker down. Before Che can even say goodbye to Sena, Ryu shoves him in the car. He figures a drunk dude shouldn't sweat the small stuff, but Sunmin just glares daggers at him. And just like that, the car peels out. She's worried sick, wondering if Sunmin's gonna be alright, 'cause he seemed totally wasted. She's surprised how little Kang Hyun seems to care about his buddy. Ryu just smirks and asks if he didn't already say he doesn't have any friends. But they were at a bar then, so Sina figured he was just messing around. Kang Hyun says it wasn't a joke, which is exactly why he offered to make her his friend. For a guy who's only got one friend, it's normal to get jealous, you know? But Ryu's got no clue how to explain that to this airhead. She's totally missing the signals. He brings up how Sana said he was impossible to deal with. And now he's gotta know, does she even want to hang out with him at all? She's never seen him make that face before. Ryu keeps closing in, and Sana just agrees to whatever to get him to back off. But he keeps pushing, asking how she plans on spending time with him and what they're gonna do. Kang Hyun said he's got no friends and doesn't know how they usually hang, so Sana's gotta teach him everything. She shoves him away, saying it's late and they both need to head home. She can't figure out how someone can ask you to hang out while looking like they're gonna bite your head off. Sina, arms crossed, says that's exactly why she doesn't have any friends, and Ryu finds her antics hilarious. He steps closer to her and reaches out towards her face like he's about to say something, but he doesn't get a chance to touch her because Sina dashes away to the taxi that just pulled up. She says goodbye until tomorrow and hops into the car. Kang Hyun is left alone and sighs heavily, watching the taxi drive away. That was the perfect opportunity, and he's bummed he missed it. The next day, the heroine talked with the team, and they decided to do some team building this weekend. This is her first time doing this kind of thing since her internship, so she's feeling a little nervous. When Sena arrives at the car wash to pick up her car, the attendant hands her a bag with something found under the back seat. The girl pulls a tie out of the bag, and it looks really familiar to her. Looking closer, she realizes this thing belongs to Kang Hyun, but Saina can't for the life of her figure out what his tie is doing in her car. The day of the company retreat arrives, and she's the first one to show up at the spot. Looking around, she gives Han Yojin props for picking such a great place. Saina plops down on a lounge chair, thinking she's definitely gotta come back here next summer. Then she picks up her phone, wondering if she should have invited Kang Hyun to join them after all. I mean, he never even came on the university trips back in the day. Still, she can't shake what Han said about Ryu leaving his last job because of some woman. If she brings it up here, he might accidentally overhear. Then again, the rest of the team might get salty that Saina didn't invite him. The heroine's trying to tell herself it's cool that Ryu's got his own people, he doesn't have to be here. She's just chilling, soaking up the killer view and the sunshine. It's been ages since she's had a chance to just unwind like this in peace and quiet. After thinking about it a bit more, Sina decides to text Kang Hyun after all. Ryu's just finished his run and is strolling down the street towards home. He opens the message and sees Sina sent him a picture of the beach. Meanwhile, the girl herself is racking her brain, trying to figure out what to text next. Everything she comes up with sounds lame and wrong, but then her phone suddenly rings and it freaks her out. Not sure why he's calling instead of just texting back, Sina answers. Kang Hyun asks her what the deal is with the beach pic. She says she's here in Gyeonggi-do for a team building thing. When asked if she's having fun, Sena says she's solo for now. Some people went to grab groceries and others are just running late. Kang Hyun finds it funny that he asked her to teach him how to have fun, and now he's the one helping her kill time. Sena says you gotta give to get, you know? She asks Ryu what he's been up to, and he tells her he was training. He likes keeping his body healthy and strong. Sina calls Kang Hyun pragmatic, but doesn't get why he'd want to live 1,000 years if he's gonna be alone. Ryu wonders why she thinks he'll end up alone. She says as far as she knows, he's not married, and she doesn't know who'd be interested in a guy who doesn't even have friends. But she promises to do her best as his friend and check in on him every now and then to make sure he's still kicking. Ryu's cracking up at how Sina can roast him 1 second and then butter him up the next. She notices to herself how deep and chill his laugh is. Just then, the co-workers' cars pull into the courtyard, so she says goodbye, and Kang-yeon tells her to have a good time. Hanging up, she covers her face, totally confused by this weird feeling in her chest. Sina's suddenly thinking she might like Kang-hyun, but there's no way she can believe it. They're good co-workers and partners, isn't that enough? Does she really want something more with him? After thinking it over a bit, Sina texts Ryu and asks if he wants to join them. The hotel courtyard's filling up with the happy sounds of everyone arriving. Han brought everyone gifts to boost team morale. She got matching jackets for the Domestic Avengers squad. Even though Sina thinks it's kinda college-level cheesy, Attorney Han's pushing that it's a solid plan. She asks the main girl if Kang-hyun's gonna show, and gets a dry reply that he doesn't have to be here. She explains that Ryu's just a consultant and not actually part of their team. Right then, one of Sina's co-workers tells her some jerk's calling. The main girl jumps, realizing she forgot to change the contact name. She rushes outside, breathless, and answers, mentally cursing Ryu again for his habit of calling back after a text. Kang-hyun, toweling his wet hair after a shower, asks if it wouldn't be easier to just call. When he asks where she is, Sena repeats that she's at the pension in Gyeonggi. Ryu remembers and wants to know which pension they're at. He reminds her she suggested he come, but now he's wondering if she was just being polite. Sena's saying that's not true at all, and she's asking if you're really coming. Ryu asks her if she wants him to come, and she replies that everyone keeps asking about him. Han Yojin and Lee Hyo-won's lawyers have said a few times already that they miss Kang-hyun, but Ryu doesn't give a damn about that. He wants to know what Sena herself thinks. Since she's not really getting what he's driving at, Kang-hyun just straight up asks if she misses him. He says he doesn't have any ties with the others, so that's no reason to come, which is why he's asking Sena. After a short pause, she answers that she does want him to come. After she says that, Kang-hyun immediately asks her to send him the address and gets up from the couch. Ki-sena hangs up and just sits down right on the grass, trying to figure out what the hell's going on with her. After a while, everyone finally gathers around the table and toasts to the team's success. Sanu's getting grilled. Who is that jerk calling her, and why is she so freaked out? To keep the others from figuring it out, she plays it cool, says it was just an old friend she hasn't talked to in ages. She's wondering if Kang-hyun's really gonna show and accidentally says it out loud. Hearing that, Lee Hyo-won's all over her, asking who she's talking about, and Sana admits it's Ryu. Girl immediately starts fixing her hair and pulls out a mirror. Gotta make sure she looks good. She's saying even though Mr. Kang-hyun can be a real pain sometimes, she still thinks he's awesome. Sana heard Lee got a serious dressing down when she tried to ask Ryu if he was seeing anyone. And now she's saying she'd be happy to see him even if he doesn't give her the time of day. Hearing that, our girl's hit with that weird feeling again, like her heart's doing a number on her. She grabs the first glass she sees, some super strong cocktail, and throws it back in one go, even though her co-worker's telling her not to. Everyone's noticed how pale Sena's gotten and they're worried about her, but she's telling everyone she's fine. She ducks into the restroom and checks herself in the mirror, realizing she looks totally washed out. Sena pulls out her lipstick and slaps some color on those pale lips. Then she fixes her hair, and now a completely different person seems to be staring back at her. When Sena comes out of the restroom, she bumps right into Kang-hyun, who just arrived. She smiles, not even trying to hide how happy she is to see him. Ryu notices and smiles back, looking straight into her eyes. They just stand there for a second, looking at each other without saying a word. The silence is broken when Kang-hyun's colleagues rush over to greet him, and he hands them coffee. Among the cups, one of the lawyers finds a drink that's definitely not coffee. Ryu's saying he brought that glass specifically for Ki-sung. She remembers asking him to grab her some watermelon juice sometime and blushing, thanks Kang-hyun. When everyone's back at the table, one of the co-workers asks Ryu if he's planning on getting hitched. Kang-hyun's like, why the sudden interest? The guy admits his family's always bugging him to go on blind dates. But when he meets a girl from a good family, she always ghosts him the next day for some reason. Another co-worker chimes in, asking if it wouldn't be better to marry for love. Han Yojin jumps into the convo and declares it's way better to live solo. According to her, her biggest mistake was marrying someone in the same field. Listening to them, Sayana looks at Kang-yun and wonders what he himself thinks about marriage. Han's still griping about how her husband doesn't notice her at home, and if she's working, he's on her case about the housework. Out of nowhere, Yeojin turns to our girl and tells her to really think twice if she's even considering marrying that jerk. While Sana's mentally chewing out her coworker for bringing him up, Kang-yun pipes up, all curious, asking who they're talking about. Our girl gets all flustered and says it's just a friend. While everyone else jokes that they're probably talking about Ki-Sana's boyfriend, Ryu's just silently staring daggers at her. Our girl downs another glass of booze in one go, trying to figure out how to change the subject. But Kang-yun won't let it go. He's gotta know who this jerk lawyer Ki is. She insists that Han got it all wrong, and it really is just a friend. Ryu's watching her like a hawk. Then he laughs and points out how Sina must have a ton of friends, if she's got jerks in the mix too. Claiming she needed to sober up a bit, she gets up from the table. She strolls along the waterfront, and when she turns back, her heart suddenly skips a beat. She sees Kang-yun on the balcony, chatting with Lee Hyo-won, who seemed really thrilled he was there. Trying not to dwell on why the girl was smiling like that, Sina sits down on a lounge chair. She gazes at the beautiful starry sky, thinking that she's actually pretty cute herself. She pulls out her phone to take a picture. Just then, her phone rings, and that jerk's name pops up on the screen again. Before Sina can even process what's happening, some guy's hand snatches the phone right out of hers. Leaning over her, Kang-yun smirks, finally realizing she's the one who called him a jerk. She tries to explain, saying she just made up the nickname. Ryu was saying he never thought that nickname could be so different from how she usually talks to him. When he asks if Sina's not afraid to call a superior that, she tries to make excuses at first, but then decides to switch tactics and says he used to be a real jerk. And besides, she thinks he should be nicer to her. Now she's blaming Ryu for everything, even for the fact that she's drunk right now. According to her, he's even guilty of being a total pain in the butt. Kang-yun asks if that's why she orchestrated everything to get special treatment. Because she does whatever she wants, toys with people for her own amusement, and then puts them in their place. After these words, Sena unexpectedly leans her head and puts it on Ryu's shoulder. Kang-yun suggests she go to her room and sleep if she's tired. She ignores him and asks if everything around them really is that incredibly beautiful right now. She says her heart practically flutters whenever she looks at the starry sky. Before Ryu can even answer, Sina suddenly asks what he thinks of that lawyer, Lee Hyo-won. She admits she saw them talking, and Kang-yun looked really happy at that moment. Sina starts listing all the girl's good qualities and wondering why guys always go for younger women. Ryu, unable to take it anymore, asks if she's lost her mind, spouting such nonsense like someone else took over her brain. Sena says Kang-yun can be really difficult for her, which obviously isn't the case with Lee Hyo-won, who seems to get along with him just fine. Ryu's always been the kind of guy who has a hard time connecting with people he's not close to. That caring smile he had on the balcony earlier? It was meant for Ki-sena, who he was watching from above. He doesn't understand when things went sideways, because he's only here because of her. Ryu looks at her, trying to figure out what's going on in that little head of hers. Done holding back, he leans in and asks her how long she's gonna keep playing dumb. When's she gonna realize that Ryu's only ever gentle with her? He's ready to say it again if she still doesn't get it. Kang-hyun admits that he only feels this way about Sena. She repeats his words a few times, and Ryu already regrets bringing it up while she's tipsy. But then, Sena suddenly moves closer and asks him to say it again. Kang-hyun gently strokes her cheek, pulls her close, and they share a tender kiss. After a moment, she suddenly opens her eyes and pulls away from Ryu. He asks if that answered her question well enough and suggests they head back inside, since it's cold and she could catch a cold. But Sena replies that it wasn't enough, and reaching for Ryu, she kisses him. Posted up in my apartment in a bathrobe, Sunmin's messaging the girl asking her to hang out. But she hits him back saying she's booked solid this weekend with her team. Che's scrolling through her social media, trying to figure out if she's really that busy. He shoots her a message saying the photos look great, but inside he's absolutely fuming. When he first met Ki Sayanu at K Corporation, it was obvious she was keeping Kang-yeon at arm's length. Now, it looks like they've gotten way closer in a super short amount of time. Judging by the photo, Ryu even went to some kind of workshop thing with her crew. Sunmin's thinking this jerk's doing it on purpose, just to get under his skin. Just then, he gets a call from Chairman Hwang Hee-chan of the group. There's only one reason that guy would be calling him on the weekend. The second Sunmin answers, an angry shout blasts through the phone. Hwang Hee-chan's ordering him to find out where Yura is, ASAP, and fix this mess before it gets even worse. Hwang Yura is the chairman's weak spot, the thorn in his side that just won't go away, even though she's pushing 30. She's a rich girl from a chaebol family, and the public just eats up every little thing she does. On top of that, Yura's always flaunting her lavish lifestyle all over social media. Sonmin's thing with her started back when he was studying in the States. His girlfriend, the one who seemed like she'd do anything for him, dumped him in his junior year, right before he got his international law license to get married for money. It's not like Sonmin was dumb enough to think he had a future with a chaebol heiress, but the timing just plain sucked. No matter how hard Che tried to succeed and climb the ladder, it felt like he was just spinning his wheels. He wasn't lucky enough to be born with a silver spoon, and sometimes Sonmin thought he'd be better off as an orphan. His dad's a janitor in some old building, and his mom runs a little diner down at the market. Sonmin grew up thinking that if your parents can't give you a good life, they shouldn't have kids at all. And just when he thought all his hard work was for nothing, Yura came along and changed everything. So now, after thinking Yura was acting pretty normal for a while, he's calling to get the lowdown. They're telling him some post about Miss Hwang went viral, got taken down quick, but the reporters already ran with it. Throwing on his clothes, Sonmin asks what the article was about that caused such a stir. According to the guy, it's about abuse of power, and the problem is, even though it's not the first time, this time the opponent is someone in the entertainment industry. This time there are pictures of her. Let's just say she's not looking her best, and she's behaving in a manner unbecoming of her position. Sonmin doesn't want to hear any more of it, promises to take care of it, and hangs up. Yura is a bright and attractive girl, but few people know how ugly and disgusting she is on the inside. Her whole world's just one big, festering garbage dump. That's exactly why Sonmin needs Ki Sang, to get the hell out of there. Team building's over, and everyone's heading home after a killer time. Kang Hyun's offering Ki Sang a ride so they can talk about something important. She suggests they take her car instead. Since Ha Chong-soo's resume says he can drive, Ryu asks him to grab Ki Sang's car. She's just standing there, watching this whole thing go down, thinking, what the heck is Kang Hyun up to? As they get in the car, she's wondering what's so damn important he needs to tell her. Unable to take the awkward silence anymore, she just straight up asks Ryu what's going on. But then, out of nowhere, he slams his head against the steering wheel and lets out a heavy sigh. Looks like his hunches were right on the money. The heroine's starting to lose it, totally confused about what's going on and why Ryu's been sighing at her all morning. Finally, it clicks. He wants to talk about last night. Kang Hyun's eyes light up with a glimmer of hope that Saena actually remembers what went down yesterday. But that hope vanishes quick when she asks if she said something out of line last night. Suddenly, she remembers that Ryu knows how she saved his name in her phone, and she thinks that's what he's talking about. But Kang Hyun says he's the one who messed up yesterday. Staring deep into her eyes, he admits it was a huge blunder. Saena's racking her brain trying to remember what exactly happened yesterday after she got up from the table and left Ryu alone. Figuring he's upset that she bailed and went to bed, she tries to explain that she's always out cold after a few drinks. But Kang Hyun, with this weird smirk, asks if she's sober enough today, and Saena says she is. Hearing that, Ryu runs a finger over her lips and suggests that in that case, she should let him make that same mistake again. With that, he leans in, going for her lips. She pulls back, covers her mouth with her hands, and instantly turns bright red. From her reaction, Ryu knows that even if her memory's fuzzy, her body remembers everything perfectly. Ki Saena actually remembers kissing him, and admitting that his lips were way softer than she expected. How Ryu, laughing, told her that people don't talk when they're kissing. How she confessed she was happy, and reached out to do it all over again. Remembering everything, she grabs her head, cursing herself for clearly losing her mind. Seeing her reaction, Ryu's sure that she's finally remembered everything. Kang Hyun's amused, and Saena shoves him away, trying to get her act together. Right now, she's mostly wishing guns weren't illegal in Korea, 'cause she'd totally blow her brains out. Maybe that would wipe away the memories that are making her cringe so hard right now. After a beat, Ryu reaches out and gently pulls her hand away from her face. When she acts like this, he just completely loses it. With that, Kang Hyun leans in and kisses her softly. In that moment, it feels like time stops, along with her breathing, and all she can see is his face burned into her memory. When they finally get back to the city, Saena doesn't even remember the drive. After parking the car, Kang Yun just stares at her for a minute, smiling. Then he chuckles and says it's the first time he's ever seen someone sleep with their eyes open. The heroine can't figure out why that dumb grin on his face looks so damn good to her. Ryu touches her cheek again, and Sena feels like her heart's about to beat right out of her chest. She pulls away from him and grabs the door handle, ready to bolt out of the car. The girl tries to jump out, but forgets she's still buckled in and ends up back in her seat. She suggests they talk about all this later, since she's got a splitting headache right now. Kang Hyun asks her to wait just a sec and reaches for her again, but she yells that she's seriously exhausted because she had way too much to drink last night. Sena's barely holding it together, trying not to lose it with his persistence. A moment later, though, she realizes Ryu was just reaching to unbuckle her seatbelt. It took Sonmin banging on the door for a while before Yu-ra finally opened up. She's bitching about him waking her up and making her get out of bed. Barely keeping it together, Che heads into the apartment to talk inside. Across the room, scattered among empty bottles and cash, are half-naked guys and girls. One of them lifts his head and glares at Songmin with pure hatred. Cha leans over him and tells him to grab his buddies and get the hell out, unless he wants to end up sleeping with the fishes. Yu-ra, annoyed, tells him not to scare these innocent people. She tells everyone it's cool, that he's not some thug, just her lawyer. Saying goodbye, Yu-ra tells the guys not to forget to scoop up the cash she gave them, lying on the floor. Before letting them go, Songmin demands to see the phone to check for any, incriminating photos. Yu-ra tells him to take it easy, because even if there is something on there, money can fix anything. Sungmin tells her to shut her trap and at least get dressed properly first. After wiping the guys' phones clean, he's about to do the same to Yu-ra's pics, but she's threatening to leak them. Sungmin ain't having any of that crap and demands she hand over the phone now. But first, she wants to know what exactly dragged him all the way out here. She's curious what's got him all riled up this time and what she did to push his buttons this time. Sungmin wants the name and address of the dude in that leaked video that caused such a stink. Even though Yu-ra claims she doesn't remember those guys, the lawyer's telling her to jog her memory if she wants to keep her bank account. The woman starts rattling off names, not even sure if it was one guy or a couple of them. Sungmin's furious. He can't believe she can't go a single day without stirring up trouble. His getting so worked up is cracking her up. She's wondering what Sonmin's deal is, acting all of a sudden like this. Yu-ra figures it's gotta have something to do with that lead lawyer gig. We're talking about the job Ryu Kang-yun turned down, even with $1 billion salary on the line. Yu-ra knows Sonmin's ego took a major hit when Ryu bailed, and she smirks, asking if she should have her dad give him the job. She tells her to drop this whole tiresome conversation. Yu-ra doesn't get why they should stop, seeing as she could easily get him that position. But Sonmin doesn't need it, because he's already tired of cleaning up her messes all the time. Pulling him close, Yu-ra asks if maybe, the second she loosened the leash, he found a new master. He shouldn't even think about it. He knows better than anyone what she got up to in America, and she's never letting him go. Smiling, she reminds Sonmin that they're in this together. The heroine's in the office hallway, psyching herself up to get to her desk. Thing is, to get there, she's gotta walk past Kang Hyun's office. She decides to sneak past while Ryu's making coffee, hoping to avoid him. But she doesn't make it unnoticed, because the guy turns towards the hallway at that exact moment. Their eyes meet, and Sena senses a kind of sadness in his gaze. Without stopping, she dashes to her office and slams the door shut behind her. She can't shake the thought of how damn good-looking Kang Yun is today. A second later, she gets a text from Ryu saying she could at least say hi. He doesn't bite. There's a knock at the door, and the CEO's assistant walks in. He says Mr. Ki Chansu wants to talk to his daughter and suggests they have tea together. As soon as the heroine walks into her dad's office, he's all over her, asking when she's gonna fulfill the contract terms. The girl was so taken aback she almost choked on her tea. Dad hopes she's not gonna tell him she's hitting a brick wall. Sena doesn't get why he's so worked up. She hasn't even told him anything yet. The girl tells her dad to chill out and promises she'll handle everything, but he can't come crying to her later when she takes his cut. Ki Chansu's got faith that his daughter will pull this off. He asks if she's been getting any weird calls lately. The heroine doesn't recall anything like that and says she's gonna head out if they're done here. As Sena walks down the hall again, she glances warily at Kang Yun's office. But suddenly, his voice booms out right behind her. The girl jumps, totally startled, and asks what the heck this guy's problem is. Ryu's still waiting for her to say hi when Lee Hyo-won shows up. Pulling away from Kang Yun, Saina claims she's been swamped all morning. He says he'll play along and pretends to believe her, then invites her to lunch. Grabbing Lee Hyo-won, she says she already planned to grab lunch with her today. Ryu's bummed, cause he promised to treat her to something delicious. Saina spent the whole weekend wondering why Kang-yeon's been acting this way with her. If she has lunch with him today, she'll probably end up in the ER with stress-induced stomach problems. So she says they'll have to reschedule lunch since she and Lee have some girl talk planned for today. Hyo-won heads off, leaving those two alone, and Saina asks where Kang-yeon's been and what he's been up to. Ryu said he was in HR checking out the department head's file, the guy he mentioned last time. This dude's been working for like 15 years, and now he's leaving everything behind to come work for Kang-yeon. But when asked how he managed to poach such a valuable asset, Ryu just smiles and says it's company secret. Saina promises to keep the secret safe. Kang-yeon's still not talking, and she chases after him, begging him to spill. She doesn't get why he won't share with her, and she's starting to get ticked off. Ryu suddenly stops so hard she slams right into his back. Turning to face her, he declares that this is how he's going to win her over. Sina's totally lost, and her face goes bright red. She claims she was thinking about something else and didn't catch what he said. Ryu's smirking like, "Why are you asking again? You got it all, didn't you?" He says, "If you keep this up, we're gonna have a problem, cause I'm gonna want to tease you even more." Leaning in close to her ear, Kang-yeon asks, "So how far are you willing to push this?" Meeting up for lunch, Lee Hyo-won's like, "Whoa," seeing how much vinegar Saina's dumping on her food. Finally, she speaks up, telling her co-worker, "Okay, you might be going a little overboard there." The heroine's pissed at herself for being so distracted. "She almost ate it walking over here." Lee asks, "What's up with you, Saina?" And she's thinking, should I tell someone? Maybe it'll help. All this time, she's been trying to figure out why Kang-yeon's trying to, well, you know, could it be that he signed the same kind of deal with her dad? If that's the case, then this all makes sense, and that just ticks her off. But even if Dad really did resort to this plan B, could Kang-yeon actually go along with it? Maybe Ryu's trying to snatch the company this way, but no way, the legal team would back him up anyway. He wouldn't need these kinds of tricks. After eliminating all the other possibilities, the only logical conclusion Saina can reach is that Kang-yeon actually likes her. Lee Hyo-won is racking her brain trying to figure out what's up with her coworker. Kai-sina's pissed at her own thoughts and shouts that it makes absolutely no sense. Everyone around them turns to look at the girl, and Lee tells her to get a grip, reminding her they're in a restaurant. The main character apologizes for her behavior and blames it all on the case she's working on. Her colleague suggests she start eating and take her mind off work. Then she suddenly declares that she thinks Sina and Mr. Kang-yeon have a really good thing going on. Recently, when they were talking in the hallway, Ryu had a smile on his face that Lee had never seen before. Suddenly, an amazing idea hits Hyo-won. Maybe Kang-hyun's been so cold to her because he and Sina are secretly hooking up. Girl claims she's got a sixth sense for this kind of thing, and she can't be wrong. She promises her coworker she'll act like she doesn't know anything. Sina tells her to drop this pointless chat and finally start eating. After lunch, our girl heads to Ryu's office to get to the bottom of everything. Without looking up from his paperwork, Kang-yeon asks if she brought him the court documents. He claims the case needs a review because the existing precedents don't apply. Sina realizes Ryu's pissed about work and the vibe's totally off, so she decides to slip out quietly. Meanwhile, the guy keeps rambling about the court hearing that's scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Finally, he looks up and notices Kai-sina's been in the office the whole time. He smirks and asks what she's griping about now. Like she's hypnotized, she stares at him and notices something strange, something she never saw before. She was a total moron for not realizing sooner what that tender look on his face could mean. Saina decides to stop stalling and straight up asks Kang-yeon if he likes her. If this is the Ryu she knows, he'll frown and ask what the heck she's talking about. Then she'll just play dumb like nothing happened and totally ignore it. Maybe this really is all just wishful thinking on her part. Being drunk, she probably read way too much into his actions and words. Kang-yeon leans against his desk, smiling silently as he watches all the emotions play out on her face. Okay, now she's getting pissed and asks him why he's smirking. But Ryu's torn. Is she just clueless, or is there something kinda awesome about her? Saina tells him to cut the crap and just tell her, does he like her or what? 'Cause if he does, she needs him to squash those feelings like, yesterday, she just got out of something serious. Kang-yeon saw her at the wedding, so he knows she's not looking for anything right now. Arms crossed, Ryu just deadpans. Fine, whatever. Sina's so thrown by his reaction, she's wondering if he even understood her. Kang Yun thinks it was pretty damn clear she's not looking to get involved with anyone at the moment. But she's freaking out, like how are they supposed to act, seeing each other every day at work? Ryu just throws her words back at her, dripping with sarcasm like, yeah, gee, I wonder how we're gonna handle this. Thing is, he says it's not that she doesn't like him, it's that she's just not trying to get into anything right now. Kang Yun takes a step towards Sena, and she tells him to stay back and talk from a distance. But the guy, like he doesn't even hear her, keeps coming closer, saying they need to hash things out to reach an understanding. Sena says it feels more like he's trying to push her around than reach an understanding. Kang Yun's clueless about what she doesn't like about this. Leaning over her, he says he'll just wait until she falls for him. Sena tells Kang Yun to stop messing with her. But he's convinced nobody in their right mind would pass up waiting for a girl they're into. She tells him like a bunch of times that she's never gonna fall for him, but Ryu's ready to bet on it. If he loses, he'll do whatever Sena tells him to, no matter what it is. The next day, sitting in her office, the heroine's thinking about what the heck she did yesterday. She couldn't resist Kang Yun's push and agreed to a bet to see who would win. She yelled that he shouldn't come crawling for mercy later, but Ryu just smirked and said he'd be looking forward to it. And now she's ready to bite off her traitorous tongue that keeps running its mouth. The girl regrets deciding to show off her pride instead of just turning around and walking away. She feels her face burning like she's mortified, her head's pounding, and she just wants to go home. Just then, Kang Hyun walks into Sena's office and asks if she's still working. He figured they could grab some dinner together if she was done for the day. Sena looks up and stares at Ryu with this kind of glazed-over look. She's checking out his black, light-dyed hair, his smooth skin, those gorgeous eyes of his. Since Sena's not reacting to any of Kang Hyun's questions, he walks up to her, puts his hand on her forehead, and asks how she's feeling. Only now, when Ryu says she's burning up, does she realize why her head's been pounding. He throws his coat over her shoulders and grabs her bag. He tells her to lean on him and helps her up from the chair. Kang Hyun, surprised Sena didn't realize she was this sick. She says she was distracted by someone and didn't notice she was feeling bad. Ryu finds it amusing that she's blaming herself again for her own screw-ups. She fires back, calling him an alien who invaded a peaceful village with an unexpected visit. Kang Hyun laughs, pointing out that Sena's mouth just won't quit, not even when they were kissing. She grumbles that kissing someone without their consent is totally out of line. Kang Hyun immediately starts rattling off the penal code, citing her for some seriously messed up coercive behavior. She knew he'd have all that stuff memorized, like a walking, talking law book. Turning to him, she tells Ryu not to use her being sick as an excuse to pull any of his moves. Kang Hyun offers to carry Sena to help her move faster, but she says she can walk just fine on her own. When they finally get to her place, Ryu helps her get up to the apartment. At first, she doesn't want to give him the code to the lock, but Kang Hyun insists she can change it tomorrow if she wants. Finally getting the door open, Ki-Sena happily collapses into the apartment. She flops onto the bed, and Ryu heads into the kitchen to get her some medicine. While he was getting everything together on a tray, she'd already changed and gotten into bed. When Kang Hyun brings Sena the medicine, she thanks him for his help. He tells her to go to the hospital in the morning if she doesn't have court tomorrow, and if she needs to reschedule her appointments to let his secretary know. Then Ryu helps Sena onto the pillow, covers her with the blanket, and tells her to get some rest. He's about to leave, but she suddenly stops him. She asks him to turn off the light before he goes. She looks around her room and the house where she's always been alone. It feels weird to her that the house suddenly feels especially empty. Sitting up in bed, she asks Kang Hyun one more time to stay a little longer. Turning around, he tells her to just spit out everything she wants all at once. Then, gathering her courage, she asks him to stay with her until she falls asleep. Realizing that might have sounded weird, she explains that she doesn't want to be alone, maybe because she's sick. Sena can totally handle things on her own, but she'd feel safer if someone was around. Kang Hyun just listens silently as she rambles about maybe needing to hire a caretaker. Embarrassed, she ducks under the covers and tells him he can leave if he's busy, since the medicine should kick in soon and she'll pass out. Lying under the blanket, she's kicking herself for asking him to do this. Suddenly, she hears Ryu's voice next to the bed saying he doesn't want to sit on the floor. Taking off his jacket, he asks if he can lie down next to Sena. Then Kang Hyun lies down on top of the blanket and tells her to sleep tight. Watching the sleeping girl, he whispers that she's really pushing his limits right now. Ryu reaches out and strokes Ki-Sena's soft hair. He asked her not to mess with him, but what else can you call this? Kang Hyun was never one to get hung up on relationships. Even back when he was just a regular prosecutor, he was detached, leaving the people he worked with in the dust. No sadness, no regrets, just figured if the opportunity came up, they'd cross paths again. That's how it used to be anyway, until one person completely took over his thoughts. If there's one thing Kaisena couldn't stand, it was losing. In Kang Hyun's memories, she was always pissed at him. Even when Ryu was locked in on work, he'd sometimes catch himself smiling, remembering the look on her face. He doesn't get what this weird thing between them is or why he can't stop thinking about her. Arriving at work, the heroine notices someone in the office she's never seen before. The guy's standing there, totally absorbed in some documents. He looks up, spots Kaisena, and suddenly rushes towards her, all smiles. The guy says he's stoked to finally meet her, which throws her off. How does he know her name? It finally clicks for her. This is the legendary department head Chang that Ryu Kang-yun was fighting so hard to get. Mr. Chang says he's bummed he didn't get to meet Kaisena sooner. She shakes the new department head's hand. Chang says after graduating from the police academy, he wanted to be a detective, catching the bad guys, but he couldn't blindly follow orders. He seems chill at first glance, but Sena figures he must be a real beast when he's mad. She decides to just come out and ask Mr. Chang the question that's been bugging her. The guy freezes for a second, then just bursts out laughing like a maniac. Kaisena shows up at one of her clients' offices for a consultation. Suddenly, someone calls out to her from behind. Turning around, the girl sees Songmin standing there. He asks what brought Saina to his company, because there's no way she came all this way just for him. Songmin's glad to finally see her in person after all their online chats. He suggests grabbing coffee together since she's here, but Saina declines, saying she has a client meeting. Chi says this could have been a great substitute for a date. She points out that Songmin's got a real way with words that women like, and he must be pretty popular around the office. But Che replies that he's not trying to impress other women, he just wanted to say something that Ki Saena would like. Songmin suggests dropping the subject and heading to a cafe instead, because he has something he wants to ask her. He doesn't get to finish because a car pulls up right in front of them. The door swings open and Yura steps out. Approaching Che Seong-min, the woman addresses him as the new team leader, which totally throws the heroine for a loop. Seong-min asks Executive Director Hwang what brings her to the company. Yura doesn't see anything weird about it. Even as a figurehead director, she can come to work whenever she wants. She tells Seong-min not to act like a moron, and he, grabbing a pissed-off Seinu by the arm, tells her to get lost. Yura says she came to meet the team leader, and he's the only one she needs to talk to here. She demands that Seong-min let the girl go and follow her. The heroine is floored by this witch's audacity, which turns Che's expression completely dark. But he quickly plasters on his usual smile and apologizes that they won't be able to grab coffee today, it seems. Songmin promises to swing by Seanu's office next time and check out her new digs. And even though he's trying to act like everything's cool, the heroine can see he looks like total crap. As our girl was heading to her client's office, she couldn't figure out why the address seemed so familiar. Now it all clicks. There was this seemingly unremarkable story on the Family and Relationships blog recently about a woman who lost her husband. It seemed like fate brought them together. They worked side by side, and before long they were heading home and having dinner together. This couple, who'd been working things out for 6 years, dreamed of having a small wedding when they could finally afford it. The guy had parents who neglected and mistreated him since he was a kid, so he basically lived his whole life like an orphan. Together with his girl, they saved up for 6 years and managed to buy a small apartment on the outskirts of Seoul. The girl, who lost her parents young, and the guy whose parents were total monsters, had a small wedding, inviting only a few close friends. They put off registering the marriage and went on their honeymoon, where they went parasailing. But then a sudden gust of wind hit the guy, and he started getting tossed around like a kite. 2 people who dreamed of a happy family life lost that chance in a freak accident. If you're not legally married, you have no claim to the inheritance. Even if it's considered shared property, when one of you dies, everything goes to their blood relatives. When she contacted his family about the funeral, she got a brutal wake-up call. His parents, who'd previously disowned him, swooped in and took everything he owned like they were entitled to it. They grabbed every last cent that was supposed to go to him, including his life insurance and his retirement benefits. Our girl heads over to meet her client, Kim Joo-hee, who's already waiting for her at the cafe. The lawyer apologizes that Se-na had to come all the way here, even though she's the one who needs the help. She sits down across from her and takes her client's hand with sympathy. Because Juhi's story really hit her hard, she promises to help her in any way she can. So she tells her to hang in there and suggests they start by having a real heart-to-heart. Sonmin walks into the office looking pissed and exhausted. Yura's already there, sprawled in the chair with her feet up on the desk. Ignoring his demand to get her feet off the table, Hwang asks what that girl does and where he found such an airhead. She asks, dripping with sarcasm, where Sonmin's hidden the phony act he was putting on outside. The woman figures that girl obviously has no idea about his shady business. Yura's surprised Sonmin still doesn't get what she wants from him. According to her, since he's still trying to run, she needs to tighten the leash. Hwang's baffled. Did that girl really accept a mutt like Sonmin with no pedigree? Che, baring his teeth, tells the woman to raise herself a purebred then, before the mutt bites her. In Yura's opinion, Sonmin's lacking loyalty to his master, even after 7 years. If he's a dog, he should act like one and stop trying to be a human. Somin shoves her hand away and says that because it's been so long, it's time to end this. He can't even stand to look at her, let alone talk. And he's sick of living like this, so he demands she leave him alone. Yura remarks that she thought she was raising a dog but ended up with a pig. She blames his insatiable greed for everything. And if he doesn't understand how serious this is and has forgotten his place, Hwang can easily remind him. Somin realizes he dug his own grave, and there's no point in regretting it now. He knew from the start he made the wrong choice, and that things would turn out this way ever since he got that call in Brooklyn years ago. Yura woke him up in the middle of the night and told him to come immediately. She demanded he forget about work the next day and promised to pay if needed. Sitting in a blood-soaked robe next to the body, she whispered into the phone that she was terrified. When Songmin got to her apartment, he didn't immediately grasp what had happened. Seeing bottles scattered everywhere and the guy on the floor, he figured Yura called him over to help her clean up the mess. But when Songmin tried to lift the guy, he realized the dude was dead. Yura was freaking out, hysterically repeating that she didn't remember anything and that she didn't do anything. She begged Songmin to do something since he was a lawyer. Without missing a beat, Che snatched up his phone, ready to call the cops. There was a bloody knife lying next to the body, and there was no way this was an accident. He told Hwang that first thing she needed to do was find the most connected lawyer in New York. Maybe he could get her declared mentally unfit, get the charge reduced to manslaughter, and then get her out on bail. Yura wasn't having any of that, though. The thought of prison just painted pure terror all over her face. She grabbed Songmin by the shoulders, promising to make it worth his while if he took care of everything. Her words were like the devil whispering in Che's ear, offering him a shot to finally ditch this poverty. The meeting in Kahyun's office has been dragging on for hours. He looks up and sees Sayenu outside the window, waving at him, and suggests they take a break. When Ryu walks over to her, she complains that it's been impossible to get a moment with him lately. Sayena asks if he's eaten, but Kang-yun says they just don't have the time. She offers to grab some sandwiches or lunchboxes for him and the team. Apologizing for being insensitive, Ryu takes her hand and leads her to her office. Once inside, he leans against the door with his eyes closed, and Sayena notices how exhausted and sleep-deprived he looks. She's offering to buy him food and energy drinks again. When he asks why she's so eager to buy him stuff, she says she wants to return the favor since he bought her watermelon juice, but Ryu's not buying it. He doesn't get why others should get something too, when he's usually the one buying her juice. Kang-yun's acting like a total kid, according to our girl. Out of nowhere, Ryu pulls Sina close and says if she wants to return the favor, she should do something just for him. With that, he gives her a tight hug. Grinning, he says he can feel the stress finally melting away. Kang-hyun just wants to forget about work, forget about everything, and spend time with Kisena. After a moment's hesitation, she raises her arm and returns his hug. Later, while she's working in her office, she gets a call from Lee Hyo-won. My coworker needs her to get down to reception ASAP and see what's going on. When she gets downstairs, she sees this woman totally losing it, demanding to see Kisena. The girl walks up to her, introduces herself, and asks the stranger to do the same. The woman calls Sina a crazy ambulance chaser and accuses her of sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. The stranger yells that as a mother, she wants the money her son left her, and Sina has no right to call the shots. Now it clicks for our girl. This is Kim Joo-hee's husband's parents. The woman keeps screaming loud enough for the whole office to hear about how that witch dared to take advantage of her son, who she cherished her whole life. Kisena is trying her hardest to keep it together. Leaning in close to the woman, she warns her she'll slap her with a defamation suit if she doesn't watch her mouth. And it'd be a real shame for someone her age to have to show up in court on charges of obstructing legal proceedings. Hearing those words, the woman winds up to hit Kisaina, threatening her with payback, even if it lands her in the slammer. Sensing that Jongja is about to strike, our girl braces for impact. But then, out of nowhere, Kang Yun appears, grabbing the raging woman's arm and shielding Saina. Glaring at Jongja, he demands to know what the hell's going on. He's seriously ticked off that there are so many lawyers standing around doing absolutely nothing. Jongja demands he let her go and throws a fit about how he dared to lay a hand on her. The next thing you know, she swings her purse at his face with everything she's got. Rushing to Kang Hyun's side, Kisaina accuses the woman of assault with a deadly weapon. Jongja is immediately grabbed from both sides, even as she fights to break free, yelling that he started it. When Kang Yun looks up, our heroine sees that his right eye is completely swollen shut from the blow. Seeing blood on his cheek, she offers to call an ambulance or go to the hospital. Rage boils up inside her, and she yells at Jongja, who, having completely lost it, dared to lay a hand on a member of their law firm. Kang Hyun pulls her back and tells her to stop, but she keeps ranting, insisting he just doesn't see the state of his face. So Ryu gently strokes her hair, hoping she'll finally hear that he's really okay. Once Kisena finally calms down, he turns to Jongja. The woman, trembling with fear, claims it was an accident and he shouldn't have grabbed her wrist so hard. She calls it self-defense, but Kang Yun, snatching her purse, smiles and replies that's not quite the term he'd use in this situation. He says luckily for her he has a soft spot for the elderly. Kisena's lawyer has already made things perfectly clear. On top of the 3 charges, she could be looking at aggravated assault too. That pointy keychain on her bag could have hit him in the eye. He's got a killer headache right now. So, he's looking to add an additional charge of reckless endangerment. Leaning over the scared woman, Ryu smirks and says she knew where she was and still acted like that. That said, he's considering showing her some leniency, just for the sake of being decent. Later, back in the office, Ki-seng checks out Kang Yun's wound, worried it might scar. Ryu laughs and says that for a pretty boy like him, that could actually be a problem. She doesn't get why he stepped in when he was too beat to fight back, since Jongja wouldn't have hurt her as bad. Kang Yun takes her hand and says he did it because he didn't want it to happen to her. He squeezes Seina's fingers in his and admits he's been waiting a long time. Looks like he's been holding back, but now's the time to lay it all out. Staring into her eyes, Ryu confesses he's totally into her. Ki-sena's thrown off, wondering why he's dropping this on her out of nowhere. Ryu says the case he's prepping for is a long shot, odds are stacked against him. But he's still gonna fight like hell to win, and if he pulls it off, he wants Sena to go out with him. She tries to push back, saying it's against the rules. But Ryu throws her own words back at her, reminding her he's got a knack for getting what he wants. With that, he pulls the shocked Sena close and lays one on her. She pushes him away, telling him he's lost his damn mind. Ryu replies if she thinks that's crazy, he could show her something really crazy, and kisses her again, even harder this time. He sees Sena trying to slip away again, but he's saying there's no way she's getting out of this one. He tells her time's up, so she shouldn't try to push him away. But just when she's ready to kiss Kang Yun again, he suddenly pulls back and smirks. Realizing he's just messing with her and she totally fell for it, Sena starts pounding on Ryu like crazy. Taking a deep breath, she tells Kang Yun they need to talk. Once he's sitting across from her, she says she thinks they need some ground rules. First off, Ryu can't hug or kiss her without asking. And any kind of touchy-feely stuff is totally off limits too. Second, he's got to cut it out with the Vulnerability Act from before, and any comments that could give people the wrong idea. Kang Yun apologizes, saying he spaced out and didn't hear a word, which sends Ki-sena through the roof. Looking right into his eyes, she tells him she's dead serious. Kang Yun smirks back, saying he's not kidding around either. First off, he said he'd wait till she fell for him, but he never said he wouldn't make a move. Second, Ryu doesn't get what he could have said to give her the wrong idea. But he's being straight up, so he's telling her flat out that he wants to be with her. And third, when it comes to a girl you're into, all bets are off. Ki-saena tells him not to get cocky, he hasn't won the bet yet, they've only kissed once, and she's not in love. And if he treats her like she's some pushover, she'll haunt him even in the afterlife. Kang Yun has no idea what kind of moron would think that, because she's the toughest girl he knows. But he thinks that being so against something without even trying it isn't like Ki-saena at all. Ryu's all, "Am I really that bad that you keep turning me down?" She's getting pissed again, saying she never said anything like that. Her losing it like this is cracking Kang Hyun up all over again. Out of nowhere, Ki Saena declares he has to win this case. And it's not about the date, she says. She just doesn't want him losing to anyone but her. The bet's not over yet, and she, in turn, like he said, won't be dodging him anymore. Kang Hyun chuckles, pats her on the head like a good boy, and that's when there's a knock at the door. Saena's little brother, Ki Se-hoon, walks into the office looking kinda unsure. While Ryu's trying to figure out who the heck this is, she asks the kid why he's not in school. Se-hoon says hi and introduces himself to Kang Hyun, who he immediately recognizes as the new lawyer partner. Hey sis, you got a sec if you're done with your stuff? I'm gonna have to cut you off there, Ryu. We'll pick this up later. Now that I got rid of him, I wonder how long that little creep Se-hoon was eavesdropping. You here to see Dad, or you need cash? I just wanted to see you, sis. I can just give you a bank card, you know. I just came to visit, okay? You haven't been home much lately, so I came because I missed you. Is that because you're all grown up now? So, is it normal for adults to make out when they're not even dating? Smirks. How long were you standing out there? Tell me. Oh, I don't know. Since your lips got all swollen, your eyes glazed over, or maybe since you swallowed your pride and agreed to a date. Sina hands her brother some cash and tells him to keep his mouth shut at home. But the dude keeps saying that's not why he's here, and asks what kind of bet she made with Kang Hyun. He's starting to wonder if they're really adults, betting on who'll fall in love first. Se-hoon claims he didn't see anything and only remembers that Ryu is crazy hot. When she asks again why he really came to her work, the guy asks if she's all right. He says he was gonna talk to her, but now he's changed his mind. Since Ki-Saena keeps pushing, he finally asks if he's really her brother. And even though she says it's obvious, she knows exactly what Se-hoon meant. The kid's her half-brother, 15 years younger, and he had a rough time as a teen, dealing with everyone's judgment. But to Sina, Se-hoon's always been her one and only little bro. He looked at his sister, took a deep breath, and asked her to do him a favor. She wanted to know what he was talking about, but he refused to say anything yet. Se-hoon wants her to promise to fulfill his request when the time comes, and he tells her what it is. Sina gives her brother her word, and he gets up, ready to leave. Suddenly stopping at the door, he turns around and says that Kang Hyun clearly likes her a lot, and she should stop pushing the guy away and give him a chance. That pisses her off so much that she demands the jerk give her money back right now. Smiling, Se-hoon says goodbye and slams the door behind him. Sungmin's working late in his office. His head is pounding. He didn't get a wink of sleep last night. He had to bail Hwang Yu-ru out of the slammer and take her to the villa in Gangwon-do. This chick was partying so hard at the club, she got wasted and trashed the place, ending up getting arrested. Even at the precinct, Yu-ra was still out of it, which freaked out the detective, and then they found something else when they searched her stuff. Sonmin's internally screaming at this crazy broad, saying she should have been locked up in a mental hospital a long time ago. She's really screwed now because possession is a serious charge. Sonmin swears to himself this is absolutely the last time, and he's cutting off their messed up toxic relationship for good. But before he can even finish that thought, he gets a call from a number he doesn't recognize. Half an hour later, Sonmin's sitting in a bar across from a reporter, trying to convince him that all the info about Yu-ra is total BS. He claims he was personally at the police station, and there's nothing there to stick. According to Sonmin, if there was anything serious, he wouldn't have gotten out of the station so fast. Still, the reporter's definitely curious how they managed to get off so easy. He said he wanted to play dumb and pretend he didn't notice anything to avoid trouble, but turns out, it's not that simple. With that, he slams an envelope on the table and photos spill out. They show Yu-ra buying stuff she shouldn't have. Seeing Songmin's reaction, the reporter says the situation's a real mess. Rich kids with drug problems are a dime a dozen. In court, it'll probably end with probation and a fine. But this is serious, because it's not just using, it looks like she might be dealing. Songmin's freaking out, because he knows the guy in the photos with Yu-ra. He's a celeb who's been busted for this before. The reporter smirks and tells him not to act like he didn't know anything. But Che really didn't know things had gotten this bad. Until recently, they were trying to keep it out of the press, and planned to find someone to take the fall if things got out of hand. Sungmin stares the guy down, asking him straight up what he wants. According to the reporter, this is a pretty big deal, and he needs $300 million in cash to get started. He promises to hand over the original files as soon as he gets the money. On top of that, he's recently been hit with a lawsuit from the prosecutor's office, and Sungmin needs to take care of that too. The guy's incredibly pissed that he has to deal with this crap on top of everything else, like Yu-Ra alone wasn't enough. Still, he promises to see what he can do about it, and the reporter says he's counting on him and will be super grateful. He barely manages to watch the money-grubbing scumbag leave when the guy suddenly stops. The man asks if this is the first incident connected to Hwang Yu-Ra. When Sungmin asks what he's getting at, the reporter doesn't say anything. The blackmailer just tells the guy to watch his back, since he looks even more worn out than before. The guy walks off, leaving Songmin to wonder just how much he actually knows. Ki-seng sees another client out after their session. Spotting Chief Chan in the hallway, she thanks him for those documents. He says he was happy to help, and she mentions she'd like to treat him to lunch as a thank you. But according to Chan, he's going to be super busy until this trial wraps up, obviously. Ki-seng asks about the case's progress, and he says both sides are bringing the heat, and the lawyer's evidence keeps getting shot down, so it's a real grind. She points out that if they lose, it'll be Ryu's first ever loss. Chan whispers to her, like it's a secret, that he bet 10,000 won on him winning. Ki-seng's getting hyped now, and she's thinking about dropping 100,000 won on Ryu taking the W. Mr. Chan asks her for a favor, and she agrees to do anything he asks. Ryu's lawyer just crashed and told me to wake him in 30, but he's got a meeting, and he's worried he'll miss it. The heroine tells Mr. Chan to leave it to her. Imagining Kang Yoon passed out in his office, Sena decides to snap a pic and mess with him a little. But when she gets close, she can't take her eyes off Ryu. Even asleep, he's just perfect. Even if she gets a photo, all it'll prove is that he's flawless even when he's sleeping. Sena notices a bandage on Ryu's cheek, which somehow makes him look even more intimidating than usual. She'd really love to see that crazy woman get what's coming to her. She leans in closer to Ryu, wondering if he's been putting ointment on the cut. Just then, Kang Yoon suddenly opens his eyes. Sena, startled, screams and jumps back, but Kang Yoon just silently grabs her hand, pulls her close, plops her onto his lap, gives her a tender hug, and drifts back to sleep. She can feel his firm, solid chest under his shirt. Snapping out of it, she demands he let her go, but Kang Yoon, without even opening his eyes, just mumbles that he wants to sleep. He asks her what time it is, but she can't answer because he's got a death grip on her. In that case, Kang Yoon suggests they just chill like this until he's fully awake. He says if she wanted to see his face, she could have just asked instead of creeping around. Ki-sena retorts by threatening to make him regret ever being born if he doesn't shut his trap. Kang Yoon just smirks and pulls her in even tighter. Being in his arms was warmer and cozier than she expected. The alarm clock rings and Ki-sena gets up, since it's time for Ryu to wake up. She's about to walk out of the office when he suddenly hands her an envelope. Inside, Sena finds a lawsuit for defamation, interfering with work, and assault. The defendant in this case is Oh Young-ja. Kang Yoon suggests sending the lawsuit right away if Ki-sena wants to. The girl asks him to do it right now, because that's the only way that woman will understand. It's dumb to just ignore it and pretend nothing happened. Jung-ja needs to face the music and realize you can't mess with the law. Kang Hyun's willing to leave it up to Ki-sena, if that's really how she feels. In response to the girl's surprise, he adds that, as of today, she's his legal representative. Whether she uses it as a threat or negotiates, Ki-sena can decide for herself because he trusts her completely. The heroine is even embarrassed by how much Kang Yoon trusts her. Ryu thinks this is a prime opportunity to score some points, but for some reason, he can't come up with any killer lines. He claims it's probably because he's not fully awake yet. Looking into his dark, confident eyes, she feels like he believes in her more than anyone else ever has. And just a few months ago, she never would have imagined they'd have a connection like this. She figured building a partnership based on trust was the best thing she could do for her bright future and the future of K-Corp. But obviously she was way too naive. The heroine's cheeks flush red, and she asks Kang Yoon what he'd like to do on their date. Ryu doesn't miss the chance to tease her, and after praising her initiative says he has no idea what she's talking about. Then Sena blurts out that she bet 100,000 won on him to win. After saying that, she suggests Kang Yoon and her go to a movie, and he agrees. After that, Kisi orders him to win no matter what, because he knows how much she hates losing. Ryu already knows that, because even 10 years ago, and now, that girl's got this insane competitive fire that makes her work 10 times harder than everyone else. He tells her not to worry and promises everything's gonna be all right. In that moment, when everything about Kisi seemed so captivating to him, Kang Hyun thought that maybe, just maybe, she was his first love. That evening, Jung-hee calls her and suggests she come to the class reunion. Right after that, she suddenly starts grilling her friend about Kang-hyun and tries to get her to invite him too. Ki-si replies that Ryu doesn't even have time to sleep, and there's no point in inviting someone that busy. According to her, Song-min's visit, since he promised to come, will be enough. But Jung-hee keeps pushing, saying that this reunion could be legendary if both guys show up. She's even ready to call Kang-hyun herself if Sina refuses to invite him. So the girl caves and promises to text Ryu, but her friend's like, "What's the point when you could just knock on the dude's door and ask him yourself?" Ki-sina's positive it's a lost cause, saying Kang-hyun doesn't even bother showing up for meetings with coworkers. Just as expected, when she texts him about the reunion this Friday, he shoots her down with a cold, "not interested." Meanwhile, Ryu's digging into the intel he just got on this case he's working. According to the data Mr. Chang coughed up, they ran a check on all the immigration records. Turns out 2 years ago, Hua Yura spent over 2 months at a rehab clinic in Manhattan. That place treats all kinds of addictions, and a single day there costs thousands of bucks. Chang wonders why Kang-hyun's decided to look into a girl who, as far as he knows, works with his buddy. Ryu says it might come in handy, and besides, he doesn't exactly like this Sun-min guy they're talking about. Chang suggests checking out the lawyer too, but Kang-hyun doesn't think it's necessary. Still, that clinic is worth a look. If the heiress to a company so untouchable in their country was getting rehab there, there's gotta be a reason. We need to figure out if it was really rehab or just a way to vanish off the map. So So-min, this hotshot lawyer in a big company's legal department, suddenly takes an interest in Ki Saena. Something probably went down with Hwang Yu-roy, or something shifted his perspective. Chief Chang's asking if Kang-hyun's got any beef with Daeso Corp. He says not yet, but things could get dicey real soon. Friday night, our girl pops into Kang-hyun's office to let him know she's heading out. Peeking over a mountain of paperwork, Ryu asks where she's off to. Saena reminds him it's their class reunion tonight, the one he said he didn't care about. Kang-hyun's surprised she's still going, but she totally misreads his reaction, thinking she doesn't look good enough. The problem's the opposite, and Ryu eyes the girl's plunging neckline with disapproval. He asks sarcastically if Sina's actually going to a reunion or hitting up a singles bar. She says this is not date attire. She was going for successful lawyer vibes. Kang-hyun tells her to let her hair down because he thinks she looks way better that way. Looking at her, he can't shake the feeling that some drunk's gonna hit on Ki-sina at this party. Ryu smirks, asking what kind of reunion makes her dress up like that. He's seriously worried, figuring nothing good can come of this, and peppers her with questions about the event. Ki-sena doesn't get why Kang-hyun's acting like this if he doesn't care about the reunion. If he's jealous she's going somewhere fun alone, he can tag along, though judging by that pile on his desk, he's pulling an all-nighter. Ryu says there's no place he'd rather be than alone with her, maybe getting cozy later. The heroine, totally shocked, asks if he's lost his mind, but Kang-hyun is completely calm and collected. Saying he could work all night if he wanted and that it's her problem, Ki-sena storms out of the office, slamming the door. Ryu laughs, once again getting a kick out of getting under her skin. Usually, no more than 30 people show up at the alumni gathering, but today there are even more than 50. Jung-hee rushes up to Ki-sena, surprised that she actually came alone. The heroine doesn't get what she's so surprised about since she warned her Kang-hyun wouldn't come. Turns out Sung-min didn't come either, but Jung-hee figures he's just running late. She's heard that Chae is now the head of the legal department at Daeso Group, which is seriously impressive because it's so hard to get in there. After that run-in near Sung-min's office, the heroine hasn't heard a peep about him. She calls him to find out when he's arriving, but Chae doesn't pick up. Suddenly, a guy approaches Sena, flashing her a big, cheesy grin. She instantly recognizes him as that upperclassman who used to bully the underclassmen back in college. Throwing an arm around her, he suggests they head over to the tables, grab a drink, and mingle. Figuring he's had too much to drink, she brushes his hand off her shoulder. The guy keeps pushing, insisting that Ki-sena pour him a drink, saying it'll taste better coming from her. Out of nowhere, a dude's hand snatches a bottle of wine off the table and dumps it right on the creep. Leaning over the guy, Kang-hyun tells him he's had enough and orders him to get lost, now. And just like that, the guy vanishes. Looking tired, Ryu sits down next to a stunned Ki-sena, saying he knew something like this would happen. She asks him what he's doing here and what about his job. Kang-hyun said if you only think about work, you won't notice anything else. Ryu can't even catch a break, 'cause he's already surrounded by girls, all thrilled he's here. Kang-hyun whispers to Sena, asking which one is Park Jung-hee. The heroine laughs and points out the girl who, according to her, drinks the most here. Young-hee cheerfully raises a bottle of wine and tells Kang-hyun to hand her his glass. Not much time passes before Ryu's already passed out on the heroine's shoulder. Park's surprised he showed his human side so suddenly. Ki-sena reminds her friend that she'd mentioned Kang-hyun hasn't even had time to sleep lately. Young-hee thinks it's weird why he'd even come here if he wasn't planning on it. As Ki-sena helps the guy up to take him home, Park suddenly says she thinks she knows the reason. When she looked confused, she told her she'd definitely catch the bouquet at their wedding. As she approached the exit, Ki-sung realized she didn't know Kang-hyun's address, so she'd obviously have to take him back to her place. After parking the car, she tried to wake Ryu up, but no luck. She didn't even know how she managed to drag a guy twice her size to the car. No matter how hard she tried to rouse Kang-hyun, nothing worked. But when she started grumbling about how completely impossible he was, Ryu chuckled and agreed with her. He said that kind of treatment was his favorite. She was surprised he was awake, and then Kang-hyun confessed he hadn't actually fallen asleep. He was just playing possum, or else Park Jong-hee would have driven him completely nuts. Getting out of the car, Ryu added that, besides, he got what he wanted. Leaning over the girl, he smirks, saying offering her tea would be way too cliché. He suggests she head home, while he's going back to the office. He's still got stuff to do. Ki-sung wonders why he even bothered showing up to the reunion in the first place. Ryu says he wanted to make sure she got home safe, since usually when she gets hammered, she grabs anyone and begs them for another drink. Even though she's pissed at what he said, he ruffles her hair, tells her to remember it's happened before, and walks off. Our girl's in her office, waiting for Shin Ju-eun, who should be here any minute. Finally, the door swings open and the woman appears. She gushes about how cozy and warm Ki-sang's office is, saying it's nothing like a typical law firm. The girl says she often has clients with heavy stuff on their minds, so she tried to decorate the room to make them feel comfortable. Ju-eun agrees, saying it's hard to open up about personal stuff in cold, soulless places. She says Ki-sung's a good lawyer and admits she didn't think anyone would listen to her. Everyone thought she was nuts and blamed her, asking why she'd be so stubborn when a divorce was easier. Ju-eun sincerely thanks her, but she says she just helped her find a way to untangle the mess. Actually, the words Ki-sung passed on to director Kim Taek-ju were pretty simple. The lawyer just suggested to the guy, who wanted to understand his wife, what she really wanted. This fire can't be stopped. It'll only die down when everything's burned to the ground. Ki-sung advised Kim Taek to speak up if he's hurting, scream if he wants to, push back if he's pushed, to understand the other person's feelings. That day, all the appliances and dishes in their house were wrecked by both of them. The husband told his wife to finally get over it, since he didn't understand how she couldn't forgive someone who was already dead. Everyone around Ju-eun kept telling her that so easily. Truth is, they weren't doing it for her, they just wanted her to cave because it was easier for them, but forgiveness can't be that damn easy. That feeling was eating her up inside, so snapping at people was just simpler. Even now, though, Ju-eun's still holding on to that resentment, can't quite bring herself to forgive. Sane is telling her not to sweat it, that forgiveness takes a lot of freaking energy. When she first met Madame Ju, her face was like a doll's, totally blank, but now it's beaming with life. The couple decided to go through with the divorce, but the reasons why are gonna stay under wraps. As Ki-sang walked Ju-eun out, Songmin calls, happy to hear she was worried about him. According to Che, he had to jet off on a business trip, real urgent. When he asks how the reunion went, she tells him everyone was really hoping he'd show. So Sonmin's asking if Ki-sena's free right now. He's in the neighborhood on business and figured it'd be cool to catch up. They agree to meet, and she hangs up. She's totally flattered that Sonmin always calls her his Sena, though he's always been super nice and gets along with everyone. Kang-hyun walks into Ki-sena's office, and she immediately jumps up to greet him. She's dying to know how the trial went and if Ryu won. Since Kang-hyun's playing the strong, silent type, she demands to know what's up with her hard-earned cash. But against all expectations, the guy just lets out a heavy sigh. Then, leaning on her and giving her a hug, he says he's totally beat. Seeing Kang-hyun looking defeated after the trial, she pats him on the back, trying to comfort him. Hugging him tight, she reminds him that he himself said his chances of winning were slim. She tells him everyone knows how tough it's been for him lately, and that he fought like hell. Kang-hyun offers her the 100 grand back, but she gets mad, saying she's not worried about the money, just his effort. Suddenly, Ryu looks up and tells her to meet him on Saturday at 1 p.m. He gently strokes the face of the bewildered Ki-sung and asks her out on a date. Finally, Kang-hyun admits that he won the case, and she's about to get her payout. Realizing he's tricked her again, she starts punching Ryu. The guy protests, saying she hugged him first, and now she's giving him something, then taking it away. Even though Ki-sung calls him a jerk, he tells her to just deal with it and pulls her close. According to our girl, she's willing to forgive him this time, 'cause he won. Even if it's just a technicality, Kang-hyun's still stoked about the reward. That evening, Ki-sena finally wraps up work, looking forward to a good night. Kang-hyun dipped out early and asked her to grab dinner, warning her she'd regret saying no. Since he was planning on grilling up her favorite Hanwoo marbled beef, she couldn't exactly refuse. She heads to the parking lot to change in her car when she hears footsteps behind her. A super familiar but long-forgotten voice calls out Ki-sena's name. It's been like 10 years, and even though she hasn't missed this voice at all, it's still stuck in her head for some reason. She turns around and sees her mom standing there, waiting for a greeting. Her mom tells her she's gotten even prettier and suggests they chat for a bit. This girl can't figure out why this woman, who just showed up out of nowhere, keeps calling herself Mom. She decides to just blow her off, doesn't say a word, turns around and walks away. But as Ki-sena presses the elevator button, her mother's hand lands on her shoulder. The girl shoves the woman away, furious that she'd even dare to do that. Rubbing her sore hand, Lee Yeon-hwa asks why Ki-sena is being so cold to her own mother. The girl smirks and says she doesn't have a mother. All she knows is a woman who ditched everything, said she wanted to live her own life, and took off with some young dude. That woman was unbelievably selfish and self-centered, hated being called mom, so it's pretty rich that she's using that word now. Lee Yeon-hwa replies that back then, mom was just young and thought she was wasting her life raising a kid. She was full of dreams, and it was driving her crazy to be stuck at home all the time. Addressing her mother formally, she demands the truth, saying she was never a stay-at-home type anyway. Lee Young thinks she did everything for her daughter, fulfilled her duty by giving her beauty and a rich family, because she's always had it better than most. Ki-sena reminds her about the billion she took to sign away her parental rights to dad. She sold her daughter for cash, so now she doesn't even get to say the word mom. Saying Lee Young gave up that title herself, the girl starts yelling. The woman wants to know how Ki-sena knows all this, but she tells her to stop and just leave. Grabbing her daughter's arm, Lee Young begs her to go somewhere private so she can explain everything. Ki-sena shakes her off, saying there's nothing left to talk about. She steps into the elevator and tells her to leave and never even think about coming back. According to the girl, she never cared how Lee Young was doing, and she never missed her face. Sena adds for good measure that she wrote her off a long time ago. But the second those elevator doors close, she can't hold back the tears. Kang-hyun's already at the restaurant when his phone finally rings. He gets up from the table to answer Ki-sena, asking why she's not there yet. She doesn't understand why just hearing his voice makes her feel instantly better. She warns Kang-hyun that she's planning to get so wasted tonight she might end up dancing in the street. Ryu thinks that sounds hilarious and offers to film the whole thing. Ki-sena's in and asks him to stick with her till the end and walk her home after. Since Kang-hyun doesn't say anything, she promises she'll just sway a little, but no hugging. Ryu, his voice suddenly serious, asks if something's wrong with Ki-sena. The whole time, she was actually standing nearby watching his face change. She doesn't get how he knew something was up. She thought she was acting totally normal. Since she's not saying anything, Kang-hyun asks where she is, and he's already getting ready to head over. But then, she hangs up, comes up behind him, hugs him, and says, laughing, that she's totally fine. She hopes Ryu saved her favorite meat for her, and grabbing his hand, drags him into the restaurant. Kang-hyun doesn't understand why she's pretending everything's okay until the very end. Maybe it's just her way of protecting herself, you know? After dinner, Ryu carries a wasted Ki-sena home, slung over his shoulder. He sits her on the bed, takes off her shoes and tells her to get a grip. She strokes his face and he asks what else she wants from him, acting like that. Ki-sena pulls Kang-hyun close and suggests he stay the night. She sees the surprise on his face and can't resist pointing it out. Ryu asks if she's had a lot to drink, and she admits she has, but not blackout drunk, though she won't be making him tea. The fact that Sena can joke means she's okay, but Kang-hyun still doesn't know how to take her persistent offer to stay the night. He says he's always thought men who take advantage of drunk women are total losers. But when the woman you love is coming on to you this strong, you start to think you're the loser if you don't give in. The heroine asks what kind of loser he'd be then. Declaring he's not that much of a gentleman, Kang-hyun gets on the bed and kisses her. He's scared he can't hold back anymore and might actually do something with her. And even though Ki-sena says it's okay, Ryu doesn't think so. 'Cause if she regrets this tomorrow, it's just gonna be another scar for him. It's only hitting her now that she never responded to Kang Yun's confession, and he's still stressing about it. Ryu tucks her into bed, promising to leave as soon as she's asleep. Feeling the warmth of his hands, Ki-sung vows to give Kang Yun an answer for sure at their date on Saturday. Everything was fine until she fell asleep, but now she's meeting Sung-hyun, and she feels awful from the hangover. When the waiter comes, she just asks for a glass of water. Ki-sung wonders why Sung-hyun suggested they meet here of all places. Last time he couldn't treat her to lunch because of urgent business, so now he's offered to have dinner together. When he named the place, she figured it was just some Italian restaurant in a hotel. But showing up here, it feels like the kind of spot where they usually serve cake with a ring inside. Kisina's wondering why he's splashing out on her like this. Last time it was flowers, and now this fancy-ass restaurant. When Songmin finally shows up, the first thing he does is apologize for being late. She tells him it's cool, she just got here a little early. She orders champagne and suggests a toast to their getting together. When the waiter brings their food, Kisena suggests they grab something at a more casual place next time. He's thrown by that, cause he thought she'd be into this. Kisena says she is into it, but it's a bit much for where they're at, and Songmin should bring his girlfriend here. She notices Chae's spilling champagne and jumps up to help him out. But he grabs her hand and tells her he thinks they make a great couple, man and woman. She asks if he's messing with her, cause they only just reconnected and barely even know each other. Sonmin thinks you don't need some big dramatic event for a guy and a girl to catch feelings. He says the second he saw Kisena again, he just knew what he felt. He didn't get a chance to tell her last time cause Ryu Kang-hyun showed up out of nowhere at the restaurant. This ain't no joke either. He was really into her back in college, he just wasn't confident enough to say anything. Kisena's not buying it, especially since Sonmin took off overseas with another woman. Sonmin cops to it, not gonna make excuses for that move. He just figured, since they're both single now, maybe this could be his shot. Since she's not saying anything, Sonmin says maybe he's moving too fast. But then Kisena blurts out that there's already someone she's got a thing for. Sonmin smirks and asks if she's talking about Ryu Kang-hyun. How did you even know that? She asked, surprised. Sonmin, clutching his head, blurted out, it could be anyone but Ryu. Say, you gotta think this through. What's with that reaction? Explain yourself, she demanded. Chi then revealed, 6 months ago, the prosecutor's office swept something under the rug. It was a scandal involving a prosecutor. In that world, you get the usual stuff. Inappropriate behavior, favors, or corruption. Something always comes out every few years. You know how it is, the prosecutor's office and the cops protect their own. So there was no real investigation, just a cover-up. It was a scandal about inappropriate conduct and shady dealings involving Ryu Kang-hyun. He was making unwanted advances on a junior prosecutor and then tried to make the whole thing disappear. If Kaisei was working criminal cases, Sunmin said, she would have heard about it at least once. Jumping up, shaking like a leaf, she screams that it can't be true, Ryu would never do that. Cha said he doubted it at first too, but the way he suddenly resigned and what he said later points to that being exactly what happened. Kiseng is positive it's not true, Kang-hyun's being framed. Sungmin claims he wanted to keep it quiet, but when she confessed her feelings for Ryu, he just couldn't hold it in anymore. She could believe Kang-hyun throwing a punch, maybe, but bribery? No way. That proud dude would never take a payoff to sweep something under the rug, there's just no way. Kiseng is sure the Kang-hyun she knows would never do something like that. Still, Sungmin claims it had something to do with one of Deso Group's partner companies. That's how he found out the details, or so he says. And if Kiseng is okay dating a guy like that, Sungmin suggests she'd be better off with him. He smirks, hoping the girl hasn't fallen too hard for Kang-hyun yet. Getting into the car, she immediately calls her buddy, Prosecutor Park. The second he answers, she demands he spill the beans about that secret Kang-hyun case he mentioned before. Park's like, why the sudden interest, Kisena? We're working together now, remember? But she needs to know why there's all this weird buzz surrounding Kang-hyun. Park refuses to say anything, keeps repeating it's classified info. In that case, Kisena just wants to know if Ryu's leaving his position really had something to do with a woman. Prosecutor Park sighs and admits, I can't exactly deny that. The heroine asks, what exactly did Kang-hyun do to that woman? Park says he's not talking, not just because it's classified, but because the whole thing is so messed up, he doesn't even want to go there. After talking to the DA, she calls Kang-hyun and asks if he's decided where they're going Saturday. Ryu's like, seriously, you calling just to ask that? He's still thinking, so he's down to hear her suggestions if Sena has any ideas. Kang-yeon doesn't care where they go as long as she has a good time. She says she trusts him completely, and after a pause, repeats it. Ryu's surprised, asking why she's telling him that, but Sena says she just blurted it out. Then she asks him to move their date to Sunday because something urgent came up for her on Saturday. Ki-sena says it's super important, and could even turn out to be good news for Kang-yeon too. She heads to a meeting with Chief Jang, who's surprised she's contacting him so late. She admits she learned something pretty wild about mentor Kang-yeon, but she was more shocked than wanting to dig into it. Looks like she's starting to have some subconscious doubts, but something still feels off to her. Chang's asking if she's talking about the rumors going around the office. He says those rumors about him and a younger co-worker are so ridiculous he didn't even bother paying them any mind. She says she heard Kang-yeon supposedly crossed the line with a colleague, then tried to cover it up, and that's why he left his position. Mr. Chang wants to know where attorney Ki-sena got that information. Then again, it doesn't really matter, since believing it or not is her choice. Chang figures she's lost faith in Kang-yeon, but she suddenly says that's not the case. When asked how much she trusts Ryu, Ki-sena replies that she only believes what she sees for herself. Mr. Chang, looking her in the eye, states confidently that Kang-yeon is definitely not like that. She smiles back because she knows it herself. Ki-sena shows up at this event put on by some company's legal team, but Kang-yeon's running a little late. Suddenly, she feels a dude's hand land on her shoulder. She turns around and sees Songmin and remembers this event is hosted by the company he works for. He says he was on the fence about coming tonight, but figured he might run into Ki-sena. They head out to the balcony to talk, and she asks what Songmin meant that day at the restaurant. Cho mentioned back then that Kang-yeon supposedly told him something, and that's how he found out about it. Sena suspects it was a lie, but according to Songmin, that's not exactly how it went down. More like a little game of leaving things unsaid. When he asks what she's managed to dig up on Kang-yeon, she says those rumors aren't even worth talking about. Songmin's blown away by how much Sena believes Ryu isn't capable of something like that. He's calling Kang-yeon an idiot, saying he didn't even realize how the prosecutor bribery case he was investigating backfired on him. She's surprised how Che is talking about his friend, but he says he and that son of a gun were never friends. But, according to him, none of that even matters. Grabbing her hand, he pulls her close and asks if Kang-yeon knows that Sena is using him to solidify her position at K-Corp. Hearing that, she freezes, totally shocked. A phone rings, and Sungmin guesses that it must be who she's been waiting for. He lets go of her and suggests they continue this conversation another time. As Sena walks away, Sungmin tells her to make sure she picks up next time he calls. Her mind's racing, trying to figure out what Che meant, and the phone in her hand keeps ringing. When she gets back into the room from the balcony, Kang-yeon's walking towards her. He's grinning ear to ear, finally tracked down Ki-sang. All night, the heroine's been stuck on what Songmin meant by saying she was using Kang-yeon. Ryu notices she seems troubled, and when she blames it on too much bubbly, he suggests getting some fresh air. But just then, CEO Ki Chung-soo strolls up to the table. He's eager to introduce the new partner attorney, Ryu Kang-yeon, to his acquaintances. Kai-sang waves him off, insisting she's fine. Left alone, she tries to convince herself to forget about it and stop stressing. But then a message pops up from Songmin, and when she opens it, she's horrified to see a photo of her contract with her dad. She jumps up and calls him back, demanding to know where he is. Chi asks sarcastically if Ki-sang already misses him. "You gotta explain what the hell this is, and if you were snooping around my office." "Hey, if this document was so damn important, you should have hidden it better," Sonmin says. "I'm just as surprised I have this habit, and if I knew about it beforehand, I would have given you a heads up, promise." When she asks what he's gonna do now, Che just shrugs. "Haven't decided yet." Her hands are shaking with rage, but she tries to keep it together, saying, "That contract is useless to you." "I know that," Sunmin says. "At first I wasn't gonna do anything with it, just thought it was a funny find. But when Ki-sang freaked out like that, it made me wonder if it's her Achilles heel." She's shocked. "Have you always been like this? Are you even the same Che I thought I knew?" Sonmin scoffs and bursts out laughing. "I can't believe you still don't get it," he says, calling Ki-sang a sheltered flower who's wasted her life. After hanging up the phone downstairs, he offers to tell the girl something interesting. He says Ryu's been interested in her for a while now, and he realized for the first time today that she likes him too. Songmin asks if Saina knows that Kang-yeon is a complete orphan. A kid with no parents, acting all high and mighty like he's somebody, and sometimes it even made people jealous. Songmin was wondering what kind of world he's living in. He never thought that guy could actually have feelings for someone. So Che wants to congratulate Sienna on being the only one who can handle Kang-yoon. The girl can't figure out what he's getting at, what he's trying to say. With a sly grin, Songmin says he's just trying to stir things up between them. And Ryu hates more than anything when people try to use him. Kisena wants to know if that's the case what he wants from her. Sungmin's asking what she thinks he should do and if he should show Kang-hyun the agreement. 'Cause he's not gonna believe Sina's being genuine once he sees that thing. She's shaking with rage, saying she wouldn't have given Sungmin the time of day if she knew what a complete dirtbag he was. She says it was all predictable, there's no use crying over spilled milk, and Sina's just gonna hurt herself. Sungmin says the choice is hers and walks off, leaving her standing there. She's thinking about how Ryu Kang-hyun, who doesn't trust anyone, only trusted her, the one who carelessly betrayed him to solidify her position at K-Corp. Saying she never thought she'd develop feelings for him sounds like a lame excuse. She should have told Ryu about the contract as soon as she realized how she felt, or even before, when he confessed to her. Fact is, Sina never should have signed that damn contract in the first place. Realizing she's no better than Cheon Seong-min, she bursts into tears. Just then, Kang-hyun walks up, takes her hand, and asks if she's feeling sick. She tells him she just didn't sleep well and is super tired. Kang-hyun gently strokes her face and asks again if she's sure she's okay. Feeling like his kindness is eating her up inside, Gi-shong decides she has to tell him everything. Hesitating a bit, she suddenly realizes she needs to figure something out first. Asking him to wait a little and promising to tell him the truth, she runs off. On the way, Seong-min stops Gi-shong and says he won't show Kang-hyun the contract if she breaks things off with him. And after that, she's got to introduce him to her dad as her fiancé and a candidate for the partner position at the firm. After laying down the law, he lets Gi-seong go and heads back towards the restaurant. She's screaming after him, saying he's lost his mind if he thinks he can say that after everything that's happened, and besides, she can't just hand him a partnership like that. Sonmin tells Sena to show Kang-hyun the contract right now if she doesn't like it, and watch everything go up in flames. Or maybe she'll get to see him crumble when he feels the sting of betrayal from someone he trusted. In her head, she's calling Sonmin every name under the sun, promising he'll pay for this, big time. The next day, Ki Sena goes to her father's office to talk to him about the contract. Ki Chung-soo can't believe his daughter's finally making moves, that she's starting to see things aren't so bad after all. Her dad laughs, adding that Ki Se-hoon's been saying at home that his sister picked the right guy. The man insists his gut feeling is never wrong, and Sena replies that he's right. Then she tells her father to just pretend that contract never happened. She says it was a bad call, and she signed it without thinking. The contract itself isn't the problem, the fact it exists is. Kang-hyun isn't an object, he's a person, and she didn't realize how important his feelings are. Ryu didn't even know this agreement affecting him existed, and that could have repercussions, because if one party is unaware, it's an unfair deal. Looking intently at his daughter, Ki Chung-soo states that effectively, the deal is done, and if she wants out, she knows what she has to do. Kai-sena knows this, and that's why she's prepared to step down as head of the family division. On top of that, she's willing to return the shares her father transferred to her. The girl will also pay the property transfer tax, including the tax from the last time those shares were transferred to her. Ki Chung-soo doesn't understand why Sayana would make such sacrifices instead of just enjoying the situation, especially since, from what he can tell, Ryu's lawyer seems interested in her too. According to her, until recently she thought the same way, until she realized how wrong it was. She's willing to lose more than she gained, because there are things worth sacrificing for. This is about genuine feelings for someone, and Ki Se-young's pride. Looking her dad right in the eye, she tells him to forget the contract ever existed, because she's head over heels for Kang-hyun and can't stand feeling ashamed around him anymore. Sonmin's sitting across from Ki Se-young, smirking, and asks if she's absolutely sure about this. She says she was shocked at first, then angry, but now she's just disappointed in herself. She thinks it's better to be honest and help Sonmin however she can. When Che asks what she means, Sayana says that envy and resentment get you nowhere. She knows from experience that all that stuff does is eat you up inside. Sonmin thought she was just a delicate flower and didn't expect her to be so insightful. He smiles and tells her she doesn't know the half of it. She agrees that he's not who she thought he was, but still, she never expected him to pull something like this. When asked if she showed the contract to Kang-hyun, Ki-sena says it's getting cancelled and she already talked it over with her dad. Sungmin asks if she's really that into Ryu and she confirms it. But he points out that even if Kisana cancels the contract, it doesn't change the fact she took advantage of Kang Yun. Judging by her reaction, she didn't like his offer, even though he made it crystal clear what he was gonna do. With that, he sends Kang Yun a text with a picture of the contract. Sungmin, with a nasty grin, asks Kisana what she's gonna do now and suggests she might want to pick up her phone. After all, the guy who never gave him the time of day is suddenly blowing up his phone. The heroine's heart stops, and that jerk Che keeps taunting her, wondering which one of them should answer the call. He asks if Kang Yun will believe Sena as much as she believes him, and then answers the phone. He says Ryu must be pretty steamed about his message if a guy who wouldn't even spit on a lowlife like him is suddenly calling him back. So Min's asking if he liked the gift he sent. He'd love to see Kang Hyun's face right now, but unfortunately, there's someone else sitting across from him. With that, Che shoves the phone at Kisei and tells her to answer it. She picks up and promises to explain everything to Kang Hyun, but he cuts her off. Ignoring him, Sei is gonna head over there right now and explain everything in person. She says he can be mad if he wants, but she's begging him to just hear her out first. But then Kang Hyun suddenly says he doesn't think they're quite done with their little bet. He tells Kisei to just consider that she's won. She tears into the office and sprints towards Kang Hyun's office. She pounds on the door for a while, but then it hits her. He's not here. Sena's calling Ryu, but he's not picking up or answering her texts. Suddenly, she's hit with this total feeling of helplessness. She wanted to fix the mess she made, but didn't think about how it'd get to him. She feels like a complete idiot, and just then her phone buzzes. Kisena grabs the phone, expecting to hear Kang Yun, but it's someone else entirely. She's shocked and asks how Lee Yanhua got her number. The woman reminds her that she's her mother, so it's not exactly a mystery. Kisena says again that she doesn't have a mother anymore and Yanhua needs to stop harassing her. The woman says she can tell who her father is just from her sharp tongue. Yanhua suggests Sena meet up when she's free, because she has something to tell her. But the heroine ain't got no interest in talking to her, and hangs up. The guy who pretended to be a reporter to Son Min and tried to shake him down is sitting in Kang Yan's office. He notices Ryu keeps getting calls from lawyer Ki and offers to pick up, but Ryu says if the guy messed up, he's gotta own it. When asked if Ki Sayena screwed something up, Kang Yan says if you let it slide, it could become a problem, and if you don't think it's a problem, everything could fall apart. According to the lawyer, there's definitely a connection here. He points to the documents lying on the table, and only now does the man realize that Ryu is talking about the Huang Yu case. Back then, everything was settled amazingly fast, and clearly Son Min's skills as head of the legal department are beyond praise in this matter. Ryu regrets being lenient with the guy because if he'd known how talented he was, he would have gotten rid of him sooner. Kang Yan doesn't get why such a good mind is wasted on this kind of stuff. For him, Son Min was always the kind of guy who was annoying to look at, but as soon as Ryu turned away, he'd forget about him. If Che hadn't set his sights on Kisena, things would have stayed the same. Kang Yun smirks, and the guy across from him asks what's up. Ryu replies with a smile that he's thinking about getting a cat. A Siamese, cold on the outside but caring, would probably be a good fit. Sina walks sadly through the office wondering if she'll get to see and talk to Kang Yun today. First, she's going to apologize, and then explain why she signed that contract back then. She needs to tell him she canceled the deal with her dad and everything about Che Sung-min too. Just then, Kang Yun steps out of the elevator right across from where she's standing. He glances at her, then turns and walks right past. Kisena grabs his coat sleeve and begs him to talk to her, even if it's not now, whenever he has time. Without turning around, Ryu replies dryly that it'll have to wait, 'cause he's kinda busy right now. The girl lets him go and promises to wait, even if it takes a while, like after work or something. As Kang Yun walks away, Ki-sung's phone starts ringing in her hand. It's Jian Hospital in Seoul calling about one of their patients, and they're pretty worried. According to their records, Ki-seung is Lee Yeonhwa's guardian, which is why they're getting in touch. A little later, she walks into the hospital room completely speechless. Lee Yeon figures if Ki-seung had agreed to talk sooner, things wouldn't be this messed up. The girl wants to know if she called her here just to show off how bad she's gotten. Yeonhwa wants her daughter to get checked out, and she's already set everything up with the doctor. Seong needs to get tested to see if she's a match for a liver transplant. The woman's been having health problems for years, early-stage liver cancer, so she needs a transplant. Hearing this, the heroine bursts into a wild laugh. So that's why Dad asked her back then if she'd been getting weird calls. Obviously, that strange request from Se-hoon that he never actually voiced was also related to this. Ki-saena asks how Lee Yan-hwa could even think about cutting up her daughter's body after never showing her any motherly love. The woman doesn't get what's so hard about getting checked out. They say it doesn't even hurt. The heroine is outraged, wondering how such a person could have given birth to her, and thinks it would have been better if Yan-hwa had gotten rid of her before she was even born. According to the woman, if she'd known what Ki-saena would become, she really would have done just that. In her opinion, taking care of sick parents is every child's duty. The girl is shaking with rage and reminds her that a parent, in turn, is supposed to be a parent too. Leon's never acted like her mom, and she'd sooner die than give her a piece of her liver. After saying no way in hell, Ki-saena turns to leave. Leon jumps out of bed and grabs her arm, but the girl tells her to never call again. She says maybe, just maybe, when the woman's on her deathbed, she'll have a change of heart and donate part of her liver. With that, she walks out of the room, wondering why she even came here in the first place. Did she still have some kind of attachment that made her step into this nightmare? Suddenly, Ki-saena spots Kang-hyun walking down the hallway. The girl asks why he's here, but Ryu just stares at her in silence. The heroine's nerves break and she runs away in tears. Sena bolts down the stairs, not understanding why he showed up here of all times. Tears are blurring her vision. She misses a step and starts to fall. But Kang-hyun was right behind her, and he catches her just in time. He asks if Sena's okay, but she just wants him to let go. She begged him to talk before, and he avoided her like the plague. So why the sudden change of heart? Kang-hyun tries to get her to look at him, but she tells him to pretend he didn't see anything if he sees her running away. She's wondering why Ryu always seems to catch her at her absolute worst. Why does he always show up when she really doesn't want anyone to see her like this? Sena asks if it made Kang-hyun feel better, knowing how her own mother treats her and the awful things she said. She wants to know if he chased after her just to vent about how pissed he is about her betrayal. She's ready to take his judgment, apologize, and just be done with it already. Kang-hyun tells the girl to chill out and check her ankle first. Saying she doesn't care what happens to her anymore, Ki-saena runs off again. Ryu bends down and picks up the shoe she left behind. The girl walks down the street with only one shoe, bummed out about how ridiculous she looks. She sits down on a bench, head hanging low, still crying her eyes out. Kang-hyun walks up to her and asks if she's done crying, but Saena says she's got more tears to shed so he can just get lost. Ryu just sighs heavily in response. Ki-saena asks why he came if he doesn't like her anymore and hates her. Is that hate so strong that he enjoys seeing her like this? Kang-hyun's amazed at how expertly Ki-saena makes him out to be the bad guy. Dropping to one knee, he slips the lost shoe onto the girl's foot. He thinks to himself that she's still terrible at expressing how she really feels, as always. Because everything she just said was basically her begging him to stay. He figures maybe things will finally be different now. After all, the one she confessed her feelings to while crying her eyes out wasn't Sunmin, like in her messed up past, but him, Ryu. Still, in his eyes, Sena's just too damn beautiful to push away. Whether she's crying or pissed off, she's always stunning to him. Ryu takes her hands and asks her to just say straight up what she wants him to do. He wants Sena to remember what exactly was on the line in their bet, and what he promised to do if she won. She remembers that he promised to grant her any wish, no matter what it was. Kang-hyun smiles and asks where they should even begin then. Without a second thought, Sena just throws herself into his arms without a word. Holding her close, Ryu's confused, wondering if that's all there is to it, but she asks him to just hold her for now. After that, she asks him to stroke her hair, and Kang-hyun obliges. The girl apologizes and admits she messed up, saying she did a lot of dumb stuff and she's really sorry. She asks Ryu to forgive her for all the harsh things she said, and just asks him not to hate her. The guy smirks and asks who's hating on who here. Sena confesses that she's fallen hard for Kang-hyun, and he laughs, saying that's some good news. According to her, she's not the type to burst into tears all over the place, but Ryu already knows that. When she asks if he was really mad at her, Kang-hyun says he can't pretend he wasn't a little bummed out. Since she screwed up big time and there's no way to weasel out of this mess, she promises to bust her butt until he forgives her. Looking straight into Ryu's eyes, Ki-saena asks if he'll let her love him. Truth is, the day Kang-hyun got that message from Songmin, he was absolutely livid. But it wasn't really about the contract itself, even though, yeah, the whole thing was totally ridiculous. What really ticked Ryu off was that Songmin contacted Saena in the first place, and it was obvious he was setting her up. She says she never meant to deceive Kang-yun. Back then, she just saw them as enemies and didn't think he'd ever fall for her. So, like a total idiot, she figured they could work together with an arrangement. To her surprise, Kang-yun replies that he already knew that. Come to think of it, Saena didn't actually do anything as part of that deal. If anything, he was the one chasing after her. If this dummy had just come clean from the start, things might have been different, but I guess that's exactly why he was drawn to her. He's just asking her to think twice next time, because if it happens again, he doesn't know what he'll do. He says Sina wasn't to blame in the first place, and even though he was angry, it wasn't at her. She doesn't get why he avoided her then, because she spent so many days worrying, losing sleep, and trying to figure out how to make things right. She kept thinking about Ryu, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't even focus at work. Suddenly it hits her that he was acting that way on purpose, and Kang-yun, like nothing's up, asks if her ankle's still bothering her. Ryu promises to treat Kisena better from now on, so he tells her to quit playing hard to get and just be with him. When he asks if he can kiss her, she's like, "Since when do you need permission?" Then he pulls Sina close and kisses her softly. A little later, as they're walking through the yard, she asks why Kang-yun came here. He says he's here on business, though talking about it might be rough and could affect things between us. But she doesn't care, she just wants him to lay it all out. After all, Kang-hyun could have been disappointed in her behavior, but he never judged her. And even though Ryu says this is a bit different, she promises she'll understand, no matter what. Kang-hyun smiles and tells Ki-saenu to come with him then. The couple heads back to the hospital and walks into a room where an elderly woman is resting. She affectionately calls Kang-hyun her sweet little puppy, even though he says he's too old for that nickname. Looking at Ki-saenu, the woman asks if she's the lawyer Ryu was telling her about. She gets on him for not mentioning how beautiful the girl is, and he says he definitely did mention it. Embarrassed, he admits he wasn't planning on introducing them just yet. But she's laying down the law, saying he's gotta introduce them since they're here, and she's the first girl Ryu's ever raved about. Gently putting his arm around Kisaina, Kang-hyun introduces her to Ms. Lee Soon-ok. She's not totally clear on what this woman is to him, but she introduces herself anyway. Lee Soon-ok says they look great together, and now she can finally rest easy. Kang-hyun asks her to care for Saena as much as he does, which totally flusters her. Soon-ok knows Ryu's not one to wear his heart on his sleeve, so she hopes the feeling's mutual. Blushing, Kisina admits that she's really into Kang-hyun too. Taking her hand, the woman says Ryu looks all stoic, but he's a different story on the inside. If he ever steps out of line, Lee Soon-ok tells her to come straight to her, and she'll set him straight. She says you see things clearer as you get older, and she's so glad Saena's so sweet and kind. That woman begged us not to abandon Kang-hyun no matter what. Ryu just wants her to stick by him, says that's enough, and Ki-sang promises she will. Once they're out of the room, she says the woman seemed really kind, and Ryu agrees. Lee Soon-ok worked herself to the bone her whole young life. Then around 40, she started cooking at a construction site, and she's been living in dust and cement for over 20 years now. Kang-hyun worries about her a lot and wants her to live as long as possible. She never pictured Ryu being so affectionate before. She was really surprised when Lee Soon-ok started teasing Kang-hyun and called him a little pup. That's when Ryu admits that this woman raised him. Saena asks with a smile if he'll start cuddling up to her too, and he says anything's possible once she gets to Lee Soon's age. The girl is surprised. Does she really mean that much to Ryu, that he's planning to be with her until she's old? When they finally get to the car, Kang-hyun asks how Saena's ankle is and if she's okay to drive. She says she's good to go, then suddenly stops, like she's about to ask him something else. Looking at Ryu, she asks if she can crash at his place tonight. Kang-hyun gets lost in thought for a second, then says he was hoping to find the right moment, like tomorrow, but I guess he has to say it now. That woman in the hospital, she's not my mom or grandma, she just raised me. Saena's probably already heard from that scumbag Songmin that he's an orphan. Kang-hyun promises to tell her everything in detail when she's ready. She takes his hand and asks if he wants to tell her everything. What matters to her isn't whether she should know, but whether he wants to share it with her, so he should really think it over. Kang-hyun pulls her close and admits that he really, really wants to. Kisina's super eager to get to know him better and suggests they head back to her place. They get home, ditch their coats, and collapse on the bed, making out like crazy. Kang-hyun asks if Saena's absolutely sure about this, and she just laughs, pulling him closer. Later, lying under the covers, Ryu starts telling her his story. He was around 15, walking home from school, when he saw a crowd of people in the alley near his house. Cops everywhere, ambulance, and Kang-yun felt everyone's eyes lock onto him. The kid either hadn't processed it yet, or maybe deep down he knew that the person under the sheet on the stretcher was his mom. His feet were like glued to the ground, and he just stood there staring blankly. And then someone came up behind him and covered his eyes. It was Madam Lee, the landlady of the house they lived in. Ryu's mom was a naive country girl with dreams of making it as an actress. She moved to the city, joined some struggling theater group, and started learning the ropes. But it wasn't even a year before her life started to fall apart. She had a kid, no one knows who the father was, and that's when her life went straight to hell. A long, dark depression ate away at her mind, and she just lost her will to live. After Ryu was born, she was plagued by constant nightmares, and she started losing her grip on reality. Kang-yun doesn't remember when it started. He had to face the music before he even realized he needed his parents. His mother's smile was beautiful, like a clear sky. But when she cried, she was scarier than an animal who lost its young. Sometimes she'd act normal, recognize her son, and do chores around the house, but it always made him nervous. She seemed so fragile, like she could just vanish at any moment. There wasn't a funeral. Nobody would have shown up anyway. Ryu was all alone, figuring they'd just ship him off to an orphanage. With his mom or without her, Kang-yun had always been on his own, so he wasn't sweating it. He told himself it could be for the best, since a lot of kids in the system were in the same boat. And that's when Mrs. Lee Soon-ok told the kid she'd become his guardian. The woman was in her 40s, didn't have any kids, and had been living alone since her husband passed. When she offered Ryu a place to live, he didn't even hesitate before saying yes. In that moment, it seemed like she needed it even more than he did. Hearing this story, Sena, bawling her eyes out, begs Kang-yun to let her hug him. Ryu pulls her close, and she feels this incredible warmth radiating from him. It hits her hard, just how amazing this guy is, considering everything he's been through. According to Kang-yun, it's all thanks to Madam Lee, who took in a kid who wasn't hers and raised him like her own. This woman, his guardian, is the only family he's got, and he thinks of her as his mom. Once she finally calms down, Ryu admits he wants to always be straight with her, so he asks her to let him tell her something else. Kang-yun's sure Sena's heard rumors about his work in the prosecutor's office, and he asks what she's most curious about. She waves it off, saying it's all just dumb gossip she doesn't care about at all. But there is something she'd like to know, and Kang-yun says he's ready to answer anything. Sena asks how hot this coworker is that Ryu's supposedly messing around with. She asks it with so much fire, it totally throws Kang-yun for a loop. Seeing the confusion on his face, the girl tells him to just forget she said anything. Then out of nowhere, Sena asks if Kang-yun still has her phone number. After that, she covers her face with her hands and begs him to forget she even asked, saying she doesn't really care. In response, Ryu strokes her face, pulls her close, and kisses her. He admits he suddenly realized how much he loves being with her, and it's always been his dream. Sena asks if she can ask him one more question. Kang-yun guesses she wants to know the reason behind all the rumors. According to him, it was a kind of strategy to smear him, to turn a good prosecutor into a total creep. Kang-yun says he was constantly getting messed with at the prosecutor's office. He was secretly investigating bribery cases, and the situation turned out to be even worse than he thought. They weaponized their authority, cut deals, and delayed justice. Anyone who didn't play ball was just considered a screw-up. They went after Kang-hyun out of spite, because how dare some low-level prosecutor dig into the big guys? Sang doesn't get what any of this has to do with the harassment claims, though. Turns out the whole so-called harassment thing wrecked Ryu's case, all because of that girl. Grabbing Kang-hyun's hand, she passionately promises to have his back. Ryu finds her enthusiasm amusing, admitting that he actually does feel protected when he's with her. Ki-sang hugs Kang-hyun tightly, furious at how they dared to do this to her man. She's dead set on taking down everyone who spread those nasty rumors about him. A couple of days later, she heads to her family home for dinner. Ki-chansu wants to know why his daughter suddenly wants to meet. Since he brought it up, she's just gonna ask straight out, "When were you planning on telling me about Lee Yanhua?" She figures her dad wouldn't have said a damn thing if she hadn't come to him herself. Sena should have figured something was up when Sehun came to her talking all cryptic. Chansu thought it was better if she didn't know about any of this. The heroine replies that ex-spouses, no matter how much they loved each other, become strangers after the divorce. Which means, unlike her dad and that woman are now complete strangers to each other. So she's asking him to stay out of this and let her figure things out on her own. The girl's gonna start by getting checked out, which shocks everyone at the table. Sina's stepmother tries to say something, but she cuts her off and gently takes her hand. The heroine says that she'll always genuinely think of her as her real mom, not that woman, Lee Yanhua. Her stepmom, even though she wonders if she has the right to say it, admits she could never do something like that to Saena, not even in her worst nightmare. The girl replies that she can't forgive that woman. Smiling, she tells her mom not to worry, because she's not planning on doing anything she's concerned about. Saena always wondered if the woman who was supposed to be her mother ever missed her, and as a kid, she'd stay up all night waiting for her to come home. Maybe these empty hopes are payback for all those sleepless nights. If she doesn't match the research criteria, then so be it, but if she does, then that's just how it's gonna be. Out of the blue, the heroine also tells her dad that they don't have to cancel their contract. When asked what made her change her mind, Saena laughs and says that pride is one thing, but Kang-yeon doesn't seem to mind. Turns out, Ryu the lawyer knows everything, and the girl has to admit her dad's got a great instinct for people. Kang-yeon's seriously amazing, so she's planning on soaking up everything she can from him. She can learn a ton from him, both as someone with more experience and as the lawyer she's working with. Soon, Sina's bringing him home to meet the folks, 'cause she's even more into him than she thought. She's really hoping her mom will dig Kang-yeon too. The woman thanks her for trusting her, but the girl thinks she's the one who should be grateful. Ryu Kang-hyun walks down the hallway of a trendy nightclub. The security stops him at the entrance and demands the password, because this ain't the kind of place you just waltz into. Ryu says, "Red Lily," and they open the door and let him in. Once inside, the man looks around and finally spots the one he came for. Hwang Yu-ra is sitting at one of the VIP tables, covered with bottles of expensive booze. Kang-yeon slides up to the woman, grabs a bottle, and gives it a once-over like he knows his stuff. When Yu-ra asks him who the hell he is, the guy says he just came for a drink. 'Cause it's not like any of these lowlifes are here for the music. The woman wants to know if he knows who she is, and Kang-yeon just calmly says she's the crazy heiress to Doso Group. Yu-ra's getting pissed, wondering what kind of nut job just crawled out of the woodwork. But Kang-yeon just laughs and says she's got a long way to go before she's that crazy. Yu-ra doesn't know what he wants from her, but tells him to shut his trap and get lost 'cause she's in a bad mood. Ryu says that's no surprise, considering how lame her party is. The woman thinks he's a reporter, but Kang-yeon says if he were a reporter, he wouldn't waste his time on this small potato stuff when there's way bigger news out there. Yu-ra wonders who invited him, since this is a private gig. The guy says he just popped in but got bored and heard she's the most interesting person here. In that case, Yu-ra suggests they have some fun together tonight. As they're drinking, some blonde dude walks up to the table, wondering who the hell this stranger is. Looks like one of the elites who's always hanging around Yu-ra. She's sure they'll find out who this hottie is soon enough, but either way she's already digging him. She suggests they play a game to see if he fits in with their crew. The game's called Truth or Die, a slightly twisted version of Truth or Dare. And to start things off, Yu-ra wants to know who he is and what he does. Kang-yeon stares intently at the woman and announces that he's a lawyer. The guys sitting next to Yu-ra are pissed, wondering what gives this lawyer the right to think he can party with them. Unless his dad's like a Supreme Court justice, then yeah, I guess he could like clean up after them as their butler. Yu-ra says she knows this lawyer really well, but this dude's acting totally different from how she knows him. Kang-yeon points out there's more than one lawyer in the world, and besides, guys are all different anyway. She doesn't see why a lawyer can't hang with them. Everyone's gotta have a job, right? She pulls out a cigarette case from her purse, and inside, besides the smokes, there's this little packet. Just like Kang-yeon figured, things here aren't exactly on the up and up. He turns down the cigarette she offers, saying he quit. Yu-ra finds it funny that he quit for a girl, and she's sure he's not who he seems to be. According to her, this isn't just a game of truth, it's about digging up the real deal that's been buried deep. She suggests spinning a bottle, and whoever it points to has to take a drink and spill something juicy. And the rest of you guys gotta figure out if the person's telling the truth or lying through their teeth. If you're sure what they said is true, you gotta chug that glass in front of you. But if you think it's a load of bull, instead of drinking, you shout out, "Liar!" If even one person has their doubts, the storyteller has to spill more details to prove their story's legit. Then we vote again. If they're caught in a fib, the storyteller has to drink for everyone at the table. But if they were telling the truth, then all the doubters gotta drink up. So if you don't want to drink, you either gotta be a smooth-talking liar who can convince everyone, or just stick to the truth. Kang-yeon's sure this is gonna be interesting, and Yu-ra volunteers to go first. Ryu can't wait to see how good she is at this game. Yu-ra spins the bottle and it points right back at her. She's thinking hard about where to even start, since she's got so many stories she could tell. After a quick think, she decides to start with something easy. So, after a while, pretty much everyone at the table is hammered and half passed out. Kang Hyun's calling out another player's bluff again. The guy's clueless how the lawyer keeps doing it, cause he thought he sounded totally believable this time. Ryu's been stuck listening to these moron stories for hours now. But honestly, it's just a bunch of trash talk and weak attempts to look tough. And if that's all it is, he doesn't see the point in sticking around and wasting his time. Kang Hyun downs his drink, gets up from the table, and heads for the door. Yura stops him because even though everyone else is wasted, they're both still sober. So she suggests they each reveal one deep, dark secret that no one else knows. The woman asks Ryu if he's ever, crossed the line or gotten his hands dirty. Kang Hyun stopped, so she figures she's definitely piqued his interest. To back her up, the lawyer smirks and sits back down. He tells Yura to start her story, cause he's really hooked. The woman unbuttons the top button of his shirt, saying he should get a little more exposed first. She tells him to drink up if he wants to hear the rest, and Ryu throws back another shot. For the first time ever, Kang Hyun actually felt sorry for Sungmin, who's obviously getting played by this girl. Yura tells how she first realized how easy it was to off someone when so much blood poured out that her whole robe was soaked through. She barely remembers where she stabbed him, whether it was in the throat or the chest. Hwang tells Kang Hyun to keep drinking if he wants to hear more details. While he's drinking, she explains how she was under so much pressure that day, it was hard to think straight. This rich jerk was flashing his super expensive pocket knife, and next thing Yura knew, she was gripping it tight. She iced him because he wouldn't take no for an answer, kept hitting on her even after she told him she wasn't interested. Truth is, she didn't even think she'd actually do it. Like she said, she never realized how easy it could be. When she came to, he was already gone, and she was covered in red. Yura was wasted, plus other stuff, so everything felt unreal, like she was dreaming. Kang Hyun's blown away by how casually Yura's talking about this, like she feels zero remorse. She's not just some spoiled brat, she's human garbage, worse than any lowlife animal. Yura claims she was way more hammered back then than she is now, and asks Ryu if he believes her story. The guy thinks it's a little too wild for a secret confession. She strokes his bare chest, asking if he wants to know what happened next. Does he want to know how she can be here, like nothing happened, after taking someone's life? Saying it's time for a drink, Kang Hyun wants to know who the guy she offed was. He's curious what kind of chump died so stupidly, but Yura thinks she'd be at a disadvantage if she told him. She figures one glass definitely won't cut it here. That's the end of her story, and if the lawyer wants to know more, she suggests they head upstairs together. Smirking, Kang Hyun points out that, come to think of it, he never told her his secret either. And even though Yura thinks they can discuss it in bed, he claims his body only reacts to someone he loves. He says he's been letting her touch him for a while now, hoping for some kind of reaction, but no dice. Claiming Yura's so unappealing there's no point in staying, Kang Hyun turns to leave. When the woman started yelling about what the hell he thought he was doing, Ryu just asked how she could be so clueless after acting like she's so smart. He told her he'd just been messing with her the whole time, putting up with all the boring crap. Yura is shaking with anger and humiliation, but Kang Hyun just ignores her and walks out of the club. A few days later, he meets up with an old buddy and shows him a recording of Miss Hwang spilling the beans about what she did. Ryu was worried about the recording quality from his pocket, but it turned out better than he expected. The guy takes a good, hard look at a packet of something, let's just call it Red Lily. He's blown away that Kang Hyun managed to get his hands on this new stuff, the kind the rich kids are secretly importing. The guy wants to know what their next move is, and Ryu, smirking, gets ready to bring him up to speed. Arriving at their agreed-upon meeting spot, Kisaina waves to his old acquaintance, Prosecutor Park, from a distance. The guy looks like crap since he's been buried in paperwork lately just to make time for today. He's dying to know who Sina's gonna introduce him to at a place this fancy, but she tells him to come inside first. Park's hoping she's not gonna ask him to do anything shady, 'cause, gotta keep things above board. He might not be the most honest guy, but he's a damn upright prosecutor, almost to a lonely degree. As they sit down at the table, Ki-sena comments that Park's definitely at the age where he should be settling down. The prosecutor figures the girl is setting him up on a blind date, and that's why she dragged him to such an expensive joint. Sena claims that Park will definitely like this person, and just then, Kang Hyun approaches the table with Chief Jang. Seeing him, the stunned prosecutor jumps up from his seat. Ryu greets the guy, introduces himself, and then introduces Chief Jang Chol-ho. Park says he's heard a lot about Kang Yun, but he's really curious about why they're all meeting up. First things first, Ryu suggests the prosecutor grab some food, cause everyone's clearly starving. Ki-seng's digging the Yuko, and Kang Hyun tells her to chow down, saying he'll order more if she's still hungry. He notices Park's tense, and Park admits he's still trying to figure out why they're all here. Ryu chimes in, saying Ki-seng's lawyer told him a lot about Park. First off, he wants to apologize for setting up this meeting so suddenly, without asking first. Kang Yun knows the prosecutor's been swamped with work lately. His unit handles serious crimes that are way beyond what regular cops can handle. Prosecutor Park himself specializes in cases involving, let's just say, controlled substances. Park sighs, saying kids these days are way too careless about that stuff, and his desk is piled high with new cases every day. Kang Yun asks the prosecutor if he knows anything about the Red Lily. Park says they know it's a new product, but they can't start an investigation because they don't know what it looks like. Ryu's wondering if the prosecutor could launch a preliminary investigation if he had the evidence. Pak says in cases like this, they can start an investigation even with circumstantial evidence, and then Chief Jang hands Pak that very bag. Kang Yun declares that this isn't circumstantial, it's rock-solid proof. According to Jang, he just happened to bump into someone who dropped off these things. We're talking about the infamous Doso Group heiress, Hwang Yurei. The prosecutor knows this woman all too well, but to build a case, he needs to know how they got their hands on this evidence. Not just Pak, but Kisena is shocked to hear that Kang Yun personally got this evidence from Yurei. The prosecutor wants to know if Ryu resorted to strong-arming or, let's just say, persuasion to get it. Chief Jang asks the guy what kind of vibes he gets from Mr. Kang Hyun. Pak calls him cold, detached, and straight-up intimidating. When asked how else to describe Ryu, the guy says he's handsome, which is exactly the description Chan was waiting for. Ki-sung choked when she heard that it was thanks to this quality that Kang Hyun was able to lure the spoiled Hwang heiress into his trap. Ryu suggests discussing the details later and sending the evidence to the lab first. We need to find out the composition of this triangular piece and the substance on the hairs. Prosecutor Park hopes that attorney Ryu isn't involved in this mess. If necessary, Kang Hyun is even ready to give his own hair for examination. However, Park doesn't see the need because he believes Ryu isn't that kind of guy. He'll send this packet to the National Forensic Service, and when the results are in, he'll call Hwang Yura in for questioning. However, Kang Hyun thinks that if they do that, the case won't even make it to indictment. He's sure they won't even be able to get that woman in for questioning. Even though Park's clueless about what to do next, Kang Hyun suggests they throw some bait out for someone else. When the prosecutor's all confused, asking if they know someone else involved, Chang slides him an envelope. These people are tightly connected, and if this works, it'll be front-page news for ages. The prosecutor's face is like, whoa, as he checks out the photos. It's not just Yura using again, it hints at her being involved in, well, some shady business. Park recognizes the guy next to Miss Hwang as that actor who got probation a few months back for using. Kang Hyun says the key is to use the evidence they have to try and tie Yura to the distribution, and that means starting with analyzing the substance. They need to charge this guy with, stuff. But since he's been downtown before for the same thing, he's not gonna spill the beans willingly. Don't expect any cooperation, so they need to arrest him right away, no delays, this is a matter of principle. They need to get that warrant first thing in the morning, so they don't have time to react. Paka's blown away like, how the heck did Kang Yun even dig up this kind of proof? Even the undercover guys in narcotics who've been working this forever couldn't find a trace of the Red Lily. If Ryu hadn't stepped down, this case would have gone down completely different, no doubt about it. The prosecutor's office really lost a good one when he left. Pak shakes Kang Yun's hand and promises to do his absolute best. After the meeting, Ki-seena gets in the car and turns away from Ryu, making it totally obvious she's pissed about something. When he asks what she's thinking about, she says she's been replaying Chief Chang's words in her head. Kang Yun's confused. What could the guy have said that got Saina so worked up? Then she reminds him how Chang called him a pretty boy who obviously used his looks and charm to get the job done. Ryu asks, so what exactly am I supposed to be apologizing for first? According to her, he should apologize for his face, because looking like that is practically a crime in itself. Sina's already met this Yura chick, and she doesn't exactly strike me as a pushover. She wants to know how far Ryu's willing to go to get evidence from someone like that, but he just kisses her hand without a word. She keeps grilling him about how he seduced Hwang, like, did he unbutton his shirt to flex those muscles? Even though Kang Yun didn't actually undo any buttons and just let Yu-ra spill the beans herself, anything he says right now is gonna sound weird. So, not answering, he's just amazed how so many questions can fit in Senna's little head. She admits she gets it's all for the job, but she still doesn't know the real Ryu, and thinking about it just messes with her head. Kang Yun smiles and suggests that Ki-Sena spend the night with him at her place. She replies that she just realized what the whole honey trap thing really means. He's using his looks but not his face, his body, and he just pulled that trick on her. Kang Yun smiles and asks if it worked. Turning around, Sena says that just like Hwang, she's suddenly blanked on absolutely everything. Ryu pulls her close, saying he only likes that it works on her. And even though she doesn't want to give in, when Kang Yun kisses her, she can't resist and kisses him back. Completely drained, Chae Sun-min is sprawled out on the couch in his apartment. He's still trying to figure out what the heck happened, how Ryu and Sena suddenly got so close. He thought all he had to do was create a crack and twist the knife to make their relationship crumble like a sandcastle. But the bond between them turned out to be way stronger than he expected. At first, Sunmin thought Kang Yun was just using her, that there was no love or anything like that involved. It pisses him off that some people have to bust their asses, cleaning up everyone else's messes, while others are just having a good time, playing house. Deciding he's done with this crap, Sun-min writes up his resignation. But when he presented it to Hwang Hee-chan, he asked him to wait until Yura got married. Song-min doubted they'd find a guy willing to marry a girl like that. But according to Hee-chan, that's exactly why Chae needs to keep an eye on her, so she doesn't stir up trouble again. Song-min said he couldn't do it anymore, told him to find someone else, and headed for the door even though the guy tried to stop him. Hee-chan couldn't raise any of his kids right, and then just glared at Chae, trying to pin the blame for their screw-ups on him. The guy was shaking with rage and reminded Song-min that he'd helped his deadbeat parents get by. Turning around, Chae replied that he'd already done enough to pay him back for that help. Hee-chan grabbed a heavy ashtray off the table and hurled it at the back of Song-min's head. He said the kid just needed a break, and he'd give him all the time he needed. And now Chae's sitting at home, even more desperate to be done with it all. Kang Yun's scrolling through articles about the actor's arrest and notices any news even remotely connected to Yu-ra gets scrubbed almost instantly. Looks like Chae Song-min's been busy, and ever since that lawyer showed up, the actor hasn't said a peep. They probably leaned on him hard, told him to take the fall, and offered to pay him whatever it takes. Considering the prosecution's angle, he'd be better off spilling everything he knows. It's just a matter of time before the DA figures it all out, and he needs to make his move. Chief Chang's convinced Doso Group and their sugar daddy are sweating bullets right now. He just wants to know how sure Kang Hyun is that the prosecutor won't flip on them. Ryu thinks you can never truly know what someone's thinking, but even if Park betrays them, he's hoping Hwang's name ends up in the headlines too, and she gets burned as well. Just then, the office door swings open, and Yu-ra herself is standing there. Chief Chang jumps up, pissed off about this unannounced visit. She takes off her shades and stares at Kang Yun, who, it turns out, is actually a lawyer and from a big-name firm at that. Ryu wants to know what brings Ms. Hwang to their company. Yu-ra takes a seat, and Kang Yun tells Chief Jung to step out, saying everything's cool and they can finish their chat later. Once he's gone, Hwang says she regrets not asking Ryu's name that day, because then she wouldn't have wasted her time. Kang Yun asks, with a hint of sarcasm, if she really came all the way here just to get his name. The woman tells him to drop the act and get straight to the point. Yu-ra's here to talk about how her company wants to offer Ryu Kang Yun the position of head of the legal department. Hwang wants to know his terms and what it'll take to get him working for her. Kang Hyun points out that their company already has a head of the legal department, Chae Song-min. But according to Yu-ra, Chae's been totally out of it lately, and she doesn't like the way he's been handling things. Hwang offers Kang Hyun a job as her personal counsel, but he tells her to leave right now if that's all she came for, because he doesn't have the time for it. Yu-ra gets up and throws out her theory that Ryu's the one who cooked up this whole investigation. No matter how much she thinks about it, nobody else comes to mind, since he had no other reason to get close to her. Ryu tells her to think harder about what he could possibly want from her since she's so smart. Besides, he already told her that he's totally not into her, and whatever she's imagining, he's telling her to quit getting on his nerves. Outraged that this son of a gun is talking to her like that, Hwang snatches the tablet out of his hands. Kang-hyun grabs Yura's arm and tells her to give it back right now. He says she should have checked with Songmin first about what kind of lowlife she'd be dealing with, but she didn't and came here herself. So for now, he's asking her nicely to knock it off. When Hwang asks who he thinks he is, Ryu fires back asking who she thinks she is, acting like she can do whatever she wants and even lost Songmin. Knocking everything off Kang-hyun's desk, the woman yells that she'll do the same to him. And when the hammer drops, he better not even think about crawling back and begging for forgiveness. Yura storms out of the office, practically knocking over Chan, who's coming back, totally shocked by her nasty attitude. Kang-hyun says this woman's antics are just making things worse for Doso Group, but she's too dense to see it. The department head hands Ryu the envelope with the documents he requested. Kang-hyun skims through them and notices some discrepancies. He's holding two articles, one from the New York Times and the other from a Korean paper, and at first glance they seem similar, but the content is different. The first article about the party where one person died and another's in a coma is short and to the point. The second says a foreign student died from a stabbing in a New York hotel, the attacker's unknown, and a suspect is in critical condition. Both incidents happened on the same day in New York, and what are the odds both the victim and suspect are Korean students? On top of everything, if it's the same case, the local news totally spun it like pros. At the time, the hearings for the new Attorney General nominee were going on, so spilling the details of the incident was a no-go. Word is, the guy Yura off that day was the current minister's son. Kang-hyun's sure he got appointed in exchange for dropping the murder charges. On top of that, the emergency services report on the incident even has security cam footage. Chief Chang's realizing again that Ryu is no ordinary lawyer. He's watching the tape and can't believe what he's seeing. It clearly shows Cheol Seong-min escorting Yura out of the hotel, obviously after they took care of the situation. Kang-hyun's convinced that if they play their cards right, they can get what they want without getting their hands dirty. First thing they gotta do is leak some intel to the media. They'll make Prosecutor Park's job easier, and then the whole country will know about Hwang Yura's dirty deeds. And when the fury hits her, it's gonna be damn near impossible to stop. A few days later, a photo leaked from a source, and the news broke about a washed-up actor's drug scandal. As the buzz started building, articles came out about the director who was mixed up in it. And now, today, Kang-hyun gets word from Prosecutor Park about Hwang Yura. They've finally changed her status from witness to suspect. Ryu tells Sayun about it, but points out that once the heat dies down, they might just drop the whole thing. Hwang's people said they're willing to cooperate with the investigation, but only if she doesn't get arrested. Kang-hyun suspects it's just a way to buy time, and if the investigation goes forward, Yura will plead the fifth. Sayun wonders if Sunmin will be her lawyer on this case. She admits she's a little worried about him. That really surprises Ryu because Sayun knows Sunmin is far from a stand-up guy. Thing is, she just feels bad for him, you know? Maybe Che was just desperate to get out and be done with it all. Come to think of it, she's not so different from him, being all deceptive and self-centered. Kang-hyun doesn't want to hear any of that, because Sena and Songmin are totally different. Sena never hurt anyone, even if she was trying to use them to get ahead. Ryu hugs her and tells her to